Chapter 69. Shut up. Yi Lung looked at Sister Dao coldly and said disdainfully, "The Tianmo cult has no right to criticize the righteous path." Bah. At that moment, the old man from before stepped out from the crowd and spat. "The righteous path? I think you're the real diabolism. You're courting death." A murderous intent flashed in Yi Lung's eyes. A flying knife appeared in his hand, and he suddenly threw it at the old man. Whoosh! In an instant, the old man's eyes widened. He clutched his neck in pain and fell to the ground with hatred. "Old man." Seeing this, Sister Dao's expression changed drastically, and a flash of anger flashed in her eyes. "Ah! Kill! Murder!" In Tianfeng City, a group of innocent people's expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with fear. They looked at the righteous path as if they were looking at demons. "Kill them." At Yi Lung's command, the surrounding disciples of the Imperial Beast sect controlled their demon beasts and started a massacre. Ah! Ah! Soon, screams of agony filled Tianfeng City, and the smell of blood filled the air. Blood flowed like a river. The righteous path is no longer the righteous path, and the diabolism is no longer the diabolism. Li Changde gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with deep anger. He. I don't care if you're a righteous path or a diabolism. The weak have no right to live. Yi Lung sneered, and a playful look appeared on his face. Kill them. Kill all the diabolism. Kill all the disciples of the Tianmo cult. Yi Lung waved his hand, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In an instant, a group of disciples of the Imperial Beast sect rushed toward the crowd. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and they all shouted to kill all the diabolism. However, their hands were stained with the blood of innocent people. When he saw that, Li Changde gritted his teeth and barked, "Disciples of the heavenly demon cult, fight! Kill! Kill them!" In an instant, saber light and sword shadows flashed, and roars accompanied the eruption of qi. In that instant, the entire Tianfeng city was filled with the smell of blood. The battle continued until dawn. The sun shone down on the earth. The entire Tianfeng city was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. The corpses of demon beasts and Tianmo cult disciples were strewn all over the place. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. Another Tianmo cult disciple was slaughtered. On top of the pile of corpses, Li Changde struggled to support himself with his sword. At this moment, his body was covered in blood and wounds. He gritted his teeth and glared at Yi Lung. The whole night, Yi Lung did not even make a move. He didn't seem to be enjoying the thrill of battle, but the joy of slaughter and torture. "Devil! You are the real devil." Cough cough, Li Changde coughed dryly. Upon closer inspection, there was still a broken sword stuck in his chest, and blood was flowing non-stop. "Ha ha ha. I'm a devil." Yi Lung laughed as if he had heard a joke. After laughing, he rushed to Li Changde, grabbed Li Changde's chin, and lifted him up. At this moment, he was already weak and powerless to resist. "Ha ha ha, I'll show you what a real demon is." A hideous smile appeared on Yi Lung's face. "Come, bring that little girl to me." As soon as his voice fell, "Let go of me. Bastards, you, let go of me." A burst of curses rang out. Two Imperial Beast sect disciples escorted a girl over. It was Sister Dao. "You. What are you doing?" Seeing this scene, Li Changde's expression changed. Senior brother Li." Seeing that Li Changde was also caught, Sister Dao kept struggling and wanted to run over. "Let go of me, let go of me." The two Imperial Beast sect disciples who were holding her would naturally not let her go. "Let her go." Yi Lung's lips curled up slightly as he said calmly, "Yes, senior brother Yi." When the two disciples let go of Sister Dao immediately rushed toward Li Changde. However, halfway through, her body fell down uncontrollably. There were 2 lines of blood on her ankles. "This is..." Li Changde's pupils shrank. You broke the meridians in her legs." Senior brother Li." Even though Sister Dao fell heavily on the ground, she continued to crawl toward Li Changde. "Ha ha ha. How touching." Yi Lung laughed. Immediately, a sword appeared in his hand, and he nailed Li Changde to the city wall. "Phut, She spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, Yi Lung helped Sister Dao up. Then, with a tearing sound, her clothes were torn apart. Her fair skin was exposed. You! What are you doing? Li Changde glared at Yi Lung. I think it would be even more demonic if I humiliated your woman in front of you, Yi Lung said as he tore off another piece of cloth. What? You bastard, stop it. Li Changde wanted to break free, but the sword that was nailed into his body did not budge. Ha ha ha. Yi Lung laughed wildly. His laughter was unbridled. Cough cough. Sister Dao coughed out blood. She gritted her teeth and looked at Li Changde. She smiled. Senior brother, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let him have his way. After saying that, her eyes flashed with a hint of determination. Li Changde's heart skipped a beat, but he did not say anything. How unlucky. She actually bit her tongue to commit suicide. Seeing Sister Dao lose all signs of life, Yi Lung frowned and threw the body aside. Below, there were already corpses piled up like a mountain. You will suffer retribution. Li Changde gritted his teeth so hard that blood came out. He glared at Yi Lung. Our Tianmo cult's patriarch will not let you go. Oh, that legendary patriarch? Hearing that, Yi Lung laughed sarcastically. That trash who only knows how to rely on women? He's just a scumbag. Even though Ning Tian's name had spread far and wide in the heavenly spirit domain, Ning Tian's name had spread far and wide. In Yi Lung's eyes, Ning Tian was no more than a trash who relied on women. The only reason he was able to escape from 2 celestial emperors was because the Empress had come. Hihi, you will know how terrifying the patriarch is. He won't let you go. Li Changde's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yi Lung. How noisy. Yi Lung snorted coldly. He pulled out the sword from Li Changde's body and stabbed it again, ending Li Changde's life. Men. Hang his and that woman's bodies on Tianfeng City's gates. I want everyone to see how useless the disciples of the Tianmo cult are. After the 2 bodies were hung on the city gates, the people from the school of imperial beasts left triumphantly. Inside Tianfeng City, blood flowed like a river. Corpses were everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. After some time, one of the corpses seemed to move. He looked around in fear, then ran for his life. That direction was the Tianmo cult. Chapter 70. One day later. Inside the Tianmo cult. Ning Tian was on the moonlight cliff, chewing the apple in his hand. He looked at the disciples below and gave them pointers from time to time. Hey, your cultivation posture is wrong. The way you're holding the sword is wrong. I can't sense the sword chi like this. Junior sister, what kind of cultivation posture is this? You don't have to raise your butt like this. No, you don't have to raise your butt, and you don't have to raise it at me. Looking at the female disciple who kept raising her butt at him, Ning Tian was speechless. Suddenly, he sensed the smell of blood and frowned. Blood? You guys stay here and cultivate. Realizing that something was wrong, Ning Tian instructed the disciples below the moonlight cliff, then used the swimming dragon steps and disappeared in the blink of an eye. By the time the group of disciples reacted, Ning Tian had long since disappeared. Ning Tian followed the smell of blood, and the swimming dragon steps under his feet kept changing. This made many disciples who saw this scene sigh. The ancestral master's strength was getting stronger and stronger. Soon, Ning Tian saw Li Changsheng carrying a Tianmo cult disciple covered in blood under a cliff. He used the swimming dragon steps and landed beside Li Changsheng. Changsheng, what's going on? Ning Tian asked with a frown. Is it the ancestral master? Li Changsheng was startled by the sudden sound. When he realized that it was Ning Tian, he laughed bitterly. I don't know. When I was patrolling the mountain gate, I found this disciple lying there covered in blood. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Ning Tian frowned slightly. He glanced at the disciple and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Come, follow me to the demonic palace. Yes, Ning Tian felt that it was necessary to tell Luo Wuqing about this. Demonic palace. Luo Wuqing was leading a group of elders for a meeting. Halfway through his words, Luo Wuqing looked at the fire hall elder and asked faintly, Elder Huiyang, Has your fire hall sent anyone to Wind City recently? Your Majesty, we have indeed sent disciples to Tianfeng City recently. Elder Hua Yang bowed to Luo Wuqing before he slowly said, recently, the demonic beasts in the Chill Wind mountain range have caused harm to many citizens of Tianfeng City. Therefore, I have sent some disciples to suppress the demonic beasts. I see. Luo Wuqing nodded. His eyes flashed, but why haven't these disciples returned yet? This, Elder Hua Yang paused and pondered for a moment. Perhaps there were too many demonic beasts, so it took some time. Yes, I hope so. Luo Wuqing nodded, but before she could finish, she was suddenly interrupted. Bang! The doors of the demonic palace were pushed open. All the elders were shocked. Who had such guts? Who dared to interrupt the Empress? But when they saw that it was Ning Tian, their expressions returned to normal, and they immediately shut their mouths. It's the ancestral master? Then it's fine. Why are you here? Luo Wuqing looked at Ning Tian in confusion. Although Ning Tian was qualified to attend the Tianmo cult's meetings, he was never interested. Why did he suddenly come today? Ning Tian didn't say anything and just waved behind him. Soon, all the elders saw Li Changsheng walking in with a disciple covered in blood on his back. Changsheng, what are you doing? The great elder looked at his disciple in confusion. Greetings to your Majesty, Master, and all the elders. Li Changsheng bowed to the group of people, then smiled bitterly and slowly explained what had just happened. What? Collapsed outside the mountain gate? The group of elders frowned slightly. Yes. Li Changsheng nodded. Elder Hua Yang kept frowning. He felt that this person was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, his face changed, and he cried out. Isn't this the disciple that my fire hall sent to Tianfeng City? What? This is the disciple that the fire hall sent to Tianfeng City? Hearing this, the group of elders, including Luo Wuqing, frowned. What's going on? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's save him quickly, the great elder frowned and said slowly. This disciple was seriously injured. If they didn't save him, he would lose his life. Yes, great elder. I'll go get the elixir now. Elder Hua Yang nodded, then got up and walked toward the alchemy pavilion. Wait. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the hall. Elder Hua Yang, you don't have to waste your time. I can save him. Huh? The elders were stunned, then looked in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was Ning Tian. Ancestral Master, this isn't cultivation. Without a certain level of medical skills, you can't save him. The great elder frowned slightly. Although Ning Mo's attainments in cultivation were extremely high, this wasn't cultivation. It was the art of healing. Yes, Ancestral Master, your attainments in cultivation are understandable, but saving a life, I think it's better to let Elder Hua Yang get the elixir. The group of elders shook their heads and said to Ning Tian. It wasn't that they looked down on Ning Tian. Ning Tian's attainments in cultivation were indeed very high. However, this was saving a life. The elders had never seen their ancestral master cultivate the art of healing. Don't worry. Ning Tian raised a confident smile on his face and said to the elders, although I can't bring the dead back to life, this kind of injury is still possible. Chapter 71. In the main hall, after hearing Ning Tian's words and seeing that Luo Wuqing didn't object, the group of elders stopped talking. Seeing this, Ning Tian smiled confidently. Changsheng, put him on the ground. Yes, Ancestral Master. Li Changsheng nodded and put the disciple on his back on the ground. As Ning Tian walked over, all the elders' gazes landed on him. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. How does the Ancestral Master want to treat him? Huff. Ning Tian took a deep breath. Then, the spiritual chi of the 20 entertainment path spiritual meridians in his body exploded. Then, a zither made of entertainment path spiritual chi appeared in front of Ning Tian. A zither made of spiritual chi? Seeing this, the group of elders was stunned. Confusion flashed in their eyes. Ancestral Master, this is, they looked curiously at Ning Tian's every move. Oh! Using the entertainment path spiritual meridians? This guy, don't tell me. Seeing Ning Tian's actions, Luo Wuqing's eyes flashed. She seemed to have thought of something. Under the gaze of everyone in the main hall, Ning Tian slowly pulled the strings of the zither made of spiritual qi. Then, the entertainment path spiritual meridians exploded. The music of life sounded. Accompanied by the heavenly music, the disciple on the ground slowly recovered. Seeing this scene, the first elder and the other elders were all shocked. Entertainment path? The music of healing? Since when did the ancestral master know this? This guy really did use the music of healing. Luo Wuqing narrowed her eyes. She was shocked. She didn't expect Ning Tian's learning ability to be so strong. He could learn the music of healing that the Queen Mother of the West left in his body. Perhaps even the Queen Mother of the West didn't expect this. Ning Tian could use this method to learn the music of healing. Accompanied by the heavenly music, the disciple's injuries recovered quickly and showed signs of waking up. Huff! Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief. The zither made of spiritual qi dissipated. It seemed that he was still not familiar with the joy of healing. You have shocked everyone in the demonic palace. You are rewarded with the body movement assassination martial art, flickering shift. Evasive maneuver, combine movement and killing techniques into one, comprehending at 10 times the speed. Comprehension successful. As the system's voice resounded in his mind, Ning Tian had already grasped this movement-killing martial art. He now had one more means of attack. Woo, no, don't kill me. On the ground, that disciple suddenly woke up. This made the elders sigh even more. The ancestral master's methods were powerful. After the disciple woke up, he looked around blankly. When he saw Ning Tian, Luo Wuqing, and the others, he immediately felt relieved. Who wants to kill you? Luo Wuqing looked at the disciple indifferently. The disciple was silent for a moment, then immediately bowed to everyone. Tian San, disciple of the Hua Hall of Tianmo cult, greets Her Majesty, Ancestral Master, and all the elders. Speak. What happened? Elder Hua Yang frowned and said in a serious tone. He vaguely realized that something was wrong. Tian San was still terrified, and his body was trembling non-stop. It's Yi Lung from the Imperial Beast sect who wants to kill me. The people of Tianfeng City, senior brother Li Changde, and the senior brothers from the Hua Hall were all slaughtered by the people from the Imperial Beast sect. Everyone is dead. I only managed to deceive them by mastering the art of feigning death and escaped. Then, Tian San told everyone in the hall everything that had happened. Damn it! Elder Hua Yang was furious, and a trace of crazy killing intent flowed in his eyes. I must make those bastards from the Imperial Beast sect pay the price. In the main hall, the group of elders gritted their teeth. When Li Changsheng heard that his brother was killed, his eyes turned red, and he was furious. Not only did they slaughter innocent people, but they also hung Li Changde's corpse on the city gate. This was an insult. This grudge must be avenged. At the side, Ning Tian remained silent, but a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. When he heard Tian San say that Li Changde promised Sister Dao that he would come to the ancestral master to cultivate after returning from Tianfeng City, he felt even more upset. They were not only the disciples of the Tianmo cult, but also his followers. Killing his own followers? Then I'm sorry, Yi Lung, right? You must die. Damn it, I'll bring people to destroy the Imperial Beast sect. Elder Hua Yang was furious and got up to leave. No. The Great Elder frowned and stopped Elder Hua Yang. Great Elder, now that things have come to this, do you want me to swallow this insult? Elder Hua Yang gritted his teeth and was very angry. They look down on the Tianmo cult. How can I swallow this insult? I know you're angry, and everyone here is angry, but you can't destroy the Imperial Beast sect. The Great Elder gritted his teeth and shook his head. The Imperial Beast sect belongs to the Righteous Alliance. Don't forget that the leader of the Righteous Alliance is also a great emperor. He's no weaker than the Empress. If the Empress shows up, the Imperial Beast sect will naturally show up too. When that happens, the Imperial Beast sect won't be affected at all. Elder Hua Yang gritted his teeth when he heard the Great Elder's words. The other elders also thought that it made sense. Then what should we do? Don't tell me we're not going to avenge them. The group of elders gritted their teeth. No. The great elder shook his head, his eyes flashing. We must avenge them. But it's not up to us to avenge them. We'll use the same method to let the disciples of the cult take revenge. Let our peers do it, even if we kill all the disciples of the Imperial Beast Sect. The Righteous Alliance won't say anything. Hearing this, the group of elders nodded. They understood what the Great Elder meant, which was to control the conflict between the younger generation. In this way, no matter how they fought, the great emperors of both sides would not interfere. This way, they could take revenge. If the Empress showed up, the other great emperors would also show up. In this stalemate, there was no way to avenge them. But, who should we send? That Yi Lung is not weak. The group of elders fell silent. Although the heavenly demon cult was powerful, there were very few prodigies in their sect that could be brought out. The 108 palace elders fell silent. Their disciples seemed to be at most in the Earth King realm, and they might not be a match for Yi Lung. They had to avenge them. However, the question of who to send became a problem. I'll go. At this moment, a voice sounded. The elders looked at Ning Tian in shock. Ancestral Master, you'll go? Ning Tian nodded, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. How dare you kill my disciples? Bullshit, the Righteous Alliance. You must be tired of living. Chapter 72. Ning Tian's words were laced with killing intent, causing all the elders in the hall to tremble. They all looked at Ning Tian. The Ancestral Master seemed really angry. Empress, how should we decide? Grand Elder couldn't make a decision, so he looked at Luo Wuqing and asked. Let him go. Luo Wuqing just looked at Ning Tian without saying anything. The Great Elder nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Then he looked at Ning Tian. Ancestral Master, come with me. I'll choose a disciple for you. There are hundreds of disciples in the school of Imperial Beasts. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to deal with them alone. Ning Tian didn't reject the offer. He wasn't sure about Yi Lung's strength. In short, it was better to be cautious, so he wasn't arrogant enough to refuse. Wait. Just then, another voice sounded in the hall. Everyone looked over. Li Changsheng clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were bloodshot, and his words were forced out through gritted teeth. Empress, please let me go with you. I want to avenge Changde. His younger brother had been killed and humiliated. He couldn't take it lying down. Go ahead. Hearing that, Luo Wuqing did not hesitate in the slightest and allowed it. Thank you, Empress. Li Changsheng thanked her. Ancestral Master, Changsheng, come with me, Grand Elder sighed and said to Ning Tian and Li Changsheng, then led them out of the demonic hall. The elders in the demonic hall all looked gloomy. Empress, are you sure you want to let the Ancestral Master go? Elder Huiyang frowned. That Yi Lung's strength had already broken through to the Earth King stage a year ago. Now, I'm afraid, yeah. Our Tianmo cult can't lose our Ancestral Master. The elders around them nodded in agreement. Today, Ning Tian was almost as important as the Empress in the hearts of the Tianmo cult members. The Empress was a symbol of strength and a strong shield for them. As for the Patriarch, he was their guide on the path of cultivation, constantly leading them forward. In fact, he had even become the faith of many disciples. If Ning Tian was unfortunate enough to die at the hands of the School of Imperial Beasts, then the entire Tianmo cult would be plunged into chaos. Don't worry. Luo Wuqing looked indifferent as the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Believe in him. This guy will always bring about different miracles. Luo Wuqing still remembered that those two God Emperor realm experts had died at the hands of Ning Tian. That mysterious great emperor phantom was enough to prove that Ning Tian himself was a miracle. Yes. At that, the group of elders in the great hall could not help but laugh bitterly when they remembered the shock Ning Tian had brought to the heavenly demon cult recently. Their original worries had also dissipated at this moment. Perhaps the Patriarch really could bring about miracles. Tianmo cult, Mountain Gate. The Grand Elder had gathered nearly 100 disciples at the Mountain Gate. These disciples were all hovering around the spirit-detecting realm. Patriarch, Grand Elder, what are we doing here? The disciples were still somewhat puzzled when they were gathered. They all looked at Ning Tian and the Grand Elder in front of them. Killing people. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he spoke indifferently. Killing people? Hearing Ning Tian's words, these disciples were all shocked. Killing people? Killing who? Everyone, be quiet. The Grand Elder waved his hand and then explained the details to the disciples. After hearing this, the disciples froze in place. Then, their eyes became bloodshot. They gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. Damn it. This bunch of bullshit righteous path dares to kill my Tianmo cult disciples. Destroy them. And that Yi Leng, I'm going to chop off his head and pee on it. Revenge, we must take revenge. The 100 Tianmo cult disciples gritted their teeth, and a hint of deep anger flashed in their eyes. When they heard that they were going to fight and kill people, they did not retreat. Instead, their eyes were filled with frenzied killing intent, as if they had gone mad. If they did not take revenge, it would be too sullen. Seeing the frenzied killing intent in their eyes, the Grand Elder frowned slightly. If their killing intent got to their heads, it was very likely that they would do something stupid. Just as the Grand Elder was about to speak and remind them, he saw Ning Tian step forward. Everyone. Ning Tian stood high up, and the disciples all looked at him. A hint of coldness flashed in Ning Tian's eyes, and he asked indifferently, "Someone bullied and killed my Tianmo cult disciples. Can anyone tell me what the price is?" Death. Those who bullied and killed my Tianmo cult disciples must die. The disciples were stirred up. They clenched their fists, and the killing intent in their eyes transformed into a deep desire to fight. Ning Tian continued, "The blood of the Tianmo cult disciples cannot be spilled in vain." That's right, the blood of our Tianmo cult disciples cannot be spilled in vain. The disciples all shouted loudly. Their voices resounded throughout the entire mountain gate. Seeing that Ning Tian had turned the disciples' killing intent into a desire to fight with just a few words, the Grand Elder admired him from the bottom of his heart. Ancestral Master, the Tianmo cult is about a day's journey from Tianfeng City. Wait for me to bring some demon mounts over to hasten your pace. The Grand Elder walked over and said something to Ning Tian, then turned around and entered the Tianmo cult. Soon after, the Grand Elder returned. He was driving dozens of demon mounts over. Those demon mounts were steeds that were blazing with flames and as fast as the wind. Ancestral Master, these are second-order flaming windchaser horses. As the first elder spoke, he led the most robust one of the demonic horse horde over. It's a good horse. Ning Tian glanced at the flaming windchaser horse, and a hint of admiration flashed across his eyes. The flaming windchaser horse's combat power may be lacking, but it's extremely fast. It should be able to send you to Tianfeng City in half a day, the Grand Elder said. Half a day. Hearing this, Ning Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Immediately, he turned around and leaped onto the flaming windchaser horse. Although the flaming windchaser horse was covered in flames, its saddle was specially made, so there was no need to worry about its butt catching fire while riding. Hiss. The horse neighed. The flaming windchaser horse raised its front and neighed. After taming the flaming windchaser horse, Ning Tian looked at Li Changsheng and the other disciples, his eyes cold. Get on the horse and follow me to Tianfeng City to kill. Yes, Master. Yes, Ancestral Master. Li Changsheng and the other disciples nodded, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they leaped onto their horses. Hiss. The flaming windchaser horses neighed angrily. Let's go. Target, Tianfeng City. In an instant, as Ning Tian's voice fell, the flaming windchaser horse stepped forward. The Inferno windchaser horse instantly took a step forward. When it appeared again, it was already dozens of meters away. The flames on its body burned fiercely. Then, everyone followed suit. From afar, it looked like a ball of burning flames. Chapter 73. Soon, Ning Tian and his group left the Tianmo cult's territory as if they were riding on flames. They passed by many forces, and the disciples of these forces all made way for them. Are those flaming windchaser horses? Are they part of the Tianmo cult's mounts? What are they going to do? Seeing the Tianmo cult's disciples leaving so aggressively, many people were secretly shocked. It didn't seem like they were carrying out an ordinary sect mission. Hee. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. Who dares to provoke the Tianmo cult? Who's so fearless? Half a day later, the sky was getting dark. Chillywind Mountains. A huge ball of flame flashed through the forest, like a deadly will-o'-the-wisp. Ancestral Master, we'll reach Tianfeng City in a few miles. Li Changsheng rode a horse and approached Ning Tian. Ning Tian nodded. These flaming windchaser horses were just as the Grand Elder said. Not only were they extremely fast, but they also had great endurance. This is the Chillywind Mountains, right? Ning Tian looked around. They were surrounded by mountain ranges and chilly winds blew. There were deep mountains and old forests everywhere. It was very strange. This is only the outermost part of the Chillywind Mountains. Li Changsheng nodded and looked at the Chillywind Mountains. The Chillywind Mountains are tens of thousands of miles long. Even in the whole Tianling realm, it's a relatively large mountain range. I see. Ning Tian nodded, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the mountains. As the saying goes, there are many hidden treasures in the deep mountains. He wondered if there were any hidden treasures in the Chillywind Mountains. The group walked a few more miles towards Tianfeng City. At this moment, they smelled a bloody stench that assailed their nostrils. This strong smell of blood. And Tianfeng City is in front of us. The group of disciples gritted their teeth as their eyes turned red. This strong smell of blood was most likely coming from Tianfeng City. They were still a few miles away from Tianfeng City. The strong smell of blood could be smelled from miles away. One could only imagine what kind of tragedy Tianfeng City had gone through. Aoo, roar, there were already many demonic beasts gathered in the surroundings, and waves of hissing sounds could be heard. Not good, demonic beasts are also bloodthirsty. The smell of blood is a delicious meal for these demonic beasts. Li Changsheng seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly changed. The expressions of the surrounding Tianmo cult disciples also changed. Could it be that after their senior and junior brothers died, they couldn't even keep a complete corpse? Damn it! A group of Tianmo cult disciples gritted their teeth in anger. Then let's speed up. Ning Tian said. But, there are more and more demonic beasts around us. Li Changsheng looked around with an ugly expression. Around them, many demonic beasts had already gathered. There were at least hundreds of them. Wanting to charge through this group of demon beasts was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous and irrational action. Don't worry. Ning Tian shook his head and looked at some of the demonic beasts in front of him. He said calmly, it's just some rank 1 demonic beasts. Just charge straight ahead. After he finished speaking, he patted the back of his horse. The remaining Inferno Windchaser horse instantly exploded with great speed and charged towards the group of demonic beasts in front of him. Hiss. With a hiss, hundreds of demonic beasts roared in unison. Seeing that the human dared to charge towards them on a horse, the hundreds of demonic beasts were enraged and charged towards him as well. Boom. The ground trembled at this moment. Seeing this, Li Changsheng laughed bitterly, then shouted to the group of disciples behind him, let's go, we'll follow the ancestral master. The group of people chased after Ning Tian's footsteps. Ning Tian, on the other hand, took the lead. Facing the hundreds of demonic beasts charging towards him, his expression was calm, without the slightest hint of fear. A hint of coldness flashed in Ning Tian's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Just in time to test out my new martial art on you. Then, the 20 entertainment Dao spiritual meridians began to operate. Once again, it formed a spirit Qi Guzheng. Ning Tian's Dao of entertainment could not only save people, but also kill people. 2 of his fingers landed on the strings of the spirit Qi Guzheng. Then, he plucked. Clang. The sound of the Guzheng was heard. Heaven Melody Kill, activate. Seeing Ning Tian's actions, Li Changsheng and the rest were stunned, and a hint of astonishment flashed in their eyes. What was the ancestral master trying to do? Play the Guzheng? Everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. However, at this moment, as the Guzheng music sounded, the ancient rhymes of the Tao of entertainment turned into invisible blades. In an instant, the The group of demonic beasts charging at the front were sliced into countless pieces. F***CK. How did the ancestral master do that? Seeing this scene, Li Changsheng and the rest of the disciples widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. The ancestral master could kill demonic beasts while riding a horse and playing the guzheng. Cool. Clang. The guzheng music sounded again. Ning Tian plucked the strings, and in an instant, it turned into a gust of wind to kill. 100 rank 1 demonic beasts were killed in the blink of an eye. So strong. Li Changsheng's eyes widened. Although he was also an Earth King powerhouse, he knew that even if he could kill these demonic beasts, it would not be as easy as the ancestral master. You have shocked Li Changsheng and the rest. Reward, Spirit Chi cultivation plus 100, let's go. Ning Tian waved his hand gently, and the Spirit Chi dissipated, and the guzheng music stopped. Li Changsheng and the rest recovered from the shock and quickly followed Ning Tian's footsteps. A few minutes later, outside Tianfeng City, Ning Tian and the rest rode on their horses and stood outside Tianfeng City in a daze. The smell of blood assailed their nostrils, making many disciples feel like vomiting, but they endured it. Their noses were sour, and their eyes were red as they looked at the city gate. On the city gate, 2 corpses were tied to the city wall with hemp ropes. A gust of cold wind blew, and the corpses moved with the wind. It was a tragic sight. That's Li Changde, senior brother Li, and senior sister Peach. A group of Tianmo cult disciples gritted their teeth, and their eyes were filled with anger. Imperial Beast Sect, and that Yi Lung, I want you dead, I want you dead. Looking at his brother's miserable state, Li Changsheng clenched his fists. His fingernails dug into his flesh, and blood flowed continuously, but he did not care. There was only a crazy desire to kill Yi Lung in his heart. Ning Tian remained silent. His head was lowered, and no one could see his expression. He got off his horse and walked step by step toward the city gate. Until now, the blood had not completely dried up, and some was still flowing out of the city. All the Tianmo cult disciples looked at Ning Tian. He walked to the city gate, leaped out, and removed the 2 corpses from the city gate, and carefully placed them on the ground. At this moment, Li Changsheng and the other disciples got off their horses and walked over. They looked at the 2 corpses, and then at the piles of corpses and rivers of blood in the city. The group of people gritted their teeth, and the murderous intent in their hearts reached its peak. Chapter 74. Inside the city. Sure enough, there were monsters gnawing on some corpses. Many of the corpses were missing limbs. Li Changsheng tilted his head and said to a disciple beside him, Lin Yi, take a few dozen disciples and kill all the monsters in the city. Yes, senior brother Li. Lin Yi nodded with a sullen face. Then, he led a group of disciples with swords and walked toward a group of monsters. What followed was a fierce battle. Every disciple of the Tianmo cult was extremely angry. They couldn't find the Tianmo cult disciples, so the monsters gnawing on the corpses of the Tianmo cult disciples became the target of their anger. The battle was almost one-sided. On the city wall, looking at Li Changde's corpse, Li Changsheng's face was filled with grief. He was silent, but his eyes were already red. He squatted down, ignoring the blood, and held Li Changde's corpse in his arms. Suddenly, a bloody ball of cloth fell from Li Changde's sleeve. Ning Tian picked it up and unfolded it. There were 4 words written on it: Ancestral Master is awesome. Ning Tian frowned and looked at Li Changsheng in confusion. What's this? This, Li Changsheng was stunned, his eyes filled with grief. This is Changde's blessing. He always told me that if I shout Ancestral Master is awesome, I'll be blessed. So, he wrote these 4 words on the ball of cloth. When he went out on a mission, these 4 words might protect him. But, this time, it seems to be useless. Hearing this, Ning Tian fell silent. He squatted down, carefully folded the ball of cloth with the 4 words written on it, and put it in Li Changde's sleeve. Then, Ning Tian stood up and looked at Li Changsheng. Changsheng, find the corpses of all the Tianmo cult disciples and bring them back to the Tianmo cult. They are members of the Tianmo cult. Even if they are dead, they should be buried in the Tianmo cult. Li Changde's expression changed as he nodded heavily. Then, He carefully placed Li Chengda's body next to his sister Dao's body. After doing all this, he called out to the disciples who had finished killing the demonic beasts to clean up the corpses of the Tianmo cult disciples. According to the patriarch's words, they were born as members of the Tianmo cult, and when they died, they would be ghosts of the Tianmo cult. They couldn't be casually buried, or else it would chill their hearts. After the group of disciples heard this, they were all moved. They admired Ning Tian even more. They all began to move. However, no one noticed that above the city wall, a dragon flashed past, and Ning Tian had already disappeared without a trace. In the deep forest of the Chill Wind mountain range, a black shadow flickered, like the god of death. Ning Tian had already changed into a set of black clothes. Using the swimming dragon steps, he constantly flashed through the forest. The Chill Wind mountain range was so big that it was impossible for him to search brainlessly. Since the other party was the Imperial Beast sect, there would be an obvious mark. That was, on the ground, there would be more or less footprints of humans and demonic beast. As long as he could find these footprints, it would be easy to find the Imperial Beast sect. Very soon, as Ning Tian continued his relentless search, he soon found footprints of humans and demonic beasts not far from Tianfeng City. Did they go to the depths of the Chill Wind mountain range? Ning Tian looked in that direction, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Immediately, his body turned into a black shadow, like a ghost. At this moment, he didn't use the swimming dragon steps. Instead, he used the flash footwork of the flash martial art. Night. The threat was constantly approaching. A black shadow flickered among the leaves, but strangely, it didn't make any sound. This was the flash footwork of the flash footwork of the flash footwork. The flash footwork of the flash footwork was originally a martial art of the flash footwork. It was specially made for assassins in the night. After a long time, the footprints on the ground were getting deeper and deeper, which meant that he was getting closer and closer to the people of the Imperial Beast sect. In front of him, there seemed to be a flickering fire, and he could vaguely hear the sound of boys and girls playing. Finally, I've found you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tian's figure merged into the darkness. In front of him, a group of Imperial Beast sect disciples surrounded a bonfire in the middle of the forest, looking very relaxed. Yi Lung sat in the middle, with two female disciples lying in his arms. Ha ha ha. Today, thanks to senior brother Yi, I've also killed several Tianmo cult disciples. I should be able to exchange them for a yellow rank martial art. Beside the bonfire, a disciple of the Imperial Beast sect laughed with excitement. Me too. I've killed at least 2 of them. It's a pity that those old, weak, sick, and disabled people can't be considered as real Tianmo cult disciples. Otherwise, I'd be able to exchange them for a profound rank martial art or cultivation method after killing a dozen of them. A disciple shook his head with a look of pity. Ha ha ha. Who isn't? Those guys were begging for mercy before they died. It felt so good to hear them. People from the diabolism deserve to die. The group of Imperial Beast sect disciples laughed loudly. Thinking back to yesterday's massacre, even if they killed some innocent people, their eyes were only filled with excitement and murderous intent. It was as if they would kill anyone who mentioned the diabolism, whether they were right or wrong. Ha ha. Yi Lung smiled faintly, then hugged a female disciple next to him in his arms and groped her up and down. When the female disciple blushed and begged for mercy, he laughed and let her go. Then, he looked at the group of disciples. They're just a few pieces of trash from the Tianmo cult. Don't worry about them. Before that piece of trash died, he even said that a legendary patriarch could kill me. What a joke. His words instantly caused the surrounding disciples to flatter him. Senior brother Yi, how can those gigolos who rely on women compare to you? A legendary patriarch? Bah. I think it's better to call him a gigolo's patriarch. A disciple spat disdainfully. Ha ha ha. Yes, we'll call him a gigolo's patriarch from now on. His words instantly caused the surrounding people to laugh. Hee hee. When the disciple saw that his words had gained the approval of the crowd, he chuckled. Suddenly, he felt a strong urge to pee. Senior brother Yi Leng, I'm going to relieve myself, he hurriedly said to Yi Lung. Yi Lung waved his hand, then continued hugging the female disciple next to him and did something else. After getting Yi Lung's permission, the disciple breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly got up and walked toward a small forest. Splash! Splash! As the sound of rushing water was heard, the disciple sighed in satisfaction. It feels good to relieve myself. He looked satisfied and was about to pull up his pants when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. The next moment, a leaf mixed with spiritual energy suddenly enlarged in his pupils. The School of Imperial Beasts disciple didn't even have the chance to scream before he fell to the ground. On his forehead, there was a leaf filled with remnant spiritual energy. A black shadow flashed by and once again entered the night. One more. Chapter 75. In the dark night, Ning Tian hid in a tree. He activated the celestial god record and completely isolated his aura. Even Yi Lung could not sense his presence. His gaze was fixed on the figure in the bonfire not far away from him. In this group of people, other than Yi Leng, there were 2 one-star Earth King Realm disciples. As for Yi Leng, Ning Tian estimated that his strength was between 4 and 5-star Earth King Realm. If he wanted to kill all of them, he could not fight them head-on. He had to kill them one by one in the dark. And before he could deal with Yi Leng, he had to deal with the 2 Earth King Realm disciples. He slowly looked up at the sky. The bright moon provided a faint ray of light, but he was waiting. He was waiting for the dark clouds to cover the moon. That would be the time to strike. The group of people from the School of Imperial Beasts did not realize that the disciple had not returned yet. By the way, Senior Brother Yi, we've killed so many Tianmo cult disciples. It's enough to exchange for a lot of good stuff. Is there still a need to go to the Chill Wind Mountains? A School of Imperial Beasts disciple looked at Yi Lung. Of course there is. Yi Lung snorted heavily and pushed away the female disciple in his arms. There's been a demonic beast riot in the Chill Wind Mountains recently. There must be treasures in there. His eyes flashed with greed. A few Tianmo cult disciples are nothing. The treasures in the Chill Wind Mountains are what I want. At this point, Yi Lung's eyes flashed coldly. What? You don't want to go with me? Hearing this, the group of disciples was stunned. Their faces changed and fear flashed in their eyes. No, no, no. Everyone shook their heads. Even if Senior Brother Yi wants us to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, we won't even frown. That's right, that's right. Yi Lung coldly snorted and pulled back the female disciple that he had pushed away, treating her like a plaything. This female disciple did not dare to complain and continued to serve Yi Lung with all her might. This senior brother Yi Lung was famous for being cruel and cold-blooded. No one dared to provoke him, not even his fellow disciples. After a while, finally, a disciple realized that the disciple who went to relieve himself had not returned. That guy Gauden, he couldn't have been taken away by a demonic beast, right? He hasn't come back yet. You guys, go take a look. Yi Lung frowned and pointed at the disciples. Yes. Understood, Senior Brother Yi. Several people stood up. At this moment, dark clouds covered the moon. Whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew. Then, the burning bonfire was suddenly extinguished. What's the situation? The disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts were shocked. Dark clouds covered the sun, and there was no fire. It was pitch black all around, and they couldn't even see their own fingers. Don't panic. In the dark night, Yi Lung's displeased voice rang out. Isn't it just dark? Look at your cowardly faces. No one noticed that a black shadow flashed past them. It was silent, like an evil spirit that had turned into a ghost. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Do you guys smell something? One of them asked. It smells like blood. Ah. Suddenly, there was a scream. What? What's going on? Who the F***ck is screaming? Don't scare us. The disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts were panicking. At this moment, the dark clouds dissipated, and the moonlight shone down again. A black shadow instantly flashed back into the forest. Everything was silent. With the moonlight, the people of the School of Imperial Beasts finally saw what had happened. On the ground, dozens of disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts were lying in a pool of blood, Ah, ah. The female disciples screamed incessantly. The rest of them were also in a state of panic. What the hell is going on? Yi Lung frowned and said calmly, "Don't panic. There must be some demonic beast causing trouble in the dark. Everyone, gather together and light the fire." Hearing Yi Lung's words, the group of people quickly split into a few groups and gathered together. Then, they started to use the fire. However, at this moment, they realized that the fire could not be lit. In the sky, dark clouds covered the moon again. Everyone's hearts tightened. "Without the flames, all of you should gather together and circulate your spiritual energy to defend yourself," Yi Lung bellowed. However, he felt extremely frustrated. In this place where there was no light at all, he was like a blind man. The only thing he could do was to defend. In the dark, seeing a group of people gathering together, Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly. What's the use of gathering together? Evasive maneuver, flash kill. In an instant, Ning Tian turned into a demon and rushed into the crowd of disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts. He had evasive maneuver, a movement technique that could lock onto the enemy even if he could not see. Next, the nightmare of the disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts began. Every time dark clouds covered the moon, there would be a disciple who would be silently killed in the dark. When they could see again and wanted to fight back, there was no one around them. They could not even sense the aura. This made Yi Lung very frustrated. He had strength, but he could not use it. In absolute fear, the group of disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts thought that the ghosts of the Tianmo cult disciples they killed yesterday had come to seek revenge. Each and every one of them was terrified. Some were even scared to the point of incontinence. No one knew if they would be the next to die. And every time they attacked, Ning Tian would silently record the number of people. The number of disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts was decreasing. 28th, 66th, 109th. In the dark, Ning Tian attacked again and again. When he killed 130 people, he stopped. Because he had counted before. There were only 131 people in the School of Imperial Beast. And the last one was Yi Lung. When the dark clouds dissipated and Yi Lung could see again, he broke out in a cold sweat. Around him were still the corpses of the disciples of the School of Imperial Beast. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Yi Lung gritted his teeth and swallowed his saliva with difficulty. This arrogant genius of the School of Imperial Beasts was actually filled with fear at this moment. It was too strange. It was too strange. Every time the dark clouds covered the moon, a disciple would die, and he could do nothing about it. Oh! A genius of the School of Imperial Beasts can be afraid. At this moment, a sneer was heard. Yi Lung was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He turned around abruptly. Behind him, a black shadow was walking toward him step by step like the god of death. Who are you? Yi Lung swallowed hard and took a few steps back. Ning Tian raised his head. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The person who will kill you. Chapter 76. Kill my men. Hearing Ning Tian's indifferent words, Yi Lung shuddered as a gust of cold wind blew. He gritted his teeth and pointed at the corpses of the Imperial Beast Sect disciples. He looked coldly at Ning Tian and asked, "Did you kill them all? Don't worry. You'll die with them soon." Ning Tian looked indifferent as he spoke slowly. Ha! Yi Lung laughed with disdain. At this moment, he'd sensed Ning Tian's strength, and it was at most 3 stars of the Earth King realm. He, on the other hand, was at 5 stars of the Earth King stage. Yi Lung looked up at the sky. The dark clouds had dissipated and the full moon was hanging in the sky. It was obvious that the moon would not be covered by dark clouds for a long time. Brat, even the heavens won't help you now. Let's see how you're going to ambush and kill people in the dark. With the dark clouds no longer covering the moon, Yi Lung was suddenly filled with confidence. He thought that the brat in front of him was able to kill so many of them in such a short time. He had relied on the dark clouds covering the moon, preventing them from seeing clearly, to launch a sneak attack that succeeded. Yi Lung had absolute confidence in a head-on battle. In the next moment, Yi Lung didn't intend to give Ning Tian any chance. A powerful spiritual energy exploded from his body. After that, his figure transformed into a black shadow that charged towards Ning Qiansong. Gaga. Brat, you can die now. Yi Lung's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His fist glowed red and was filled with critical hit intent. Advanced mystic martial arts, critical hit fist. Boom. The sound of the air being torn apart was heard. As the fist intent gathered, it was as if the air was being torn apart. Seeing this, Ning Tian stood in his original spot as if he was waiting for him to come over. There was no fear in his eyes and a confident smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Yi Lung's heart skipped a beat. Why didn't this brat dodge? However, at this moment, he had already thrown out his fist. There was no reason to take it back. Who said that I can only sneak attack in the dark? Ning Tian's indifferent voice sounded. Then, there was an explosion in his body. That monstrous spiritual chi soared into the sky, and an enormous spiritual ocean appeared behind him. Over the past few days, Ning Tian's strength had only risen to 2 stars of the Earth King stage, which was not as strong as Yi Lung's. However, the density of the spiritual energy was something that even 10 Yi Lungs could not compare to. Boom. Yi Lung's eyes widened when he saw the enormous spirit sea behind Ning Tian. His eyes were filled with deep shock. Was he really an Earth King realm expert? Even the spiritual energy of a Saint Emperor realm expert was far from being as vast as this spiritual ocean. Don't get distracted during the battle. Suddenly, a voice resounded by his ears, causing Yi Lung's pupils to constrict abruptly. Ning Tian had suddenly arrived by his side. A golden dragon flashed under Ning Tian's feet, and demonic chi condensed in his hand. Then, he struck out with his palm, Earth rank martial art, Sky Demon Palm. In an instant, the black light flickered, and the demonic chi palm sent Yi Lung flying. Puff! Yi Lung spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string. He only stopped after crashing into several trees. The red light in his hand dissipated. Although he had used a martial art, he was sent flying by Ning Tian's palm before he could use it. Cough cough. Yi Lung spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up from the ground. Ning Tian used the roaming dragon step and landed in front of him once again. Cough. Sky Demon Palm. You are the legendary founder of the Tianmo cult, Ning Tian? Yi Lung's eyes flashed with shock. What Ning Tian just used was definitely the Tianmo cult's Sky Demon Palm. However, only 3 people in the entire Tianmo cult knew the Sky Demon Palm, the Empress and the Great Elder. The person in front of him was obviously one of the first 2, so he could only be that one person, the legendary founder of the Tianmo cult, Ning Tian. Damn it! Yi Lung gritted his teeth, and his face was extremely gloomy. Why was this legendary founder of the Tianmo cult completely different from what he had imagined? Wasn't he a gigolo who only knew how to rely on women? But why was he so strong? You have shocked Yi Lung. You are rewarded with entertainment path martial art, Sound of Beast. Sound of Beasts is being comprehended at 10 times the speed. Sound of Beasts has been successfully comprehended. The system's beautiful voice sounded in his mind. Sound of Beasts. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He seemed to be interested. What are you laughing at? Seeing the corners of Ning Tian's mouth lift, Yi Lung immediately became cautious and subconsciously took a few steps back. I'm laughing. You are about to pay a painful price for your actions. Ning Tian's eyes turned cold as he looked at Yi Lung indifferently. Price? Actions? Yi Lung sneered with a look of righteousness. You are from the devil path, and I am from the righteous path. Since ancient times, the righteous path and the evil path have never coexisted. It is only right and proper that the righteous path destroys the evil path. Ridiculous. Ning Tian shook his head slightly. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He said indifferently, the righteous path and the evil path have never been set by the weak. Only the strong can control the real rules. And now, it is obvious that I am stronger than you, so you deserve to die. Humph. Yi Lung snorted coldly. You are not necessarily stronger than me. Even if you have a spiritual C, so what? I have a killer move. Demonic beast gourd, out. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of black light flashed in Yi Lung's hand. A purple gold gourd appeared in his hand. High-level spiritual weapon? Ning Qian's eyes flashed. Then, the demonic beast gourd shook. Then, balls of light of various sizes appeared and rushed out. The balls of light fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, they turned into ferocious demonic beasts. So, that is a spiritual weapon to store demonic beasts. No wonder I didn't find any demonic beasts just now. Looking at the purple gold gourd in Yi Lung's hand, Ning Qian narrowed his eyes. Just now, he wanted to get rid of the demonic beasts of the Imperial Beast Sect before dealing with the disciples of the Imperial Beast Sect. However, after looking around, there was not even a shadow of a demonic beast. It turned out that they were all hidden in the demonic beast gourd. Humph! Almost 100 demonic beasts stood behind Yi Lung. He was instantly emboldened. Although he had just been punched by Ning Qian and his chest was still aching, he was wary of Ning Qian's strength. However, now that there were demonic beasts, he regained his confidence instantly. Ning Qian, you should know that the combat power of the disciples of the Imperial Beast Sect is completely different after they have demonic beasts. Prepare to die. Yi Lung sneered. Then, he took out a flute from his pocket, put it to his mouth, and began to play. The most common way to control demonic beasts was to use the way of music to control demonic beasts' thought. When the flute sounded, the hundreds of demonic beasts behind Yi Lung all had a flash of red in their eyes. Their actions were surprisingly uniform. Seeing this, Yi Lung sneered. He put down the flute and shouted, "Go, tear this kid to pieces." Roar, roar, hiss. In an instant, the eyes of the hundreds of demonic beasts behind him flashed red. They roared and charged toward Ning Qian. Chapter 77. Kid, let's see how you're going to block this. Yi Lung's eyes flashed coldly. Then, he placed the flute next to his mouth and played wildly. The sound of the flute was filled with violence, and the monsters were filled with violence. The faster he played the flute, the faster the monsters moved. The rank 3 armored black bear rushed to the front. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ning Qian. You're dead meat. Yi Lung snorted coldly in his heart. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified, and the sound of the flute became more and more violent. Suddenly, Yi Lung's pupils shrank as he looked at Ning Qian. Ning Qian actually sat down cross-legged in front of the incoming horde of monstrous beasts. Then, a zither made of spiritual energy appeared and was placed on his legs. His hands reached out to touch the zither strings. At this moment, Yi Lung had a bad premonition. This kid, don't tell me, clang. In the next moment, the sound of the zither resounded throughout the forest. The sound of the flute that Yi Lung played with great difficulty was instantly interrupted. Without the sound of the flute, the red light in the eyes of the monsters under his control dissipated instantly. Roar! Even the armored black bear was stunned. The red light in its eyes dissipated. It scratched its head and let out a puzzled sound. Who is it? Where is this? What is it doing? The group of demonic beasts that had woken up from the sound of the flute were all in a state of confusion at this moment. What? Yi Lung exclaimed. He looked at Ning Qian, who was playing the zither continuously, and gritted his teeth. The legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult also knew the sound of the Tao of entertainment. Damn it, is this guy trying to use other Tao of entertainment to interfere with my control of the monsters? But you think too simply of me. A cold light flashed in Yi Lung's eyes. Then, he took a deep breath and began to play the flute again. The sound of the flute and the music of the zither collided continuously. Only the group of demonic beasts in the middle were dumbfounded. The red glow in his eyes disappeared and returned. In one moment, his mind was clear, and in the next moment, his face was blank. Roar, 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 roar. After a while, the zither music slowly stopped, and the flute music instantly took over. After the hellish torment, the eyes of the group of demonic beasts were once again filled with a scarlet color. Roar. The armored black bear's furious roar seemed to be filled with relief. Holy *T, I'm finally free. Brat, it seems like I'm still the one who's suffering. When he saw Ning Qian stop, Yi Lung smiled proudly. However, he seemed to have paid a heavy price for this victory. Due to blowing too hard, his lips were swollen like sausages. You really think you've won? Ning Qian glanced at Yi Lang's sausage-like mouth and said indifferently. Yi Lung sneered, it's just that you can't afford to lose. However, Ning Qian's next words made Yi Lang's expression change. Don't tell me you didn't realize that I was playing the zither one note at a time? What? Yi Lung was stunned. He frowned and thought back to what had happened. Then, his expression changed drastically. He seemed to have remembered. Just now, Ning Qian's zither music seemed to have been playing the zither one note at a time and never connected them together. That's right. Ning Qian just used Yi Lung to familiarize himself with the music Dao of the Sound of Beast. Your music Dao of the Sound of Beasts is too bad. Ning Qian's hand returned to the zither with spirit energy. A glint flashed in his eyes. Next, I'll teach you what the music Dao of Beasts is. What? Impossible. Yi Lung's expression changed and he immediately denied, you can't possibly know the music Dao of Beasts. That's me, clang. Before Yi Lung could finish his sentence, he heard the sound of zither music. Then, the red light in the eyes of the 100 beasts instantly dissipated and turned into a firm black light. What? Music Dao of Beast. You know it too. Yi Lung was stunned at this moment. Immediately, he reacted. Without caring about his sausage-like mouth, he directly picked up the flute and began to play, trying to regain control of the beasts. However, the black light in the eyes of the beasts was firm and not affected at all. Just like the zither music, it was indestructible like a boulder. Hiss. Yi Lung gasped. His music Dao of Beasts was actually not comparable to Ning Qian's music Dao of Beast. Yi Lung, your retribution is here. Ning Qian looked coldly at Yi Lung. His words were like the declaration of the Grim Reaper. At this moment, his fingers were constantly changing and the zither music was filled with murderous intent. Roar. In merely an instant, the 100 demonic beasts instantly changed sides and charged ferociously towards Yi Lung. Amongst them, the strongest, the armored black bear, was still the fastest. Seeing the strongest beasts that he had in the past charging towards him, Yi Lung's face turned gloomy. He felt as if he had eaten *T. Originally, it was a trump card that he used to deal with Ning Qian. However, it had now become a weapon to deal with him. Even if he wanted to use the demonic beast gourd to recall the beasts, he could not do so because the beasts were no longer under his control. Roar! Roar! In an instant, a group of beasts charged towards him, accompanied by the zither music that was filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, Yi Lung had no other choice. He could only circulate his spiritual energy to kill the beasts and protect himself. In the forest, Ning Qian sat cross-legged with the zither on his lap. The murderous music continued to play as the group of beasts charged towards Yi Lung, casually playing the zither to kill someone with a borrowed knife. How cool! Most importantly, this knife was borrowed from Yi Lung himself. Clang! 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 The music of the guzheng and the sound of taming beasts continued to play. Under the control of the music Dao of Slaughter, these demonic beasts charged at Yi Lung fearlessly. Yi Lung retreated in defeat. Fresh blood continued to flow from his body. However, he continued to kill the beast. 10 minutes later, Yi Lung's knife ended the life of the armored black bear with a single slash. He was covered in blood and fell to the ground weakly. Now, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Clang tilde the zither music also stopped at this moment. Ning Qian waved his hand gently and the zither dissipated. He slowly got up and walked towards Yi Lung. How is it? How does it feel to be defeated by the way of beast taming that you are so proud of? Ning Qian looked indifferent as he looked down at Yi Lung. You. Fart. Yi Lung's face was extremely ugly. He was already seriously injured. When he heard Ning Qian's words, he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. You, what are you doing? Before he could wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he was shocked to see a flaming sword appear in Ning Qian's hand. Chapter 78. Ning Qian didn't say anything. His expression was cold. The Scarlet Heaven sword in his hand had changed as his strength increased. Although there was still rust on the sword, it was much less than before. Furthermore, the flames on his sword had clearly become even denser. He held the Scarlet Heaven sword in his hand and looked down at Yi Leng, who was lying on the ground. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he stabbed the sword into Yi Leng's chest. Slash. This stab is for the people of Tianfeng City. This stab is for my Tianmo cult disciple. Slash. One stab, another stab. Ah. Cold sweat dripped down Yi Leng's forehead as he screamed in agony. This stab is for Peach. This stab is for Li Changde. You killed my disciple. I want your life. The murderous intent in Ning Tian's eyes didn't diminish. He looked at Yi Leng's arms and swung his sword. Under the two flames, the sword flashed. In an instant, Yi Leng's arms fell to the side and blood flowed out. Kill me. I beg you, kill me. At this moment, Yi Leng couldn't bear the pain anymore. He begged Ning Tian to give him a quick death. Kill you? Ning Tian sneered. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. When you killed my Tianmo cult disciple, did you give him a quick death? He had already checked. Li Changde wasn't the only one. There were at least hundreds of sword wounds on the bodies of the other disciples. These wounds weren't fatal, but they could inflict fatal pain. Yi Leng had used this method to slowly torture the Tianmo cult disciples to death. Hearing Ning Tian's words, Yi Leng was instantly stunned. His eyes were filled with deep despair. You can't escape. This is your price, and also your life. Ning Tian glanced at Yi Leng indifferently and slowly raised his sword. How did you treat the disciples of my Tianmo cult? I'll make you pay back 100 times, 1,000 times over. The disciples of the Tianmo cult aren't that easy to kill. At this moment, the genius disciple of the School of Imperial Beasts was actually trembling non-stop. His eyes were filled with deep despair. Following that, screams of despair began to ring out from the forest. Tianfeng City. Li Changsheng heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the piles of corpses that were packed into body bags, his eyes were filled with gloom. Senior brother Li, we've almost cleaned up all the bloodstains in Wind City. Lin Yi walked over and said to Li Changsheng. Good. Li Changsheng nodded and looked at the entire Tianfeng City. It's about time. Go and inform the ancestral master. We can now go and settle the score with those bastards from the School of Imperial Beast. Lin Yi nodded, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Finally, he could go and find those bastards from the School of Imperial Beast. Immediately, he turned around and walked into the city, hoping to find Ning Tian. But after a while, he returned to Li Changsheng's side, looking somewhat flustered. Li Changsheng saw him return and couldn't help but frown. Lin Yi, why are you back again? Senior brother Li, this is bad. The ancestral master is missing. Lin Yi's face was a little pale as he said in a low voice. What? The ancestral master is missing? Li Changsheng's face changed drastically, and he swallowed hard. My dear ancestral master, please don't run around. If something happens to you, how are we going to explain it to the Empress? At this moment, Li Changsheng was panicking. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find him. We have to find the ancestral master even if we have to search the entire Ill-Wind mountain range. Li Changsheng gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Yes. Lin Yi's heart was beating wildly. The ancestral master was missing. A living person had actually disappeared without a trace. This wasn't King's surprise, it was a shock. Just as Li Changsheng was about to lead the other disciples to look for Ning Tian, a voice rang out. Don't look for him. I'm here. The ancestral master. Li Changsheng was stunned when he heard the familiar voice. Then, a huge weight was lifted from his heart. He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen to the ancestral master. How crazy would the entire Tianmo cult be if that happened? At this moment, a group of Tianmo cult disciples gathered around. Ning Tian's figure appeared on the city wall. He seemed to be holding something in his hand. Bang! Ning Tian threw the thing over. It landed on the ground with a dull thud. What was that? Li Changsheng and the other disciples looked over curiously. Their expressions changed instantly when they saw it. It was a young man who was covered in blood. He was barely breathing and had lost his hands. Ancestral master, he is. Li Changsheng frowned slightly and looked at Ning Tian on the city wall. The other disciples also looked at him in confusion. Ning Tian jumped down from the city wall. He glanced at Yi Lung on the ground and said calmly, "The young master of the school of imperial beasts, Yi Lung." Yi Lung. What? Yi Lung from the school of imperial beast? At first, everyone was stunned. However, when they heard the words young master of the school of imperial beasts, they immediately reacted. This guy who was almost reduced to a human stick was the young master of the school of imperial beasts, Yi Lung. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Li Changsheng gulped as he looked at Ning Tian and asked, "Patriarch, what did you do just now?" "Oh." Ning Tian said calmly, "I was in a bad mood, so I went for a walk and killed a bunch of people." Hiss! Killed people while taking a walk? Although Ning Tian said it casually, how could Li Changsheng and the others not understand that their ancestral master had single-handedly wiped out hundreds of people from the school of imperial beast? He single-handedly wiped out hundreds of people. Moreover, Yi Leng and many other beasts were among them. However, not only did their ancestral master return in a carefree manner, but he was also uninjured and not stained with blood. How did their ancestral master do it? In an instant, Li Changsheng and the others' understanding of Ning Tian rose to a whole new level. Their ancestral master could not be measured by the strength of an ordinary Earth King. You have shocked Li Changsheng and the others. You are rewarded with 5,000 spiritual energy cultivation point. When the system's voice fell, Ning Tian immediately felt a huge amount of spiritual energy appear in his body. The battle just ended. Now that the huge amount of spiritual energy entered his body, he instantly felt that he was about to break through. Then, Ning Tian looked at Li Changsheng and the others. "This guy isn't dead yet. I left his legs on purpose to make him kneel to the undead. Watch for yourselves." Then, he leaped onto the city wall, sat down cross-legged, and began his breakthrough. Hearing this, killing intent flashed in Li Changsheng and the others' eyes as they looked at Yi Lung. At this moment, Yi Lung's heart was about to break down. The torment came so quickly. Chapter 79. A few minutes later. Yi Lung had lost his vitality and was kneeling in front of the gates of Tianfeng City. He had ordered the corpses of Li Changde and Sister Dao to be hung above the city gates and exposed to the sun for a day. Now, it was the cycle of the heavens. He would also have to pay the price for his actions. "Changde, Taozi, this is a consolation for you." Li Changsheng looked at Yi Lung's corpse, his eyes filled with grief. The dead could not be brought back to life. This was the only thing he could do. "Let's go find the ancestral master," Li Changsheng said, and left with a group of grieving disciples of the Tianmo cult. Although they had gotten their revenge, they still could not feel happy. That was because a dead person was still a dead person. What they had lost could not be regained. Li Changsheng and his group entered Tianfeng City. "Senior brother Li, what is the ancestral master doing?" When they saw Ning Tian sitting cross-legged on the city wall, waves of moonlight sprinkled on his body as if he was wearing a silver sheen, they could not help but ask curiously. When Li Changsheng saw the scene on Ning Tian's body, he was slightly dazed. After a while, he came back to his senses. "The ancestral master has broken through again." "Be quiet," he said to the disciples beside him. "Broke through again?" Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the surrounding disciples were stunned. A hint of astonishment flashed in their eyes. One by one, they began to whisper among themselves. "The ancestral master's breakthrough speed is so fast." Of course. Otherwise, why would everyone say that the ancestral master will always be a god? The ancestral master is awesome. Do you really think that it's just a shout? Hehe, you're right. The ancestral master is awesome. The group of disciples' burning gazes were all on Ning Tian. After a while, Ning Tian's body was rising steadily, like a hot knife through butter. "Congratulations to the host for breaking through. You are now a 3-star Earth King." As the system's voice fell, the spiritual energy that Ning Tian was constantly emitting from his body was constantly being retracted. Phew! Ning Tian opened his eyes, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and slowly got up. Seeing that Li Changsheng and the others were looking at him, he asked calmly, "How is it? Is everything settled?" "Yes." Li Changsheng nodded and pointed at the city gates. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yi Lung is already dead. But even if he died, he got off too easy." Hearing this, Ning Tian looked over. After discovering that Yi Lung was dead, the demonic beast gourd became ownerless. That demonic beast gourd was a high-grade spirit artifact, and it could store demonic beasts. It would be a waste not to take it. "Take the disciple's corpse and let's go," Ning Tian said. Then, he turned around and walked towards the city gate. "Yes, Patriarch." Li Changsheng nodded his head. Soon after, he called for a group of disciples to take the corpse and leave Tianfeng City. Outside Tianfeng City, Ning Tian and the rest mounted their blaze windchaser horses. "Patriarch, what should we do now?" Li Changsheng rode closer and asked. Ning Tian pondered for a moment. Then, he said calmly, "Let's return to the Tianmo cult first." "Yes." Li Changsheng immediately called for a group of disciples. The group rode their blaze windchaser horses and rushed towards the Tianmo cult. At this speed, they would arrive at the Tianmo cult by dawn. A ball of fiery light galloped through the forest of the Chill Wind mountain range. Just as they were about to leave the Chill Wind mountain range, a tremor came from the ground. Rumble. 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 Is this another wave of demonic beasts? Li Changsheng and the other disciples looked not far away. Sure enough, they saw a group of demonic beasts rushing out from the depths of the Chill Wind mountain range. The group could only order their blaze windchaser horses to stop and let the wave of demonic beasts pass by first. Ning Tian sat on his horse and looked at the demonic beasts. He frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. The demonic beasts seemed to be panicking, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. If it was an ordinary wave of demonic beasts, it would definitely not be here. "Patriarch, it is said that the Chill Wind mountain range has not been peaceful recently." Seeing Ning Tian looking at the demonic beasts, Li Changsheng thought that he was interested in the demonic beasts, so he came over and said, "Waves of demonic beasts often rush out from there. Also, it is strange that these waves of demonic beasts appear all the time, regardless of whether it is day or night." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Waves of demonic beasts. More than 90% of the demonic beasts appeared at night. But now, waves of demonic beasts appeared frequently in the Chill Wind mountain range. This was a little strange. "It seems that I have to find out what is going on." Ning Tian's eyes flashed. Then, he rode his blaze windchaser horse toward the wave of demonic beasts. Seeing this, Li Changsheng and the group of Tianmo cult disciples were stunned. Is the Patriarch going to kill the demonic beasts again? There were only some first and second stage demonic beasts in front of them, so they were not worried that Ning Tian would be in trouble. But when they saw Ning Tian take out his zither again, they were all stunned. Is the Patriarch really going to kill the demonic beasts? Chapter 80. However, when Ning Tian's zither started to play, the demonic beasts didn't die. Instead, they all stopped moving. Li Changsheng and the other disciples were stunned. What's going on? As Ning Tian's zither continued to play, the demonic beasts started to walk toward them. This is, Li Changsheng's eyes flashed with doubt. Then, he realized something. This is the Imperial Beast Sect's Imperial Beast technique. Something's not right. As soon as he said that, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He had seen the Imperial Beast Sect's Imperial Beast technique before. Most of them used flutes as symbols. Moreover, they weren't as advanced as the one the founder was using. Ancestral Master, this is another beast taming technique. Li Changsheng sucked in a breath of cold air. Sword Dao, Music Dao, and now the Imperial Beast Dao. Does the founder really want to gather all 3,000 great Dao? Li Changsheng was shocked. Not only did the founder master 3 Daos, but he was also very familiar with each of them. The surrounding disciples let out a bitter laugh. He had long since become accustomed to the series of shocking actions of the Ancestral Master. After all, he was the founder. It wasn't too much to go against the heavens once in a while. At this moment, Ning Tian had already completely controlled the group of demonic beasts. He waved his hand at the demonic beast in the front, signaling it to come over. It was a white tiger. Second-rank demonic beast, white mystic tiger. Let's go. Bring me to the Chill Wind mountain range. Ning Tian looked at the white mystic tiger and ordered. Woo! 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 Hearing this, the white mystic tiger's eyes flashed with fear. It actually let out a whimper and shook its head. It seemed to be unwilling. Seeing this, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. He played the ancient zither again, and the imperial beast technique sounded out again. The white mystic tiger's eyes flashed with a black light, and it instantly became obedient. Bring me to see what you're afraid of. Ning Tian ordered again. Awu. This time, Bai Xuanhu nodded, turned around, and walked towards the Chill Wind mountain range. Seeing this, Ning Tian followed. A group of Tianmo cult disciples also wanted to follow, but Ning Tian stopped them. Don't follow me. Just wait for me here. Right now, he had the swimming dragon steps and the flashing teleportation technique. If there really was any danger in this mountain range, he could still escape. However, if he brought along a group of Tianmo cult disciples, that might not be the case. Moreover, if these second-rank demonic beasts could escape from it, it meant that the things inside only made them afraid, but for some reason, they couldn't do anything to them. Otherwise, how could mere second-order demonic beasts escape? Hearing Ning Tian's words, the group of disciples could only nod their heads and stay where they were. However, Li Changsheng was still worried and insisted on following. Ning Tian didn't bother with him. After all, Li Changsheng was different from the other disciples. At the very least, he had the strength of an Earth King, so he could protect himself. Soon after, the two of them rode on the Flame Windchaser horse and followed Bai Xuanhu into the depths of the Chill Wind mountain range. After a while, Bai Xuanhu didn't continue to walk into the Chill Wind mountain range. Instead, it rushed towards an extremely high cliff. Seeing this, Ning Tian and Li Changsheng's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Founder, should we continue to follow it? Li Changsheng looked at Ning Tian with a trace of inquiry in his eyes. Just follow it. Ning Tian said indifferently. Bai Xuanhu was now under the control of the imperial beast voice, so it wouldn't do anything to harm its master. Soon after, the two of them rode their horses and followed Bai Xuanhu, climbing up the cliff. Awu! After climbing up the cliff, Bai Xuanhu let out a roar. Soon after, it roared a few times at Ning Tian, as if it was hinting him to look down the cliff. Seeing this, Ning Tian slightly frowned. He got down from the Flame Windchaser horse and walked towards the cliff. Soon after, he looked down. Looking down from above, he saw a large forest. In the dark night, there seemed to be something flickering. Ning Tian looked over and squinted his eyes. In an instant, his expression changed. This is... Hey! Founder, what's wrong? Seeing Ning Tian's surprised expression, Li Changsheng was also surprised. He immediately got down from the Flame Windchaser horse and walked to Ning Tian's side, looking in the direction that Ning Tian was looking at. What the F***ck? In the next moment, Li Changsheng's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. What the hell is this? Looking down from here, a huge spiritual energy barrier covered the entire forest. The most terrifying thing was that within the spiritual energy barrier, there was a huge black figure that was at least 100 meters tall. It looked like a mountain, but it wasn't a mountain. Faintly, there were waves of movement. That was breathing. Was it a living thing? Ning Tian put away the astonishment in his eyes and asked the system, "System, do you know what this thing is?" The system quickly gave him an answer. According to the system's analysis, this should be a 6th rank or higher Tomb Guardian demonic beast. 6th rank or higher Tomb Guardian demonic beast. Ning Tian was surprised. Wouldn't that be equivalent to a Holy Emperor demonic beast? But if it was a Tomb Guardian demonic beast, wouldn't that mean that it was guarding a tomb? A Celestial Master's tomb? Or a Divine Emperor's tomb? Chapter 81. A Mausoleum. Ning Tian did not expect such a treasure land to be hidden in the Chilliwind mountain range. A mausoleum of a celestial venerable or an even more powerful god emperor. Who knew how many treasures there would be? This is a mausoleum of a celestial venerable or a god emperor. The surprise in Ning Tian's eyes slowly dissipated as he said indifferently. A celestial venerable, or even a god emperor's mausoleum? Li Changsheng's eyes widened instantly. The corner of his mouth twitched as he sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was a celestial venerable's mausoleum, it would be fine. If it was a god emperor's mausoleum, it would probably attract the attention of many forces. Ancestral Master, what should we do now? Li Changsheng's heart was beating wildly as he looked at Ning Tian. The appearance of the mausoleum left him at a loss. What else can we do? We can only go back first. Ning Tian looked down. Not only was there a tomb guardian beast, but there was also a huge spiritual energy barrier that enveloped the entire forest below. Let's go back first and think about it at length. Ning Tian turned around and mounted the blazing wind-chasing horse. He reminded Li Changsheng, "Changsheng, don't tell anyone about this first." Ning Tian thought that if this was really a celestial venerable or a god emperor's mausoleum, he could just bring his cheap wife over and let the Tianmo cult take all the treasures in the mausoleum. Wouldn't that be great? Yes, Changsheng understands. Li Changsheng nodded and turned to mount the horse. The two of them prepared to go down the mountain. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound came from behind them. The two of them turned around and looked over. Boom! Rumble! They saw that the huge tomb guardian beast within the spiritual energy barrier seemed to have awakened. The huge body moved slightly, causing the ground to tremble and the trees to collapse instantly. Then, in the middle of the barrier, the soil and water collapsed, and a magnificent palace slowly rose from the ground. The entire palace was old, and the only entrance was tightly shut. This should be the mausoleum. Ning Tian looked at the majestic palace and could not help but sigh. There were many types of mausoleums. To use an entire palace as a mausoleum was a huge investment. The palace mausoleum rose from the ground and occupied several hundred meters of land. This luxurious style also seemed to confirm the extraordinariness of the owner of the mausoleum. This also showed that there were definitely many good things inside. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of extremely powerful spirit chi erupted from the entire palace and spread out in all directions. Then, the originally almost transparent spirit energy barrier was strengthened. Vaguely, a blue spiritual chi boundary enveloped the entire mausoleum palace. Immediately after, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the center of the mausoleum and into the sky. What is this? Li Changsheng's eyes widened. That light soared into the sky, and it was likely that many forces in the vicinity of the Chillwind mountain range would notice it. At this moment, Ning Tian didn't care what the light that shot into the sky was. He was speechless. He only knew that his plan was ruined. Wasn't it obvious that this beam of light was going to be discovered by others? Roar! Suddenly, the gigantic tomb guardian beast roared. When the palace appeared, it was completely awakened. The roar brought along waves of pressure. This made the nearby white mystic tiger tremble in fear. If it wasn't controlled by the sound of beasts, it would have turned around and fled. Along with the tomb guardian beast's roar, all the beasts and birds in the Chillwind mountain range were startled. Waves of beasts fled from the vicinity of the barrier. Within the Chillwind mountain range, many people who entered to search for treasures heard the roar, and their faces changed. When they raised their heads, they saw the dazzling beam of light soaring into the sky. What is that? They furrowed their brows. Let's go. Let's hurry back to the sect and inform the sect leader. On the cliff. Changsheng, let's go. Ning Tian glanced at the tomb guardian beast and turned around to leave. Yes, ancestral master. Li Changsheng rode his horse and followed. Below the cliff, a group of Tianmo cult disciples were trembling. Because at this moment, there were many powerful beasts rushing out from the forest around them. But fortunately, these beasts seemed to only care about escaping and didn't attack them. That beam of light, what is it? They also saw the blue beam of light that shot straight to the sky, and they were also curious. At this moment, in the forest, two flames flickered. It was Ning Tian and Li Changsheng riding the blazing wind-chasing horse. Ancestral master. Senior brother Li, the group of disciples hurriedly saluted. Yes, let's go. Ning Tian nodded and said to the crowd. Ancestral Master, what is that blue beam of light? A disciple curiously looked at the blue beam of light and couldn't help but ask. You will know soon. Ning Tian said and didn't explain. Then, he looked at the beasts controlled by the sound of beasts. With the white mystic tiger as the leader, there were about 30 beasts. But among them, 20 were rank 1 beasts. Ning Tian didn't plan to take rank 1 beasts. After all, rank 1 beasts were equivalent to the Black Martial Master level, rank 2 beasts were equivalent to the Spirit Detecting realm, rank 3 and 4 beasts were equivalent to the Earth King realm, and rank 5 and 6 beasts were equivalent to the Saint Emperor realm. He snapped his fingers at the 20 rank 1 beasts, and the sound of beasts controlling them instantly disappeared. After regaining consciousness, they immediately scattered in all directions. As for the white mystic tiger and the remaining 10 rank 2 beasts, Ning Tian didn't hesitate to put them into the demonic beast gourd he took from Yi Lung. 11 rank 2 beasts turned into streaks of light and rushed into the demonic beast gourd in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Li Changsheng and the others couldn't help but sigh. The ancestral master had too many tricks up his sleeve. Let's go. After doing all this, Ning Tian put away the demonic beast gourd and rode on the blazing wind-chasing horse. Leading the group of Tianmo cult disciples, they turned into streaks of light in the dark night and rushed toward the Tianmo cult. Several hours later, when the beam of light appeared in the Chill Wind mountain range, many forces in the vicinity of the Chill Wind mountain range were shocked. Then, he sent many disciples over to find out what was going on. When they learned that there was a huge demonic beast and a magnificent palace in the Chill Wind mountain range, they instantly became excited. There must be a great treasure in the palace. Unfortunately, when they wanted to enter the palace, they were blocked by a huge barrier. The news of the Chill Wind mountain range spread far and wide. Tianmo cult. On the cliff where the demonic palace was located, Luo Wuqing gazed into the distance. There was a blue beam of light shooting into the sky. Empress, that direction, seems to be the Chill Wind mountain range. The Supreme Elder frowned and looked at the blue beam of light with a solemn expression. Luo Wuqing nodded. Will the ancestral master be in danger? The Supreme Elder couldn't help but worry. Chapter 82. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing pondered for a while, and her eyebrows slightly creased. I'll go find him. After saying this, she turned around and walked out of the demonic palace. No need to go. At this time, outside the main hall, Ning Tian's hearty laughter sounded. Along with the sound, Ning Tian walked in from outside the main hall. Seeing this guy unscathed and in high spirits, Luo Wuqing and the Supreme Elder heaved a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Ning Tian walked over, hugged Luo Wuqing's soft and slender waist, and asked with a naughty smile, Wife, are you worried about me? Seeing this scene, the Supreme Elder hurriedly turned around in embarrassment. He sighed in his heart. It's good to be young. When this old man was young, this old man could hold several beauties with one hand, cough cough. Being hugged by Ning Tian, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. When did this guy become so bold? Then, she gently broke free from Ning Tian's embrace, and said in a cold voice, Worried about you? You think too much. Hearing this, Ning Tian smiled happily. He naturally knew that this cheap wife of his was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She always had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Tell me, what happened in the Chill Wind mountain range? Luo Wuqing looked at Ning Tian and asked. Ning Tian replied, A palace mausoleum appeared in the Chill Wind mountain range. A palace tomb? Luo Wuqing and the Supreme Elder's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Ning Tian nodded. After which, he slowly described everything that he had seen on the Chill Wind mountain range from the top of the cliff. After which, the two of them sank into silence. 6th grade or even higher tomb guardian demon beasts. The tomb of a heavenly venerable or even a god emperor. It seemed that there were still many things hidden in the Chill Wind mountain range. Luo Wuqing pondered for a moment before saying, If it's just the tomb of a celestial venerate, it shouldn't attract too many forces. If it's the tomb of a great emperor among god emperors, I'm afraid the entire celestial spirit region will be in an uproar. Hearing her words, Ning Tian and the Supreme Elder both nodded. If it was a great emperor's tomb, even Luo Wuqing and all the other great emperors in the heavenly spirit region would be tempted. This was because only great emperors knew how rich a great emperor's foundation was. Luo Wuqing looked at Ning Tian. According to your words, if it's only a 6th-rank monster beast, then there's an 80 to 90% chance that it's the celestial venerated mausoleum. If you want to go when the time comes, I can ask the Supreme Elder to take you there. After all, there was no need for celestial emperors to enter the celestial venerates mausoleum. Instead, it would attract the attention of other emperor god experts and make the situation even more complicated. Yes, Your Majesty. The Supreme Elder did not have any objections. He. Ning Tian smiled and moved closer to Luo Wuqing. Smelling her fragrance, he said with a naughty smile, "Wife, since you're so nice, let your husband give you a kiss." Get lost. A few black lines appeared on Luo Wuqing's forehead. Ha ha ha. Ning Tian laughed because he saw a wisp of redness behind Luo Wuqing's ear. Wife, it's getting late. Let's hurry up and go back to sleep while there's still time. Ning Tian glanced at Luo Wuqing. Immediately, when she was unprepared, he carried her on his shoulder and used the swimming dragon steps to rush out of the main hall. Before leaving, he did not forget to say something to the Supreme Elder in the main hall. Supreme Elder, my wife and I will go to sleep first. You're an old man, don't stay up late. Staying up late will make you bald. Ha ha ha. Hearing Ning Tian's words, the Supreme Elder was stunned. He rubbed his eyes. Just now, the Ancestral Master carried the Empress and ran away. Ning Tian carried Luo Wuqing all the way, which stunned many disciples and elders. When did the Ancestral Master become so fierce? They were stunned for a moment, and then they all gave Ning Tian a thumbs up. Good job, Ancestral Master. Soon, Ning Tian carried Luo Wuqing back to the room. Of course, it was so smooth because Luo Wuqing did not resist. Phew, Ning Tian put Luo Wuqing down and panted heavily. Mother **K, why is a person getting heavier and heavier while carrying him? My wife has a perfect body, she shouldn't be heavy. Heh. Luo Wuqing sat on the bed and said indifferently, "What's wrong? You ran out of strength after carrying me for such a short distance. Can you do it?" Luo Wuqing's words were full of provocation. The reason why Ning Tian was so tired was that she secretly used a little bit of spiritual energy. You. Ning Tian gritted his teeth, looked at Luo Wuqing's seductive appearance, and said jokingly, "Wife, don't ever say that a man can't do it." In an instant, the spiritual energy in his body was rich, and his weak body was suddenly filled with strength. Luo Wuqing was stunned. At this time, the words that the Queen Mother of the West once said appeared in her ears, and she couldn't help but blush. It seemed like, just like what the Queen Mother of the West said, her cheap husband's body was still okay. Seeing Luo Wuqing's beautiful face blushing, Ning Tian felt the blood in his body was ignited. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Hee. Today, I want to eat meat. The next day, Ning Tian got up with a satisfied face, and couldn't help but sigh. The days of eating meat were really beautiful. After that, he casually ate a few steamed buns. Then, he stretched and walked towards the Moonlight Cliff, ready to start cultivating. Under the Moonlight Cliff, there was already a large group of disciples waiting here. Seeing Ning Tian humming a tune as he walked over, they were all a little excited. "Good morning, Ancestral Master." "Greetings, Ancestral Master." Under the Moonlight Cliff, a large group of Tianmo cult disciples all saluted Ning Tian. Good morning. Which hall are you disciples of?" Ning Tian nodded at them, and then asked. Now, almost the entire Tianmo cult knew that if they followed the Ancestral Master to cultivate, they would be able to obtain the blessings bestowed by the Ancestral Master. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, the disciples of the entire Tianmo cult simply lined up the 108 halls one by one. "Ancestral Master, we are disciples of the Sword Hall." A group of disciples replied. "Oh, disciples of the Sword Hall?" Hearing this, Ning Tian smiled. "The Ancestral Master is in a good mood today, so I'll give you some pointers on the Sword Dao." "Ah, The group of Sword Hall disciples was stunned for a moment, and then ecstasy appeared on their faces. Even the Sword Hall elder who cultivated the Sword Tao had said it publicly. Although his strength was stronger than the ancestral master, his understanding of the Sword Tao was far inferior to the ancestral master. This was enough to prove Ning Qian's attainments in the Sword Tao. Thank you, Ancestral Master. Ancestral Master, we love you. Eternal God. The group of Sword Hall disciples were extremely excited, and they thanked Ning Qian. Ding. Absorbing faith energy. Faith energy +1. Faith energy +1. Faith energy +2. Faith energy +3. Current faith energy storage, 220-1000. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Ning Qian's lips curled up slightly. Then, he opened, Faith Cultivation, and began to guide the Sword Hall disciples. Chapter 83. In the evening, after the cultivation ended, the hearts of the group of Sword Hall disciples were overturned by shock. They didn't know how many times the ancestral master had shocked them that day. Almost everyone's comprehension of the Sword Tao had improved by leaps and bounds. Well, today's cultivation will end here. Ning Qian slowly stood up and looked at the faith energy storage. It had changed from 220 to 400. He couldn't help but smile. If this continued, he would be able to condense it again soon. At that time, it would be another big killing move. Everyone, goodbye. With that said, a dragon flashed beneath Ning Qian's feet and she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing the terrifying speed of the patriarch's disappearance, the group of Sword Hall disciples didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Their reverence for the patriarch had reached a new height. Everyone's improvement in Sword Tao was extremely terrifying. They could even imagine the shocked expression on the Sword Hall elder's face when they returned to Sword Hall. In the evening, in Sword Hall, an excited and ecstatic voice resounded throughout the Tianmo cult. F***CK. The patriarch is awesome. In an instant, the entire Tianmo cult was shocked. Soon, on a mountain not far from Sword Hall, the Supreme Elder's cursing voice sounded. Hey, kid, are you still going to sleep? The patriarch told me that I'm old and can't stay up late. I only have a few strands of hair left. You're deliberately going against my hair. Hearing this voice, the Sword Hall elder scratched his head awkwardly. He hurriedly whispered, Supreme Elder, please calm down. I won't disturb your sleep. After saying that, the Sword Hall elder looked at the group of disciples in the hall. His face was a little flushed. Have all of your Sword Tao really broken through to the novice level? Yes. Elder, you might not believe me, but the truth is right here. The group of Sword Hall disciples nodded. Looking at the shock on the Sword Hall elder's face, it was as if he was looking at them during the day. Hiss. The Sword Hall elder sucked in a breath of cold air. Just like the comprehension of cultivation techniques, the attainments in this Tao were divided into 5 levels. First glimpse at the door, minor accomplishment, next level, perfection, and great perfection. Apart from a few talented disciples, the rest of his disciples hadn't even reached the level of elementary insight. They were only at the level of having a rough understanding of the Sword Tao. Because of this, he had a headache for a long time, worrying about how to bring them in. But who would have thought that after a single day of cultivation at the founder's place, all of them would be able to reach the level of novice insight? How could he not be shocked? Patriarch is truly a legend of our Tianmo cult. The Sword Hall elder sighed deeply, and the group of disciples behind him nodded in agreement. Only by seeing the wonders of the ancestral master would one be able to affirm his legend. As for their sighs of approval, Ning Qian naturally couldn't hear them. This was because he was currently hugging the Empress's wife and sleeping soundly. In the next few days, the news about the mausoleum in the Chilliwind Mountains had spread throughout the entire heavenly spirit domain. Many Emperor Realm forces had sent people to check it out. Soon, everyone judged that it should be a celestial master's mausoleum. It was estimated that the barrier guarding the mausoleum would completely dissipate within 10 days. However, since it was a celestial master's mausoleum, as Luo Wuqing had said, some forces immediately announced their withdrawal from the competition. After all, it was only a celestial master's mausoleum. However, There were still some top forces that still joined. Although it was a celestial master's mausoleum, the huge palace mausoleum still spoke of its extraordinariness. 10 days later, the celestial master's mausoleum would open. And this news had also spread to the Tianmo cult. Luo Wuqing immediately decided to let Ning Tian and the Supreme Elder lead the team to the Celestial Master's mausoleum in 10 days. Time passed in the blink of an eye. In just a few days. These days, after hearing about the Sword Hall's disciples, many of the elders were excited, waiting for Ning Tian to change their disciples. And Ning Tian did indeed bring a lot of improvement to the disciples in the hall as they had expected. On the moonlight cliff, Ning Tian stretched and slowly got up. Suddenly, he saw the great elder leading a group of people to the demonic palace. Who is that? Ning Tian found a disciple and asked. Ancestor, that is the king of Dongxing country, Lin Ba, the disciple replied. The king of Dongxing country? Hearing this, Ning Tian frowned and muttered, what is this guy doing in the Tianmo cult? Ning Tian's only impression of Dongxing country was Lin Xiaoyao. That guy actually dared to snatch his wife away from him. He still remembered this resentment. No, I have to go and see what he is up to. Ning Tian made up his mind. After informing the disciples at the foot of the moonlight cliff, he used the swimming dragon steps and rushed to the demonic palace. In the demonic palace, Lin Ba led a group of subordinates and followed the great elder. Luo Wuqing was sitting in the main hall. Greetings, Your Majesty. Lin Ba smiled and bowed to Luo Wuqing. Although he was also an emperor god, he was only a 3-star quasi-emperor. King Lin, you may dispense with the formalities, Luo Wuqing said politely. Then, he looked at Lin Ba and asked, you don't visit a temple without a cause. May I know what brings King Lin to the Tianmo cult? Seeing Luo Wuqing's arrogant attitude, Lin Ba was very unhappy. After all, he was the king of a country. However, he was also a smiling tiger. Although he was unhappy, he always wore a smile on his face. Your Majesty, isn't the Celestial Master's mausoleum in the Chilliwind Mountains opening in a few days? Dongxing country would like to cooperate with the Tianmo cult. Oh! Luo Wuqing raised his eyebrows slightly. May I know what kind of cooperation King Lin would like to have with the Tianmo cult? Hee hee. Lin Ba smiled. Of course, we would like to help each other. Our people will enter the Celestial Master's mausoleum together. If we obtain any treasures, Dongxing country can give them all up. We only need the Tianmo cult to help us find something. What is it? Luo Wuqing narrowed his eyes and asked calmly. Pure heart, not grass. Lin Ba looked at Luo Wuqing. This grass can heal my son's injuries. I heard that the pure heart not grass grows in places of extreme yin. The Celestial Master's mausoleum might have it. If it weren't for the fact that it was inappropriate for him, as an emperor god, to intervene in the Celestial Master's mausoleum and cause dissatisfaction among the other forces, he would have gone in himself. Some of the disciples of Dongxing country were no match for the disciples of other emperor realm forces. Therefore, he could only cooperate. And since time was pressing, he could only set his target of cooperation on the Sky Demon cult beside him. Although he had already secretly cooperated with the righteous faction, it didn't affect his idea of using the Tianmo cult as a tool for the time being. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Luo Wuqing seemed to be uninterested. What do you think, Empress? Lin Ba looked at Luo Wuqing intently. Just as Luo Wuqing was about to answer, a hearty voice sounded from outside the hall. Oh, isn't this King Lin Ba? I wonder if Prince Lin Xiaoyao is doing well? At the mention of Lin Xiaoyao, Lin Ba's expression darkened. He turned around and saw a handsome young man walking in with an apple in his mouth. It's you. The legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult. Lin Ba's expression changed when he saw Ning Tian. Chapter 84. It's you. Lin Ba narrowed his eyes at Ning Tian. It was this guy who crippled the son he was most proud of. Ning Tian took a bite of the apple and looked at Lin Ba. Why? King Lin Ba, do you miss me? Hearing Ning Tian's words and looking at his sneaky smile, Lin Ba's heart burned with anger. Not only do I miss you to death. Although Lin Ba had such thoughts in his heart, he still maintained a smile on his face. He pretended to be fine and smiled. Who in the entire Sky Spirit region doesn't know the name of the legendary founder of the Tianmo cult? I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. Oh. Ningmo smiled and took a bite of the apple. He sat down on a chair and asked, "How is Prince Xiaoyao now?" Hearing Ning Tian mention his sore spot, Lin Ba gritted his teeth. The smile on his face was uglier than crying. "Founder, I don't really want to answer this question. You can ask another one." "Oh, is Prince Xiaoyao's Dao heart safe?" Lin Ba's face darkened. "Founder, this question is no different from the previous one." "Oh. How is Prince Xiaoyao's body?" Lin Ba was about to go crazy. Then, he took a deep breath. "My son's body is still recovering. His Dao heart is also recovering." Oh, I see." Ning Tian nodded and took a big bite of the apple. He muttered, "Your son's Dao heart is indeed not very good. It's as brittle as tofu. It really needs to be strengthened." "Yes. Founder, you're right." Lin Ba almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Looking at Lin Ba, who was furious but could only swallow his anger, Grand Elder and the others couldn't help but snicker. Founder's move was simply shameless. They had never seen such a shameless person. Founder is so despicable. Lin Ba felt like someone stuffed a mouthful of feces into his mouth. After fainting from the stench, the person who stuffed the feces blamed him for not being able to withstand the stench. "Ancestral Master, some time ago, my son was immature and offended you." At this moment, Lin Ba suddenly said something that no one had expected. "On behalf of my son, I apologize to Ancestral Master." 3 big question marks immediately appeared above the heads of the first elder and the others. They understood Lin Ba and naturally knew that his personality was that of an arrogant person. At the very least, he wouldn't apologize to anyone. But now, Ning Tian was also dumbfounded by Lin Ba's actions. Very quickly, a glint flashed across his eyes. He seemed to have understood what Lin Ba was trying to do. He was probably afraid that Ning Tian would make things difficult for the Empress and make her reject his request. Therefore, he decided to strike first to gain the upper hand so that Ning Tian would have nothing to say. And the facts proved that Lin Ba really did succeed. Ning Tian didn't know what to say when she heard this. Ning Tian frowned slightly. HMPH. Seeing this, Lin Ba laughed in his heart. "Kid, you're too slow to fight with me." Then, he looked at Luo Wuqing and bowed slightly. "I wonder if the Empress will agree to the cooperation I mentioned." At this moment, Lin Ba's lips curled into a smile. It was a smile of confidence. Without Ning Tian's interference, this cooperation was in the bag. Luo Wuqing glanced at Ning Tian and saw his frown. Then, he looked at Lin Ba. "No, I'm not interested in this cooperation. My Tianmo cult is fully capable, and I don't want others to drag us down." Lin Ba was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted. "WH. What?" Hearing this, the confident smile on Lin Ba's face disappeared, and a deep panic flashed across his eyes. "Empress, this. Why is this? As I said, my Tianmo cult is already capable, and we don't need anyone else." Luo Wuqing's voice was cold and dignified, leaving no room for argument. Hearing this, Lin Ba's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Yes. I understand. In that case, we'll take our leave first." Then, he turned around and shouted to the group of Dongxing experts behind him, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." The group of experts from Dongxing Kingdom followed Lin Ba and left in disgrace. Seeing this, the Great Elder and the others couldn't help but snicker. In the main hall, Luo Wuqing looked at Ning Tian and said, "Say what you want to say. Remember, this is the Tianmo cult, and I'm behind you." Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, and his heart was filled with gratitude. He moved closer to the Empress and said, "Wife, you've touched me. I have to reward you." "You don't have to reward me." Hearing this, Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment. Then, he understood what this guy meant by reward. He gritted his teeth and refused without hesitation. "No, you want to." No, I don't want to. No, you really want to. No, I really don't want to. Looking at the main hall, the Great Elder and the others were dumbfounded. The Great Elder and the Empress were talking about whether they wanted to or not. What was there to think about? Chapter 85. Outside of the Tianmo cult. Lin Ba gritted his teeth. Ah! Roars could be heard coming from the deep forest. Trees were reduced to ashes by the raging spiritual energy. The group of experts from Dongxing Kingdom could only hide far away and wait for the monarch to vent his anger. After a while, almost the entire forest was reduced to sawdust and the ground cracked. Lin Ba's anger dissipated a little. His eyes flashed coldly. Luo Wuqing, Ning Tian, since you're like this, don't blame me for being heartless. He gritted his teeth. Hu Das-han, come over here. Hearing that, a burly man walked out from the group of experts from Dongxing Kingdom. What's wrong, my lord? You, go to the Alliance of Righteous Sects and tell them that I want to work with them, Lin Ba said in a deep voice. Yes, my lord. Hu Das-han nodded and hurriedly left. Me. Luo Wuqing, I'll make you kneel before me one day. I'd like to see if you'll still be as arrogant as you are now. Lin Ba muttered to himself with a cold look in his eyes. His words sent chills down the spines of the elites of Dongxing. Their lord's words were terrifying. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the opening day of the Chilliwind Mountain Range Celestial Venerate Mausoleum. Many forces were already on their way there. As for Ning Tian. These days, Ning Tian ate meat and vegetables occasionally. After all, Ning Tian was not a picky eater. Inside the Tianmo cult, Ning Tian was sleeping on his stomach. His saliva dripped onto the pillow. He vaguely heard someone calling him, "Get up." Then, he felt a cool sensation on his body. A jade-like foot kicked his butt. The owner of the foot was hugging the blanket and looking at Ning Tian, who was sleeping soundly. If you don't get up, you don't have to go to the Celestial Venerate Mausoleum. Yes. I was too tired last night. Ning Tian said in a daze. Tired my ass. I didn't do anything yesterday. Luo Wuqing stared blankly and his face darkened. Then, the entire Tianmo cult seemed to hear a blood-curdling scream. 10 minutes later, Ning Tian followed Luo Wuqing to the square of the demonic palace. Seeing the two of them, the Supreme Elder immediately walked over with a smile. Ancestral Master, this is. Looking at Ning Tian's swollen sausage-like mouth, he couldn't help but be stunned. The other disciples all looked over with puzzled gazes. Cough, at the side, Luo Wuqing coughed dryly and turned his head as if nothing had happened. However, no one noticed that there was a trace of redness behind her ear. I'm fine. I was just bitten by a pig. Ning Tian coughed dryly. He couldn't say that he wanted to eat meat last night but didn't succeed and was bitten by his wife, could he? How embarrassing would that be? Bitten by a pig. The Supreme Elder was stunned and looked at the disciples beside him. Does our Tianmo cult have pigs? No. The group of disciples also scratched their heads in confusion. Even if there were pigs, with the Ancestral Master's cultivation base, how could he have been bitten? Beside him, after Luo Wuqing heard this, he gritted his teeth and viciously pinched a certain someone's waist. You're the pig. Your whole family is pigs. Hiss. The sudden pain made Ning Tian's body tremble. Ancestral Master, what's wrong with you? The Supreme Elder was puzzled. It's nothing. I just sprained my waist. Ning Tian was in the wrong and didn't know what to say. The Supreme Elder shook his head. Ancestral Master, you're so young. You can't say that your waist is weak. If your waist is weak, how will you give us in the future? Stop. Hearing the Supreme Elder's words getting farther and farther away, Ning Tian hurriedly interrupted him. Okay, Supreme Elder, is everyone here? Luo Wuqing spoke at this time, looking at the Supreme Elder. Yes, Your Majesty. This time, including the Ancestral Master and myself, there are a total of 20 people. The Supreme Elder nodded. 20 people? Luo Wuqing nodded. This number was about right. There was an unwritten rule in tomb exploration for ordinary forces, and that was that the number of people could not exceed 50. After all, there were hidden dangers in this tomb. The more people there were, the easier it was to trigger some hidden dangers. Then let's do this. Gather the Black Dragon Riders. Immediately, the Supreme Elder whistled. 2 huge black dragons rushed out from the Tianmo cult. These were rank 5 monsters, Black Dragon Riders. They had a little dragon blood and were very fast. Cool. Ning Tian couldn't help but sigh with her sausage-like lips. Go. Luo Wuqing waved his hand. Ning Tian nodded heavily. Pay attention to safety. Behind him, there was another sentence. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, and then smiled at her. Immediately, the group jumped on the Black Dragon Riders and headed toward the Chill Wind Mountains. Chapter 86. Ill Wind Mountain Range. Around the Empyrean Mausoleum, many people could be vaguely seen. Many forces had already arrived, but these were merely small forces that came here, or some Empyrean forces. Most of them were here to fish in troubled waters. If they could fish for any treasure, they would fish for one. And at this moment, the gazes of these forces were all looking at the location of the Empyrean Mausoleum. Seeing that huge and magnificent palace, their gazes were all blazing. The blue beam of light that pointed to the sky from the palace was already much weaker at this moment. As soon as the light beam weakened, that spiritual energy barrier immediately became illusory. It seemed it could break at any time. But none of them moved. Because these forces understood that the real Emperor Realm forces had not arrived yet. Crack. At this moment, the spiritual energy barrier that enveloped the Empyrean Mausoleum emitted a shattering sound. Everyone's hearts suddenly trembled. The barrier is about to shatter, and when the shattering sound rang out, the tomb-guarding demonic beasts inside seemed to have sensed a trace of uneasiness and erupted into waves of furious roars. At this moment, cold winds blew, and angry beasts roared wildly. The entire Ill Wind mountain range fell into a state of uneasiness. The beasts and birds were shocked, but the surrounding forces were incomparably excited. Right at this moment, waves of air-piercing sounds came from the sky. The forces around the Empyrean Mausoleum all raised their heads to look at this moment. They saw a group of powerhouses in green robes, traversing the void and coming over. The leader was an old man with black and white hair, and behind him was a youth with a cold expression. It was Ling Ao. Earth-rank martial art, High Void Step. This is an Emperor Realm force, High Void Sect. Seeing this group of green-robed people, the surrounding forces all widened their eyes. The reason why it was called an Emperor Realm force was because there were divine Emperor Realm powerhouses in the force. If there were only Empyrean Realm powerhouses, then it could only be called an Empyrean force. That's High Void Sect's Supreme Elder, Void Shadow Old Man. It's actually Void Shadow Old Man. That's a peak Empyrean Realm powerhouse. Looks like High Void Sect is determined to obtain the Empyrean Mausoleum. Seeing the old man with black and white hair in the lead, the group of people's expressions were solemn, frowning. They did not expect that even a peak Empyrean powerhouse would come out. It seemed that it would be a little difficult to fish in troubled waters this time. However, he didn't know how many Emperor-level forces would come. The old man brought Ling Ao and the other disciples to a cliff. Looking at the spirit chi boundary that was about to shatter, they didn't do anything. Ha ha ha. Old man Shu Ying, your Lingshu sect's Lingshu steps are too fast. Your Lingshu sect is always the first to arrive. At this moment, a hearty laugh rang out. Then, a burst of golden light erupted from the horizon. It was as dazzling as the sun. F***CK. This golden light is blinding my dog eyes. I think I know which sect is coming. The spectators below all looked sideways. They seemed to have guessed the identity of the Emperor Realm force that had come. He could only hear the voice, only see the golden light, but not the figure. This was very fitting for an Emperor Realm faction. It was the heavenly treasure Holy Land. This Holy Land could only be described with one word: rich. It was said that the toilets of the heavenly treasure Sacred Land's sacred leader were all made of gold. In an instant, the golden light slowly dissipated. On one side of the sky, a huge gold ingot flew over. There were about a dozen people on the gold ingot. They were all wearing golden armor and had golden swords at their waists. With this equipment, they could probably blind the eyes of the enemy with this dazzling golden light before they could even fight. Low-grade immortal weapon, gold ingot. It's really the heavenly treasure Holy Land. After confirming the identities of these people, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing that they were all wearing golden armor and had pills in jade bottles at their waists, the spectators' mouths twitched. This wasn't rich. This was inhumane. Waha! The leader, Daoist Jin Bao, laughed and led the heavenly treasure Holy Land people to a cliff not far from the Lingshu sect. Old man Shu Ying, I've been drooling over your Lingshu steps for a long time. I'll use 5 6th grade Baodan to exchange with you. How about it? Daoist Jin Bao looked at the old man Shu Ying with a smile. 5 6th grade Baodan. Hearing this, the spectators below all gasped. Medicinal pills were also divided into different grades. Grades 1 to 2 were magic pills, 3 to 4 were spirit pills, 5 to 6 were Baodan, 7 to 8 were immortal pills, and 9 to 10 were divine pills. As for the grades above, it was beyond everyone's knowledge. This medicinal pill was even rarer than a weapon. If a Baodan had a powerful function, its value would be comparable to an immortal weapon. Daoist Jin Bao had offered 6 Baodan at once. Sure enough, he was rich. You money grubber, don't even think about my Lingshu steps. We won't give it to you. The old man Shu Ying snorted. The Lingshu steps was the secret technique of the Lingshu sect. How could they pass it to outsiders? Daoist Jin Bao sighed inwardly. However, your heavenly treasure Holy Land doesn't lack any treasures, yet you still want to fight over a celestial venerate's tomb? The old man Shu Ying looked at Daoist Jin Bao indifferently. Daoist Jin Bao chuckled. I'm a money grubber. If there's a treasure, of course I'll come. Hearing this, some of the forces below seemed to have understood something from Daoist Jin Bao's words. A treasure. A treasure that even the heavenly treasure Holy Land would not hesitate to come over. At this moment, many people were even more curious about the celestial venerate's tomb. 2 more groups of people appeared in the sky. Seeing that they had appeared at the same time, a group of people became curious and looked over. A group of white-clothed figures were flying over on swords. A group of people with a sage-like demeanor were riding on red-crowned cranes and slowly flew over. This is the 2 emperor forces of the Righteous Alliance, the Yi Sword sect and the He Chi sect. The leaders seem to be Elder Jian Mai from the Yi Sword sect and Elder Tian Feng from the He Chi sect. These 2 people are also 8-star heavenly venerates. It seems that the Righteous Alliance doesn't plan to give up on this celestial venerate's tomb. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. As for the people from the Yi Sword sect and the He Chi sect, they looked high and mighty. They did not care about the others and occupied a mountain by themselves. Seeing the attitude of this group of people, the old man Shu Ying and Daoist Jin Bao smiled disdainfully. They were just a bunch of hypocrites from the Righteous Alliance. Clang tilde heavenly music sounded at this moment. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with joy and excitement. They're here. The Jade Lake sacred ground is finally here. With so many emperor forces, they were looking forward to the Jade Lake sacred ground the most. After all, they could listen to the intoxicating heavenly music and see the beautiful Jade Lake disciple. How could they not look forward to it? Waraha, the heavenly music of the Jade Lake sacred ground. I can't get tired of it even if I listen to it thousands of times, Daoist Jin Bao exclaimed. Beside him, the old man Shu Ying nodded in agreement. Chapter 87. Fellow Daoist Jin Bao, you must be joking. You'll get tired of listening to Jade Lake's heavenly music 10,000 times, but you'll never get enough of it. Laughter rang out, and the heavenly music slowly fell. Several beautiful figures landed on a mountain top. They were the women of Jade Lake. The one who had just spoken was Elder Qing Lin of the Jade Lake. The saintess of the Jade Lake, Yarrow Shi, was following behind her. Fellow Daoist Qing Lin. Daoist Jinbao and the old man smiled at Elder Qing Lin. Fellow Daoist Jinbao, fellow Daoist Shu Ying. Elder Qing Lin also politely returned the greeting. As for Yijian sect and Heike sect, they boasted that they were righteous, so they naturally disdained to be talked about. After a long while, almost all the Emperor realm forces that came to the Chill Wind mountain range had gathered. Looking at the forces below, they felt a headache. None of these Emperor-level powers were simple. How were they going to fish in troubled waters? Lingshu Sect, Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground, Jade Lake Sacred Ground, and the Righteous Alliance. These were forces that could shake the entire Heavenly Spirit region with a stomp of their feet. A group of forces that wanted to fish in troubled waters could only smile bitterly in response. But since they were already here, they could not give up. They could only take what they could. Even if it was the soil in the mausoleum, or the ashes of the mausoleum's owner, they had to take it. They could not come here for nothing. Everyone, there should be no one left, right? Elder Dashing Eyebrows of Egen's sect said faintly, looking at the major forces around him. Since there's no one else, let's get ready to go in. Elder Dashing Eyebrows' words were like the leader's words, high and mighty. This made the other heavenly venerables secretly unhappy. However, they did not want to say much. The Righteous Alliance was not to be trifled with. They had a great emperor behind them. Among them, only the Queen Mother of the west of Jade Lake Sacred Ground was a great emperor. But Jade Lake had always been neutral, so Elder Qinglin did not bother to pay attention to him. I thought that there would be some little bastards from the demonic Dao here. But, it's a pity that no one from the demonic Dao has come. How ridiculous, how ridiculous. Ha. At this moment, Elder Tian Feng of the Joint Chi sect couldn't help but sneer, seemingly a little disappointed. Ha. At this moment, a sneer came from the clouds in the sky. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Naturally, someone from the demonic path will come. However, the one who came is your grandfather. His voice faded. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded in the air. 2 black dragons were hovering in the clouds, and were descending towards the Chill Wind mountain range. That is, Black Dragon Riders. The Tianmo cult is here. When they saw the 2 black dragon mounts, a few powers widened their eyes, feeling a bit excited. After all, the Empress of the Tianmo cult, Luo Wuqing, was extremely famous. She was once publicly acknowledged as the #1 beauty in the Heavenly Spirit region. He had countless admirers. Tianmo cult. Hearing that voice, Elder Tian Feng's face instantly turned ugly. This bastard actually dared to brazenly take advantage of him. Roar. Roar. The 2 black dragon mounts flew in the air, level with the mountain range. Everyone looked over and saw that the Supreme Elder of the Tianmo cult had also come. Their pupils immediately constricted. However, they saw a strange scene. The Supreme Elder and the remaining disciples of the Tianmo cult were sitting on one of the black dragon mounts. On the other hand, there was no one on the back of the other black dragon mount. There was only a young man sitting on its head, holding a pair of dragon horns. His appearance was as suave as one could imagine. That is, the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult. Damn. I can't believe I saw him in person. Should I ask him for an autograph? If he becomes invincible in the future, his autograph might be able to exchange for an immortal artifact. Many people around them were discussing animatedly. So many Emperor-level powers had come, and the first person they saw was the strongest among them. However, the Tianmo cult was the only one who was different. The Supreme Elder was directly ignored by the crowd. Everyone was talking about Ning Tian. After all, the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult was now famous, and all kinds of legendary deeds were heard. First, he became the husband of the Empress, and then he shattered the Taoist hearts of many saints and deities with a single sentence. Then, he escaped from the pursuit of 2 god emperors 3 times. 3 times in total. It could be said that no one present could escape from the hands of god emperors 3 times in a row. There was even a 7-star god emperor among them. The legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult was simply a miracle. It's the patriarch. I miss him so much. Seeing the figure on the black dragon mount, the girls of Jade Lake were instantly overjoyed. Yarokai Saintess's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at Ning Tian. As expected, the villain of the demonic path is still here. Elder Tian Feng snorted coldly, trying to regain his lost face. Ha ha ha. Ning Tian, who was on the black dragon mount, couldn't help but laugh. Kid, What are you laughing at? Elder Tian Feng frowned and looked at Ning Qian coldly. Even if I am a villain of the demonic path, I am still a real villain. I am 1,000,000 times better than a hypocrite like you, Ning Qian said lightly. Hypocrite? What right do you have to say that about me? No, that's not right. The corner of Ning Qian's mouth lifted slightly. You shouldn't be a hypocrite. You should be a pervert. After all, I really didn't expect Elder to still wear red underwear at such an old age. Moreover, it's a pair of lacy underwear. Red underwear? And a pair of lacy underwear? Hearing this, everyone around was stunned, and a strange look flashed across their eyes. You, kid, don't you dare slander me. Elder Tian Feng's face flushed red. He gritted his teeth and stared at Ning Qian. Elder, you've wronged me. Ning Qian spread out his hands innocently and pointed at Tian Feng. Look at your pants. Is there a part of it? Huh. Hearing this, before Tian Feng could look at it himself, the surrounding group of people all looked over at the same time. When they took a closer look, they were shocked. What the F***ck? It's really there. This elder of the righteous alliances He Chi sect actually has this kind of hobby. The group of people were excited as if they had discovered a new continent. Elder Tian Feng's heart skipped a beat. He knew something was wrong. Could it be that he didn't tidy himself up properly when he went to the toilet? He suddenly lowered his head and saw a corner of red lacy underwear. At this moment, his face flushed red. He was so ashamed that he wished he could find a hole to hide in. It's over. It's over. When he felt the strange look from the disciple of the Heike sect behind him, he finally understood that his old face had been completely thrown to his grandmother's house. Chapter 88. After a slight hesitation, Elder Tian Feng straightened his pants in a split second. I say, Elder. Ning Qian's teasing voice sounded again, which made Elder Tian Feng's heart skip a beat. What the hell is this kid trying to do? Your red underwear seems to be made of silk. Don't tell me it's an aphrodisiac spiritual tool. When Ning Qian's words rang out, Elder Tian Feng felt as if countless alpacas were running through his mind. How did this kid know? That's right. His red underwear wasn't an ordinary item, but a spiritual tool. Its function was similar to what Ning Qian said. This kid, how does he know everything? Elder Tian Feng gritted his teeth and his face darkened. Whoosh. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Some of the female disciples blushed. They didn't expect that Elder Tian Feng was still an old hooligan. After feeling that something was wrong, Elder Tian Feng quickly explained, No, it's not what you think. Unfortunately, no matter how much he tried to explain, his words were still weak and powerless. Elder, take care of your body. Ning Qian said with a smile. Puff. Elder Tian Feng couldn't release the resentment in his heart. When he heard Ning Qian's words, he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Tian Feng spat out blood. Quickly give him the mind-saving pill. The group of fusion sect's disciples were in a flurry. They hurriedly handed over Elder Tian Feng's medicinal pills. Only then did Elder Tian Feng feel better. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. This heavenly venerable realm elder of the fusion sect was fooled by the legendary Ancestral Master. Ancestral Master is as interesting as always. Yarokai Saintess's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Ning Qian. Damn it. Elder Tian Feng wanted to attack, but when he saw the Supreme Elder standing on the Black Dragon Mount, he instantly cowered. Kid, I'll remember you. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, you'll die miserably. Elder Tian Feng sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. However, at this moment, he only dared to say some harsh words. Then I'll wait and see. Ning Qian smiled and turned around. At this moment, the crowd could finally see the true face of the legendary patriarch. However, everyone's expression turned sluggish. What was up with the legendary ancestor's sausage-like mouth? Ha ha ha. One sword sect's genius disciple, Soundless Jen, laughed out loud. He pointed at Ning Qian's sausage mouth and mocked, haha, so the legendary elder of the Tianmo cult is actually a sausage mouth. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Elder Tian Feng finally saw Ning Tian being embarrassed, and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian's mouth twitched. Although he had been thinking of ways to get rid of it along the way, his wife's mouth was too vicious. He couldn't get rid of it. However, he could not afford to lose face. Immediately, he said to the system in his heart, "System, activate the Divine Charm Physique." Divine Charm Physique is fully activated. Divine Charm Physique is fully activated. At this moment, Ning Tian's body seemed to be filled with endless charm. Anyone who saw him would be attracted to him. The girls of Jade Lake looked at him, and their eyes instantly lit up. Wow, even if the patriarch has a sausage-like mouth, he's still very charming and handsome. This cute sausage-like mouth, I love it. I love it, I love it. Sure enough, handsome people are handsome no matter what they look like. Many female disciples around had the same opinion as the girls of Jade Lake. In an instant, the good faction people who wanted to see Ning Tian being embarrassed changed their expressions. Sausage-like mouth, cute? Are these people's brains fried? Oh, this is ridiculous. Soundless Jen sneered and immediately looked at his junior sister from the Hachi sect. Junior sister Lin, do you think that guy with a sausage-like mouth is ugly? Yes. Lin Shui nodded. He is indeed ugly. Hearing this, Soundless Jen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that junior sister Lin's aesthetic was normal, but before he could be happy, he heard Lin Shui's next sentence. He saw Lin Shui's beautiful eyes flashing with excitement. He is indeed ugly, ugly handsome tilde. Soundless Jen was stunned, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Ugly, ugly handsome. Feeling the movement around him, Ning Tian nodded with satisfaction. Crack. At this moment, a huge sound of the barrier breaking sounded. Everyone present turned to look at the spirit formation. They saw that above the Celestial Master's mausoleum, the blue light beam that shot straight into the sky flickered and slowly disappeared. Then, as the energy dissipated, the spiritual energy barrier that enveloped the entire Celestial Master's mausoleum also collapsed at this moment. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The barrier finally dissipated. Roar, the barrier broke, and the guardian demon beast instantly let out a roar. Following that, his 100-meter-tall body leaped and landed heavily on the ground. Boom. Rumble. The entire Ill-Wind Mountain seemed to shake violently. That huge aura spread out in all directions. And the strength of this guardian demon beast was not rank 6, but rank 7. It was equivalent to a heavenly master powerhouse. Everyone, let's temporarily cooperate and seal this guardian demon beast first. How about it? At this time, the shadow old man rose into the air and looked at the heavenly master powerhouses and suggested. His suggestion was to seal them, not kill them. After all, this was a rank 7 demon beast. If they could capture it, it could be considered a combat force. I have always agreed with the shadow old man's words. Daoist Jinbao was the first to agree. Okay. Elder Qing Lin also nodded. This old man has no problem with it. The Supreme Elder said lightly. Almost everyone agreed. Elder Jian Mai and Elder Tian Fei of the Righteous Dao Alliance could only agree. They reached an agreement. The 6 heavenly master powerhouses flew toward the guardian demon beast. The guardian demon beast finally came out of the barrier, and its eyes were shining. Looking at the ant-like humans around it, it was ready to show off its power. But suddenly, it sensed an aura as powerful as it appearing behind it. It turned around. The 6 heavenly masters were staring at it covetously. Big guy, are you going to fight us alone? Or are the 6 of us ganging up on you? Daoist Jinbao said with a smile. Roar! The guardian demon beast could not help but be stunned, and its big eyes were filled with doubt. Looking at the 6 heavenly masters, and then looking at itself, it finally expressed its doubt for the first time in its life. Looks like you are going to fight the 6 of us alone. Daoist Jinbao smiled and immediately called out to the other 5. Everyone, let's end this quickly. When the 6 heavenly masters' aura enveloped the guardian demon beast, the guardian demon beast's heart collapsed. 6 against 1. Hit you big star of the stars. TSK. Ning Tian sat cross-legged on the head of the Black Dragon Knight, took out an apple that he carried with him, and watched the battle with interest. He could not bear to watch. That guardian demon beast was too miserable. Chapter 89. Even though the tomb guardian beast was struggling with all its might, trying to resist. However, under the joint attack of the 6 heavenly venerables, it had no chance of resisting at all. In just a few minutes, the tomb guardian beast was sealed in the spirit chi enchantment field again. Raw. At this moment, it was still a little depressed. It had finally escaped from the boundary of the heavenly venerables' mausoleum. It thought that it would regain its freedom after dealing with these humans. Who would have thought that there would be 6 heavenly venerables as powerful as it in this group of humans? Everyone, let's seal this beast here for now. We'll make a decision after we come out of the mausoleum. How about that? The shadowy old man looked at the other 5 heavenly venerables and said slowly, no problem. The 5 of them nodded. Since the tomb guardian beast was trapped in the spirit chi boundary and would not run away, they could naturally focus on the heavenly venerables' mausoleum. The tomb guardian beast was trapped. Everyone's eyes were on the tightly shut stone door of the palace. The stone door was covered in thick dust, and it looked like it had been sealed for a long time. Vaguely, there was a rhyme Dao sealed within. Which one of you will open that door? Elder Jian Mai looked at the heavenly venerables below and asked lightly. Hearing this, the faces of the forces below changed. The stone door was tightly sealed, and there seemed to be a rhyme Dao floating on it. At a glance, they knew that there must be some mechanism on the stone door. Asking them to open the door was equivalent to sending them to their deaths. What? You're not willing? In that case, I'll have to choose myself. Elder Jian Mai narrowed his eyes slightly, and then his gaze fell on the people of a force whose strongest was only a heavenly emperor. You, go open the door. Elder Jian Mai looked at the heavenly emperor and said in an almost commanding tone. The heavenly emperor's face changed, and it was a little ugly. He looked at Elder Jian Mai with a fake smile and said helplessly, Elder Jian Mai, I remember that you should be from the ancient fist sect. At this moment, before the heavenly emperor could finish speaking, Elder Jian Mai narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully. The heavenly emperor was shocked. He did not expect Elder Jian Mai to know the force behind him. There was no way he could reject this. According to the way the One Sword sect did things, if you offended them, they would definitely retaliate. The other party was an Emperor Realm faction, while the Ancient Fist sect was merely a small heavenly venerate faction. Sigh. The Saint Emperor sighed and slowly nodded. Since Elder Jian Mai wants to go, I am naturally willing to help. With that, the Saint King moved. Under everyone's gazes, he walked towards the Celestial Exalt's tomb. Seeing that he was obedient, a smile appeared on Elder Jian Mai's face. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian gained a new understanding of the righteous path. This group of people from the Righteous Dao Alliance were undoubtedly people who stood at the peak of righteousness, but did some of the most hypocritical things. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Saint King walked step by step until he arrived before the tightly shut stone doors of the palace. He took a deep breath, feeling a little nervous. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and open the stone door. Elder Jian Mai's urging voice came from behind. Hearing this, the Saint King gritted his teeth and no longer hesitated. He took a step forward. He placed his hand on the stone door and used all his strength. The stone door shook slightly, but not by much. Strange, why is this stone door so heavy? The Saint King frowned. Then, he gritted his teeth and used all his strength again. This stone door had already aroused his desire to win. With all his strength, the Saint King's face flushed red and his veins popped. He used all his spiritual chi, and only then did the stone door move slightly. A peak Saint King had to use all his strength to push this stone door. One could only imagine how heavy this stone door was. Boom! Boom! As he used all his strength, a small gap appeared in the middle of the tightly shut stone door. Faint gusts of chilly wind blew out of the door. There's a gap. The Saint King was delighted and used even more strength. If there was a gap, would the stone door be far from completely opening? He used more strength. Boom! Finally, a gap of about 2 centimeters appeared in the middle of the stone door. Seeing this, Everyone's eyes lit up. It seemed that the stone door would open soon. Great! Joy flashed across the Saint King's eyes. But suddenly, a gust of wind blew out from the gap in the stone door. He shuddered subconsciously. Then, he seemed to hear the sound of a flute. Whoosh! In an instant, before the Saint King could react, his flesh and blood melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his bones were the same. Ah! After a scream, only a pile of flesh and blood was left in front of the stone door. Boom! Once again, the stone door was tightly shut. This scene appeared too suddenly. Even the 6 Empyrean powerhouses did not react to it. It happened in an instant. That peak Saint Emperor had been reduced to a pile of flesh and blood. What was going on? Gulp. Seeing this scene, many experts swallowed their saliva, and their eyes flashed with the joy of surviving a disaster. Fortunately, Elder Jian-mai did not call them. Otherwise, they would end up like the pile of flesh and blood on the ground. What's going on? Elder Jian-mai frowned. I don't know. It seems that there was a sound. Daoist Jinbao's expression was equally solemn. Sound? What sound? The other heavenly venerables were puzzled. It was the sound of a flute. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Ning Tian, who was sitting on the black dragon mount. The sound of a flute. Hearing the words of the Tianmo cult's legendary patriarch, everyone was stunned. Kid, we heavenly venerables did not hear clearly whether it was the sound of a flute or not. How dare you say it was the sound of a flute? Tian Feng sneered. Don't forget, although you are a legendary patriarch, you are only an earth monarch cultivator. Hearing this, the group of onlookers below felt that it seemed to make sense. That's right. Although the legendary patriarch has many legends, he is only an earth monarch cultivator in the end. Even the heavenly venerables did not detect it. How could the patriarch detect it? Hearing everyone's words, Ning Tian looked at Elder Tian Feng indifferently. So what if your strength is higher than mine? You don't know the way of music and still think that you are infallible. You. Haha. I don't know the way of music. Do you? Elder Tian Feng gritted his teeth angrily. This is indeed the sound of a flute. At this moment, Yarokai Saintess's red lips parted slightly and slowly spoke. Chapter 90. It is indeed the sound of a flute. Yarokai Saintess's words rang out just as Elder Tian Feng finished speaking. It was like a slap. It landed heavily on Elder Tian Feng's face. Elder Tian Feng's face darkened, and he fell silent. It really is the sound of a flute. The legendary ancestral master's ears are quite sharp. After receiving Yarokai Saintess's affirmation, the group of spectators immediately fell to their knees. They did not doubt the authenticity of Yarokai Saintess's words. After all, some of the disciples in Jade Pool cultivated the entertainment Tao. Yarokai Saintess was the one who had the highest attainment in the entertainment Tao among these disciples. She had already reached the minor accomplishment level. Thus, everyone naturally believed her without a doubt. I wonder if Yarokai Saintess knows what kind of entertainment Tao attack that was? The shadowy old man asked as he looked at Yarokai Saintess. Yarokai Saintess frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, she said, according to the introduction in the ancient books, Yarokai Saintess speculated that it should be a Shawkill sound formation. Shawkill sound formation? Everyone was stunned. They did not understand the entertainment Tao at all. Although they did not know what the Shawkill sound formation was, they had a rough understanding of its power. After all, it was an attack that could instantly kill a peak Saint King. Shawkill sound formation? Interesting. Ning Tian murmured. He was slightly interested in the Shawkill sound formation. Although he now had the music Tao martial art, the heavenly sound formation, it was only a profound grade martial art. Its power was definitely not as strong as the Shawkill sound formation. Thus, Ning Tian decided to see if he could obtain a copy of the Shawkill sound formation in the Celestial Worthies Mausoleum. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Yarokai Saintess. After all, if they wanted to enter the Celestial Worthies Mausoleum, they had to deal with the Shawkill sound formation. The Shawkill sound formation was so powerful that even the celestial venerables present were wary of it. Then Holy Maiden, How should we deal with this absolute kill sound array? Daoist Jinbao asked anxiously. The treasure was right in front of him, but he couldn't go in. He was envious. Yarokai Saintus pondered for a moment before replying. According to Yaroshi's conjecture, this absolute kill sound formation should be behind the stone door, and there is a mechanism on the stone door. Whether it is pushed or destroyed, it will trigger the absolute kill sound formation. So, regardless of whether the stone door is destroyed or not, it will trigger the absolute kill sound array? Doesn't that mean that we have to destroy the absolute kill sound formation before we can enter? When everyone heard Yarokai Saintus's words, their faces turned ugly. Even a Saint King wouldn't be able to last even a second against the sound formation, so how could they possibly survive? That's easy. Elder Sword Eyebrows sneered. Everyone's gazes turned to look at him. Simple? How simple? Since it is a formation, there must be a limit to its energy. We just need to use living people to deplete the energy of the absolute kill sound formation. This absolute kill sound formation can be broken easily. Elder Sword Eyebrows said flatly. Hearing that, the expressions of the onlookers changed, and they couldn't help cursing in their hearts. This old bastard. He must want to use us as cannon fodder again. We're here to fish in troubled waters, not to be cannon fodder. Using living people to deplete the energy of the absolute kill sound formation? Is this how the Alliance of Decent does things? Ning Tian, who was riding on the Black Dragon Mount, sneered. Ha! Elder Sword Eyebrows didn't think much of it. We're just sacrificing some useless people. It's no big deal. The onlookers all had ugly expressions. They were furious that they had been humiliated as useless people, but they didn't dare to say anything. They were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. This was what it meant to be weak. Who asked them to be so weak? However, even if they were weak, they still couldn't resist the temptation of the Celestial Venerate's mausoleum. If they were lucky enough to obtain an opportunity, they might be able to change their lives. No, there's no need to use such a bloody method. As the spectators were having a hard time, a silvery voice could be heard. Saintus. Angel. Big Sister Saintus is simply an angel, idiom. There are no angels in this world. The onlookers all looked at Yarokai Saintus with adoration in their eyes. Elder Sword Eyebrows, you're a member of the Alliance of Decent. You should act like one. Yarokai Saintus looked at Elder Sword Eyebrows and said with a slight frown. Ha! What does a little girl like you know? Even if you're from the Alliance of Decent, you have to think about your own interests. Elder Sword Eyebrows sneered. Hearing that, Yarokai Saintus frowned. Although she knew that it was for their own interests, she still couldn't bear to do it because of Jade Lake's teachings. Little girl from Jade Lake, since there's no need for such a bloody method, then tell me, what do you have in mind? Elder Sword Eyebrows looked at Yarokai Saintus and squinted his eyes. Jade Lake has the art of breaking sound. It specializes in entertainment Dao arrays, Yarokai Saintus said slowly. Art of breaking sound? Specialized in entertainment Dao arrays? Hearing Yarokai Saintus's words, the onlookers heaved a sigh of relief. If there was a way, then it would be fine. Art of breaking sound? Elder Qing Lin was stunned. He looked at Yarokai Saintus and frowned slightly. Little girl Yaoshi, you can't perform the art of breaking sound alone. Moreover, your cultivation of spiritual qi is not enough. Even if you perform it, it might not be effective against the deadly sound array. Indeed. Yarokai Saintus was now at the peak of the Earth Sovereign stage and a half-step Holy Emperor stage. However, her cultivation of spiritual qi was far from that of an expert at the peak of the Holy Emperor stage. Then how could she destroy the deadly sound array? Everyone sighed in their hearts. Could it be that there was really no way to deal with the celestial worthy mausoleum? Hee. Yarokai Saintus chuckled. Her laughter was like a silver bell, pleasing to the ear. She looked at Elder Lin and smiled. In terms of spiritual qi, I'll need you, the seniors of the Tianmo cult, Senior Jin Bao, and Senior Shu Ying to provide me with spiritual qi. As for the art of breaking sound, I definitely can't perform it alone. As for the candidates, I already have a candidate in mind. Yarokai Saintus smiled mysteriously. What about the two of us? Elder Jian Mai and Elder Tian Feng frowned. As for the two seniors of the Righteous Alliance, Yarokai Saintus winked at the two of them and chuckled. I'll have to trouble the two seniors to be the coolies and open the door. What? The two of us will open the door? Hearing this, Elder Jian Mai and Elder Tian Feng were immediately displeased. There's no other way. These seniors all have to provide me with spiritual qi. If I remember correctly, the two of you should be cultivating the Righteous Alliance's righteous qi technique. That spiritual qi is too overbearing. It's not suitable for entertainment. Yarokai Saintus shook her head in pity. Hearing this, Elder Jian Mai and Elder Tian Feng's mouths twitched. Our righteous qi is overbearing? Then there's the Grand Elder of the Tianmo cult. He even cultivates demonic arts. Why don't you say that his spiritual qi is cold? Me. The two of them coldly snorted. At this point, there was no reason to refuse. Chapter 91. Next, I'll choose someone who will work with me to break the sound. As she spoke, Yarokai Saintus's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked around. Hearing this, some of the young talents instantly puffed out their chests. She was a great beauty. Who wouldn't want to work with Yarokai Saintus? Saintus, choose me. I'm good at blowing. I can blow 8 flutes at once. My lung capacity is huge. Me too. Some of the young talents were fighting for the spot. However, Yarokai Saintus just laughed it off. Miss Yaoshi, do you think I can do it? At this moment, a slightly plump young man from the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground spoke up. That's the Saint of the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground, Zhu Yuanbo. The group looked over and immediately recognized his identity. Zhu Yuanbo waved the harmonica in his hand. To be honest, although my attainments in the Tao of Entertainment are not as good as Saintess's, I've also reached the novice level. The Saint of the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground, Yarokai Saintus was stunned for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, she declined. Although the Saint of the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground is good, Yaoshi already has a better candidate. I see. It's fine. Zhu Yuanbo was stunned for a moment and shook his head. Although he was a little disappointed, he didn't take it to heart. She rejected him? Seeing this, everyone was shocked. The Saint of the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground was a 1-star holy emperor, and his attainments in the Tao of Entertainment had also reached the novice level. Logically speaking, he should be the best candidate. However, Yarokai Saintus rejected him. A better candidate? Who could it be? Could it be the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult? Everyone looked at Ning Tian, who was biting an apple on the Black Dragon Mount, and could not help but feel puzzled. Although the patriarch was awesome, no one had heard of him having attainments in the Tao of Entertainment. While everyone was guessing, Yarokai Saintus took a deep breath and gathered her courage. She looked at Ning Tian on the Black Dragon and said, Grandmaster, I would like to invite you to cooperate with me and play the music of breaking the sound. Was he really a legendary patriarch? However, would he really be happy about it? Me. Ning Tian finished the apple in one bite and then slowly got up. Okay. Yarokai Saintus nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Last time, beside the immortal spirit spring in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, she had personally heard Ning Tian and the Queen Mother of the West play a piece of heavenly music together. It was truly the so-called sound of nature. Therefore, even in her dreams, Yaroshi wanted to play a song with Ning Tian. Alright, since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly give it a try. Ning Tian nodded and directly jumped from the Black Dragon Mount's head, landing beside the Jade Lake's women. Hey! Kid, don't show off. Don't kill people. Seeing Ning Tian, Elder Jian Mai and Elder Tianfeng were instantly displeased. They were going to push the stone door. If they were killed by Ning Tian, what would they do? However, their worries were superfluous. A heavenly venerable expert would not die so easily. Hearing these two old farts, Ning Tian was too lazy to pay attention to them. He looked at Yarokai Saintus beside him and asked, Saintus, how do you play this music of breaking the sound? Sensing that Ning Tian was beside her, Yarokai Saintus glanced at him and was instantly attracted by the divine charm constitution. Her heart was beating wildly and there was a touch of red behind her ears. She was so frightened that she did not dare to look at him and quickly turned away. Grandmaster, I will pass on the mental cultivation method of breaking the sound to you. The music of breaking the sound was not an important mental cultivation method. Moreover, Ning Tian had helped Jade Lake. After he left, the immortal spirit spring was still full of spiritual energy. Therefore, it was not wrong to pass on the mental cultivation method of breaking the sound to Ning Tian. Well, come on. Ning Tian was ready. After passing on the mental cultivation method, their fingertips touched. Soon, the mental cultivation method was transferred. Yarokai Saintess blushed and moved her finger away. Ning Tian looked strangely at the blushing Yarokai Saintess and could not help but be puzzled. Why did Yarokai Saintess blush so easily? He shook his head and felt the mental cultivation method. So that's how it is. This music of breaking the sound is not difficult. Soon, Ning Tian had a general understanding of the music of breaking the sound to him. Pretend harder. Elder Tian Feng sneered. Shut up. In an instant, a monstrous devil chi rushed out. The great elder looked coldly at Elder Tian Feng. How can you insult the Grandmaster? Do you want to die? The aura of the peak heavenly venerable was approaching Elder Tian Feng. Elder Tian Feng's face changed. In terms of strength, there was a gap between him and the great elder. On the side, Elder Tian Feng stopped Elder Tian Feng and winked at him. The mausoleum of the celestial venerable is more important. Humph. Elder Tian Feng snorted coldly. Judging from his posture, he had admitted defeat. The great elder did not bother to pay attention to him. You don't understand, but it doesn't mean that others don't understand. Why are you looking at the sky from the bottom of the well? Ning Tian looked indifferently at Elder Tian Feng. Elder Tian Feng gritted his teeth. Because he was afraid of the great elder's strength, he did not speak anymore. Seeing that the fly had shut up, Ning Tian looked at Yarokai Saintess. Saintess, let's start in a minute. A minute? Yarokai Saintess was stunned for a moment. Ancestral Master, you can comprehend it a little longer. This music is still a little difficult. It's okay, 1 minute is enough. Ning Tian smiled and shook his head. Then, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Detecting that the host has absorbed the music of sound cultivation method and is comprehending it at 10 times the speed. 1 minute later. Comprehension successful. It's done. Ning Tian said. It's done. Yarokai Saintess was stunned and could not believe it. Not 1 second more, not 1 second less. Was it really just 1 minute? The people around also could not believe it. Let's start. Ning Tian did not talk nonsense. Okay. Yarokai Saintess said and took out her spiritual chi heavenly zither. Ancestral Master, use my spiritual weapon. As she said that, she took out a flute for herself. Hearing this, Ning Tian did not refuse and gently swept across Yarokai Saintess's heavenly zither. Clang tilde the pleasant heavenly zither sounded softly. It's still good to have music path spiritual chi. It's much better than my spiritual chi zither. Ning Tian could not help but sigh. He also wanted to change, but there was no music path spiritual weapon in the entire Tianmo cult. He only hoped that he could find a music path spiritual weapon in the celestial tomb. After all, music path had become one of his killing moves. Yarokai Saintess's face was red and her delicate body was trembling. Saintess, you're... Ning Tian was puzzled. It's nothing. Yarokai Saintess gritted her teeth and forced herself to calm down. Ancestral Master, let's begin. Oh, okay. Ning Tian nodded. However, what he did not know was that this heavenly zither and Yarokai Saintess had a spiritual connection. Last time, the immortal spirit spring was far away, but this time, it was close. The spiritual connection from the heavenly zither made her feel as if Ning Tian was caressing her body. Therefore, Yarokai Saintess felt very awkward at this moment. Chapter 92. Ning Tian looked at Yarokai Saintess in confusion and asked while adjusting the zither, Saintess, are you sure you're alright? No. Yaoshi is fine. Yarokai Saintess bit her red lips and took a deep breath. She looked at Ning Tian and said, "Ancestral Master, let's begin." Ning Tian nodded. Yarokai Saintess looked at the 6 heavenly venerables and said slowly, "Seniors, let's begin." The 6 heavenly venerables nodded. The Supreme Elder, Elder Qing Lin, and the others stood behind Ning Tian and Yarokai Saintess and began to provide a steady stream of heavenly venerables' spiritual energy. "Seniors from the Righteous Alliance, it's your turn." Yarokai Saintess looked at Elder Jian Mai and Elder Tian Feng. The 2 of them snorted coldly and looked unhappy, but they still rushed over. The 2 of them stood in front of the stone door, waiting for them to play the music. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Ning Tian. The most important step was that the legendary ancestral master could not pull him down. Otherwise, everything would be in vain, under everyone's gaze. Ning Tian took a deep breath. The Tao of music flickered in his mind, and the 20 Tao of music meridians in his body began to appear. He placed his hand on the zither strings and began to play. Clang tilde. Everyone was stunned when they heard the single note. Clang, clang. Everyone was shocked when they heard the heavenly music. Was this heavenly music? Under Ning Tian's hands, the celestial music guzheng continued to emit sounds like celestial music. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. His attainment in the Tao of music had at least reached the next level. Most importantly, the Tianmo cult's legendary ancestral master had just obtained the music of music for a few minutes. Just as he said, he comprehended it in 1 minute and mastered it in another minute. What a terrifying aptitude! Elder Ling Shu and Daoist Jin Bao were stunned, and a glint flashed in their eyes. Ancestral master, what a terrifying comprehension ability! The Jade Lake Saintess was shocked to see Ning Tian comprehending it in 1 minute, and with such proficiency. She couldn't help but sigh. You shocked Yarokai Saintess. You shocked the old man, Ling Ao. You shocked Daoist Jinbao, Zhu Yuanbo. You shocked Elder Qing Lin. You have shocked everyone around you. Reward skill card, treasure hunter card. Treasure hunt card. Acquire the ability to sense the presence of treasures within an hour after use. Once activated, the skill card is nullified. Treasure hunting card. An ability to sense the aura of treasures for an hour. Ning Tian was a little surprised when he heard the system's words. This treasure hunting card was simply a godly card when used in the Celestial Venerate's mausoleum. He chuckled inwardly. He accepted it happily. Immediately, he looked at the shocked faces of the people around him, then at Yarokai Saintess. Saintess, there's no need to be shocked. Prepare to cooperate with me. Yarokai Saintess froze for a moment, then nodded. She put the jade flute to her mouth and began to cooperate with Ning Tian, playing the music that sounded like the sounds of nature. Originally, Yarokai Saintess wanted Ning Tian to cooperate with her. However, during the performance, she realized that Ning Tian's musical skills were far above hers, so she simply cooperated with him the entire time. Such heavenly music is really pleasing to the ear. I didn't expect the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult to have such attainments in the musical path. I really didn't expect this. Hearing the waves of heavenly music, the people around them sighed. Hearing their words, the disciples of the Tianmo cult smiled proudly. What a joke! Our patriarch is omnipotent. The sound of the music was heard. The waves of heavenly music gathered power. When it was about time, Elder Tian Feng and Elder Tian Mai, who were standing in front of the stone door, looked at each other and nodded heavily. Immediately, the 2 of them put their hands on the stone door and pulled hard. Boom! The strength of the 2 celestial venerates erupted, and the heavy stone door was not as difficult to move as before. Boom! Boom! In an instant, a powerful aura circulated. The stone door opened completely. In an instant, Elder Tian Feng and Elder Tian Mai turned around and ran without hesitation. The speed of their escape was so fast that it was as if the soles of their feet were smeared with oil. Boom! Almost as soon as the 2 of them ran away, a terrifying sound of death was heard from inside the stone door. It suddenly rushed toward the outside. The surrounding trees were instantly torn apart as if they had been cut by a knife. One crack after another, the air seemed to have been torn apart. There really is a formation inside. The crowd had already run far away. When the stone door opened, they looked inside. Inside the stone door, it was pitch black. A purple array formation was operating within the array. The sound of death was erupting from it. Boom, boom, boom. The waves of sound of death were attacking Ning Tian and the others. Seniors. Yarokai Saintus said. Got it. The 4 celestial venerates nodded, and a huge amount of celestial venerate spiritual chi poured into Ning Tian and Yarokai Saintus's bodies. Boom. In an instant, the sound of the music condensed. Ning Tian's heavenly music guzheng was the attack, and Yarokai Saintus's flute was the support. A huge musical attack swept out. Chapter 93. Boom. The music of breaking sound collided with the attack of the absolute kill sound formation. Boom. Waves of power erupted. Looking at the surroundings, everyone was trembling with fear. In an instant, the 2 powerful music paths dissipated. However, Ning Tian's hand that was plucking the strings of the zither did not stop. In the blink of an eye, another huge zither attack was condensed. What a fast speed! Yarokai Saintus's pupils suddenly shrank, as if she did not expect that Ning Tian could recover so quickly. Since that was the case, then she could not be left behind. Immediately, the music of the zither rushed forward, followed by the sound of the flute, forming the music of breaking sound. Boom! A resplendent luster landed on the sound array in the stone door. In an instant, the attack dissipated, and the purple light on the sound array also dissipated. The sound of killing also slowly dissipated. Phew, seeing this scene, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ning Tian slowly stood up and handed the zither to the blushing Yarokai Saintus. Saintus, your zither is very useful. Good. Useful? Hearing this, Yarokai Saintus seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face instantly turned red. She hurriedly lowered her head and put away the zither. Seeing this, Ning Tian was puzzled. Perhaps this was the characteristic of the Saintus, blushing easily. The stone door opened and the threat dissipated. The group of onlookers below had already begun to move towards the mausoleum palace. Seeing this, the Emperor realm forces did not move. Seeing that there was no danger, they gradually followed. Ning Tian returned to the side of the Tianmore cult people and ordered the 2 black dragon riders to stay in place. Only then did he look at the people below who had entered the Empyrean palace, and then said to the Supreme Elder, let's go in as well. Yes, Patriarch. The Supreme Elder nodded. Under the lead of Ning Tian and the Supreme Elder, a group of Tianmore cult disciples began to enter the Empyrean Mausoleum Palace. They entered. It was dark inside. Just as everyone was about to take out their magic treasures to illuminate the surroundings. Whoosh! The surroundings were instantly brightened, and green flames appeared on the walls. With these green flames, the crowd was finally able to see their surroundings clearly. At this moment, everyone was in a huge hall. This should be the front hall of the Celestial Sovereign's mausoleum, so it was huge. Even if there were hundreds of people gathered here, the space was more than enough. At this moment, the people in the surroundings discovered that there were groups of stone statue soldiers lined up all around them. There were at least hundreds and thousands of them. Be careful. Ning Tian instructed the Tianmore cult disciples beside him. Soon after, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the stone soldiers. He felt that there was a familiar aura on them. Yes. We will be careful, Patriarch. The group of Tianmore cult disciples nodded and quietly circulated their spiritual energy. Their eyes were full of caution. Since it was the Patriarch who told them to be careful, then there was nothing wrong with being careful. Patriarch, is there something wrong with these stone soldiers? Seeing that Ning Tian's gaze was always on the stone soldiers, the Supreme Elder couldn't help but frown. Yes. Ning Tian nodded slightly. If there is a problem later, remember to protect them. Yes, but what about you, Patriarch? Hee. Ning Tian grinned. If my guess is correct, then you don't have to worry about me. The Supreme Elder was stunned, his eyes full of confusion. In the hall, the forces who wanted to fish in troubled waters wanted to take advantage of this moment to quickly slip away and search for treasures. However, Just as they approached the stone soldiers and were about to leave, a red light flashed in the eyes of a stone soldier, then another, and more and more. Ah! These stone soldiers have come to life. With a scream, the stone soldiers in the hall seemed to have come to life. Their eyes flashed red as they broke free from the stone pedestals under their feet and attacked the people in the hall. F***ck, what the hell? Soon, the other side of the hall was in a complete panic. Patriarch, you were right. A light flashed in the Supreme Elder's eyes, and his heavenly venerable aura instantly shrouded the Tianmo cult disciples behind him. Hee. Sure enough, I knew that the location of the mausoleum would have a soul body that I like. Looking at the stone soldiers, Ning Tian's eyes lit up. Within the bodies of these stone soldiers, there were souls that were controlling them. Others might be afraid of soul bodies. However, Ning Tian wouldn't. For him who had the soul destruction technique, soul bodies were simply nourishment for the soul origin orb. Anyway, he had to absorb the energy of the soul origin orb every day, and now was the perfect time to replenish it. System, activate the soul destruction technique. Ning Tian looked at the stone soldiers, and a light flashed in his eyes. Soul destruction technique is activating. Soul destruction technique, successful activation. In an instant, grey energy appeared in his hands. This was the power of the soul destruction technique. The entire hall had fallen into a battle. Because they were in the main area, the stone soldiers' strength was particularly strong, and the people immediately fell into a bitter battle. However, at this moment, the people fighting bitterly suddenly noticed a figure coming and going freely in the hall. Wherever the figure went, the stone soldiers would collapse. That's. Everyone narrowed their eyes, and their pupils shrank when they saw it clearly. F***ck? Isn't that the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult? How can an Earth Monarch cultivator kill faster than us? Chapter 94. Not only were these stone statues powerful, but even the weakest of them was at the Earth King realm. Moreover, the stone armor on their bodies seemed to have some kind of special power. Their attacks couldn't do anything to these stone soldiers at all. However, just as they were thinking of ways to survive the stone soldiers, they saw Ning Tian charging into the group of stone soldiers. Spiritual chi burst out, and a dark light flashed in his hands. Not only could he move freely among the stone soldiers, but more importantly, every time he attacked, he would kill a stone soldier. The stone statues collapsed and turned into rubble. All the one-star Saint Kings were dumbfounded when they witnessed this scene. F***ck. How is he so powerful? A one-star Saint King opened his eyes wide as a wisp of astonishment flashed through his eyes. The group of Saint Kings nodded from the bottom of their hearts when they heard that. They rather agreed. The ancestral master of the Tianmo cult was simply too powerful. That's not right. Suddenly, a holy emperor reacted. Doesn't this mean that we are weaker than the ancestral master of the Tianmo cult, who is only at the Earth King realm? All the holy emperors were speechless. They all fell silent, and there were a few black lines on their foreheads. Although they didn't want to admit it. However, this ancestral master of the Tianmo cult was a little too powerful, wasn't he? The stone armor on these stone soldiers had some kind of special power. Even they found it difficult to deal with. However, seeing Ning Tian kill a stone soldier with one punch made them very suspicious. Could it be that the ancestral master of the Tianmo cult could ignore the stone armor? Actually, it was just as they thought. The stone armor on these stone soldiers was formed by soul power. Ning Tian had the soul destruction technique, so he could ignore the stone armor automatically. Ancestral master is so cool. Yarokai Saintess's eyes were full of stars as she watched Ning Tian weave through the stone soldiers. If the ancestral master is like this, how can I relax? Ling Ao's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. Last time on the sparring stage, Ning Tian had used his attainments in the way of the sword to shock this proud genius of the Lingshu sect, making him submit directly and become Ning Tian's little fan. It wasn't just Yarokai Saintess and Ling Ao. Everyone around them, regardless of whether they were emperors or heavenly venerables, had their fighting spirit ignited by Ning Tian. If the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult could do this, then they couldn't admit defeat either. In an instant, the stone statue soldiers, who originally had a relatively large advantage, suddenly realized that the group of people in front of them, who had originally retreated, actually dared to fight. Under the protection of Elder Jian Mai, the disciples of one sword sect did not make a move. Instead, they watched coldly as the people around them killed each other. They were surprised to see Ning Tian fighting amongst the stone soldiers, but they were even more disdainful. He's just a guy who likes to show off. When your spiritual qi runs out, I'll see how you die. Soundless Jian snorted with deep disdain. The group of disciples around them echoed his words. Among the group of disciples, there was a person wearing a veil who was glaring at Ning Tian with murderous intent. Ning Tian, I'll make sure you die miserably, and Luo Wuqing will eventually become my woman. This person was none other than Lin Xiaoyao. Lin Ba had secretly arranged for him to be among the disciples of one sword sect. He also knew that the Alliance of Righteous Ways was going to take action against the Tianmo cult. When the Tianmo cult was destroyed and the Empress was captured, he would definitely toy with Luo Wuqing in front of Ning Tian. This was the price he had to pay for destroying his Taoist heart. Among the stone soldiers, Ning Tian's soul destroyer technique flickered in his hands as he used the dodging movement technique to kill the stone soldiers. Every time he killed a stone soldier, a stream of soul power would quietly flow into his body and be absorbed by the soul origin orb. Soon, the soul origin orb that had been depleted gradually replenished. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in his mind. You have shocked the surrounding prodigies and aroused their fighting spirit. You are rewarded with 5,000 cultivation point. A huge stream of spiritual qi rushed into his body. Vaguely, Ning Tian felt that he was only a little bit away from breaking through. Kill. Kill these stone soldiers. At this moment, a loud roar sounded. The crowd that had retreated began to fight back against the stone soldiers. Ning Tian looked over. After these people's fighting spirit was aroused, their fighting strength was quite strong. They could finish off a stone soldier in a few moves. Wait. Suddenly, Ning Tian froze for a moment before he reacted. F***ck. I aroused their balls. These guys are trying to snatch my soul power. If these people's fighting spirit was aroused, wouldn't that mean that he could defeat fewer stone soldiers? Next, everyone noticed a very strange thing. The faster they killed, the faster the Tianmo cult's legendary patriarch killed. About 10 minutes later, the entire hall was in a mess. Stone fragments from the stone soldiers were everywhere. However, there were also dozens of people who died under the stone soldiers' spears. Phew, it's finally over. In the hall, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, during the entire process, the heavenly venerables of the 6 great emperors did not make a move. Because they didn't bring these disciples here purely for exploration, it was more to train them. I still can't compare to the patriarch. Ling Ao let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Looking at the stone fragments on the ground beside Ning Tian, he really felt ashamed of his inferiority. He had only killed dozens of stone soldiers, while Ning Tian had killed at least 2/3 of the stone soldiers here. His strength was simply abnormal. On the side, a group of geniuses also sighed. The patriarch is so handsome. I haven't seen the patriarch for nearly a month. He has become more handsome and stronger. The beautiful eyes of the Jade Lake's girls glowed as they looked at Ning Tian excitedly. Suddenly, under everyone's gaze, Ning Tian sat on the ground without any warning. What is he doing? Seeing Ning Tian's action, a hint of doubt flashed in everyone's eyes. Humph. A disciple of the One Sword sect snorted coldly. Do you still need to think about it? Soundless Jian glanced at Ning Tian indifferently and sneered. You've been in the limelight and exhausted your spiritual qi. There's not much spiritual qi in the celestial tomb. If it's exhausted, there won't be much for you to replenish. What? Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned for a moment. After suddenly coming to their senses, they carefully sensed it. Their faces all changed. The spiritual qi in the entire celestial tomb was extremely scarce. Every time it was used, it would be depleted. If all the spiritual qi in the body was used up, then they could only rely on pure physical strength. The surrounding group of celestial venerables' faces suddenly changed drastically. Damn! No wonder these Emperor forces, except for the patriarch of the Tianmo cult, almost no one else made a move. Only the celestial venerables made a move. Damn it! The celestial venerables immediately cursed in their hearts. They were being used as a tool again. As expected of the Emperor forces, each of them was cunning. Chapter 95. It's a pity that someone is still a hothead and used up all his spirit chi. Elder Sword Eyebrows sneered, then looked at Grand Elder gloatingly. Grand Elder, you'll have to protect your Tianmo cult's legendary patriarch from now on. After all, his spirit chi has been exhausted. Ha ha ha. The people from both sides of the righteous path laughed gloatingly. Even if he's a legendary patriarch, he's still just a hothead. How dare he exhaust his spirit chi in such a tomb? He's really digging his own grave. The disciples of the One Sword sect and the Heike sect were discussing animatedly, looking at Ning Tian with disdain. Grand Elder and the disciples of the Tianmo cult were stunned when they heard the words around them. What did you just say? Our patriarch's spirit chi has been exhausted? Ha ha ha. Grand Elder laughed wildly. Should he laugh at their ignorance? Or stupidity? Ha ha ha. Our patriarch's spirit chi has been exhausted? That's interesting. The girls of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also covered their mouths and chuckled. Their laughter was as pleasant as silver bells, attracting the attention of many prodigies. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke. That day at the Immortal Spirit Spring, they had seen Ning Tian's huge spirit sea with their own eyes. How can someone with a spirit sea exhaust his spirit chi so easily? Yarokai Saintess muttered to herself and shook her head. What are you laughing at? Elder Sword Eyebrows frowned when he saw the people of the Tianmo cult and the Jade Lake Sacred Ground laughing. He looked displeased. Nothing, we're just laughing at your ignorance. Grand Elder shook his head and said lightly, You. Elder Sword Eyebrows' expression changed slightly and he was about to fight back. But at that moment, a rich spirit chi appeared, followed by the sound of thunder. Everyone was shocked. Then, they all looked at the place where the spirit chi appeared. A person was sitting cross-legged. It was Ning Tian. Did he cause the commotion? Everyone was stunned. Then, rich spirit chi continuously appeared in Ning Tian's body. In the blink of an eye, a huge spirit sea condensed behind him. Spirit sea. Hiss. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly, a look of shock. This, the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult actually had a spirit sea. No wonder the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon cult had such a reaction when he heard Elder Sword Brows say that Ning Tian's spirit chi was exhausted. After all, how could a person's spirit sea be exhausted? The spiritual energy consumed just now was not even 1/1000th of the spiritual energy in this huge spiritual sea. How could it? At this moment, the Righteous Alliance's members all had extremely ugly expressions. Elder Jian Mai's face was burning with pain. It was as if someone had slapped him hard on the face. Spirit sea. Although Elder Jian Mai no longer regarded the legendary patriarch of the Heavenly Demon cult as an ordinary person, he was still shocked at this moment. The spirit sea was terrifying. Even he did not have a spirit sea. Shocked gazes fell on Ning Tian. As for Ning Tian, she sat cross-legged, oblivious to their astonishment. The spirit chi in his body continued to gather. He was just a little bit away from a breakthrough. A few minutes later, when the last bit of spirit chi converged, it was as if he had broken through the bottleneck. In an instant, it was like a hot knife through butter. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. The current Earth King level is 4 stars. As the system's voice fell, the huge spirit sea and the unstoppable momentum instantly returned to Ning Tian's body. All of this was seen by the surrounding people. He broke through? He can still break through despite the lack of spirit chi around him. Amazing, gasps of admiration and shock could be heard everywhere. Before Ning Tian could get up, the system's beautiful electronic voice sounded in his mind. You have shocked everyone. You are rewarded with 1 Tiantian record comprehension point. Current comprehension level of Heavenly God record, 40%, minor success 40%. Ning Tian murmured in his heart. Another 10% and he would be able to reach 50% comprehension, which was the level of higher mastery. At that time, the number of spirit veins he could open would increase by a lot. Slowly getting up, Ning Tian didn't even look at the shocked gazes around him. He was already used to these people's shock. Supreme Elder, let's get ready to enter the main hall. Ning Tian walked to the side of the Tianmo cult people and said to the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder nodded and called a group of Tianmo cult disciples to get ready. At this time, the surrounding people also recovered from their shock and began to prepare to enter the celestial worthy mausoleum. There were troublesome stone statue soldiers in the front hall. There might be greater danger waiting for them in the deeper parts of the celestial worthy mausoleum. Immediately, after everyone was ready, they rushed to the main hall one after another. Generally, the good treasures were in the main hall. Along the way, although Ning Tian had a treasure hunting card, he didn't use it casually. After all, there was only one treasure hunting card, and it could only last for an hour. It would be a waste if he used it casually. It was better to use it when they entered the deeper parts of the celestial worthy mausoleum. Before long, the Tianmo cult group arrived at a large hall. One after another, the other great emperors and some of the faster celestial worthy forces also arrived at the hall. This should be the main hall, right? It can't be wrong. This place is much bigger than the main hall. The group of people discussed animatedly. The main hall was incomparably huge, and 9 stone doors were engraved on the surrounding walls. Above the palace, there was a throne. On the throne sat a skeleton. That should be the skeleton of the celestial worthy mausoleum's owner, right? Ning Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the throne. He didn't expect that the owner of the mausoleum would choose not to be buried, but to sit on the throne and turn into a skeleton. Perhaps it's because he's unwilling to be buried. The Supreme Elder glanced at the skeleton and said slowly, Ning Tian nodded when he heard this, and then he glanced at the skeleton once more. Suddenly, he was stunned. Hey! Just now, he seemed to have seen a flash of red light in the skeleton's eyes. Ning Tian rubbed his eyes and tried to take a closer look, but found that there was only an empty hole in the skeleton's eyes. There were even a few maggots crawling around, but there was no red light at all. This is strange. Could it be that I saw wrongly? Ning Tian muttered. Ancestral Master, what's wrong? The Supreme Elder asked when he saw that something was wrong with Ning Tian. It's nothing. Ning Tian shook his head. Some of the surrounding forces had already begun to search the main hall. Let's search for something too. Ning Tian said and led the Tianmo cult group to search the main hall. If they didn't search, the surrounding forces would beat them to it. Chapter 96. It had to be said that there were many treasures in the main hall. It was to the extent that some forces even fought over a high-grade profound rank martial art. Ancestral Master, look, what is this? At this moment, a Tianmo cult disciple shouted at Ning Tian. Hearing this, Ning Tian looked over. It was a small black ball. He said, it should be a Dharma artifact. You can keep it for yourself. I see. The disciple was obviously disappointed, but he could only keep the Dharma artifact. For an ordinary disciple, having a Dharma artifact was already good enough. Compared to an ordinary weapon, it was much better. Alright, let's continue searching. Hihi, there are many treasures in this main hall. Ning Tian smiled and beckoned the Tianmo cult disciples to continue searching. As time passed, many people managed to find good things in the main palace. However, no one noticed that 3 figures were quietly climbing the stairs of the main hall and approaching the throne. These 3 people were the disciples of One Sword Sect. Senior Brother Jian, are we really going to get close to that skeleton? Isn't that a little inappropriate? A handsome disciple looked at the skeleton on the throne with some fear. Yes, Senior Brother Jian, another disciple said with a bitter face. What? You're afraid of a person who has been dead for God knows how many years? Seeing how worried the 2 of them were, Jian Soundless sneered. Could it be that you're afraid that this dead man will suddenly bite you? That's not it. The 2 disciples quickly shook their heads. It's not it. If it's not it, then hurry up and follow me. Jian Soundless glared at the 2 of them and kicked them in the buttocks. Even though the two of them almost fell flat on their faces, they did not dare to say a word of dissatisfaction. Jen Soundless was the disciple with the most hope of reaching the God Emperor realm in one sword sec. Yes, senior brother Jen, we'll go over now. The two of them nodded hurriedly and scrambled up the stairs. Seeing this, the corners of Jen Soundless' mouth curled into a smile as he slowly followed. The three of them approached the throne and looked at the wriggling maggots within the bones. The two disciples nearly threw up. Senior brother Jen, this skeleton looks poor. There shouldn't be any treasures, right? What do you know? Soundless Jen snorted coldly as he sized up the skeleton. A smug smile appeared on his face. You think I'm one of those stupid guys? Searching in the main palace? Hehe, such a good thing must be hidden near the throne. After he finished speaking, he focused his gaze on Kugu's finger. There seemed to be a ring there. Hehe, isn't this good stuff here? Jen Soundless sneered. He took out a piece of cloth and gently wiped the dusty ring. The ring was inlaid with a black gem, looking very simple and unadorned. This is, Jen Wuching's pupils contracted as he sucked in a breath of cold air. The two of them were stunned. What was that sound? They looked up instinctively, and their expressions changed immediately. They saw that the skeleton's eyes were shining with red light at this moment. Then, under the shocked gaze of the three of them, the skeleton slowly stood up, and the sound of bones touching could be heard continuously. What? It's alive. Without waiting for Jen Wuching and the other two to think, the skeleton suddenly moved, and instantly sent the two disciples flying. Boom! Its aura exploded. The two disciples crashed heavily into the wall of the main hall, and there was no sound from them. At this moment, the forces that sensed the commotion raised their heads instinctively and looked up at the main hall. Immediately, their expressions changed. F***ck. Isn't that Jen Wuching from One Sword Sec? That skeleton, why is it standing up? Is it a corpse that has come to life? At this moment, their eyes were filled with panic. A person who was supposed to be dead and turned into a skeleton was actually standing up. How could they not be afraid? Hearing the commotion, Ning Tian was stunned and looked up at the main hall. When he saw the skeleton standing up, his expression changed. Thinking of the red light he saw just now, and seeing Jen Wuching being caught, he could not help but curse in his heart. That idiot, why did he touch the skeleton for no reason? Chapter 97. The commotion quickly attracted everyone's attention in the main hall. When they saw that Jen Soundless had activated the skeleton, everyone's expression changed. The skeleton was strange, and even a heavenly master would find it difficult to deal with. Jen Mai, your disciple really knows how to cause trouble. Doesn't he know that some things can't be touched? The Supreme Elder looked coldly at Jen Mai and said coldly, You can't do anything right. You're the one with the most troublemakers. The shadowy old man also frowned slightly. Jen Mai, you guys are messing around. How can you touch the skeleton of your predecessors? Elder Qing Lin said with dissatisfaction. Other than the Heike sect, all the other forces were dissatisfied with Jen Mai. Jen Mai's expression was extremely ugly, but he could not say a word. After all, he was in the wrong. This trash. Jen Mai cursed in his heart. F***ck. At this moment, an angry curse was heard. Then, a group of people appeared out of thin air and fell heavily to the ground. Heavenly treasure, sacred land? I didn't see them just now. Could it be that they sneaked off to another place? That's possible. But why are they back? The group of forces frowned and discussed. Damn it. Daoist Jin Bao touched his sore butt, gritted his teeth, and looked at the people around him fiercely. Who is it? Who the F***ck triggered the mechanism? That's right. They did sneak off just now. It was not the heavenly treasure sacred land style to stay in one place to search for treasures. Originally, they had already found a treasure haul. But suddenly, they felt a strange force, and then they were thrown back into the main hall. The treasure was right in front of them, but they were thrown back before they could even touch it. How could they not be angry? The The surrounding people hurriedly pointed at Soundless' sword in the main hall. F***ck. He came back to life. Daoist Jin Bao looked over, and his expression changed drastically. He muttered, outrageous, outrageous. This is Gen Soundless. Daoist Jin Bao gritted his teeth and looked at Elder Gen Mai, cursing loudly. Gen Mai, you old bastard, can't you watch your bastard disciple? F***ck your grandma's leg. Are you trying to get us all killed? Daoist Jin Bao did not leave any face for Sword Eyebrows Elder and scolded him. You. Elder Gen Mai gritted his teeth and snorted. It's just a skeleton of a celestial master. Even if he is a living celestial master, I will kill him. Immediately, Elder Sword Eyebrows waved his sleeves and walked toward the main hall. You piece of trash. What did this old man teach you? Don't touch anything, do you understand? Elder Gen Mai cursed as he walked. Yes, I've got it, master. Hurry up and save me. At this moment, Gen Soundless was completely powerless. Blood was flowing out continuously, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. If this went on, he would faint. Trash. Elder Gen Mai snorted coldly and was about to rescue him. Seeing this, Ning Tian frowned slightly. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Grand Supreme Elder, let's move a little further away. Then, he said to the Supreme Elder beside him. The Grand Supreme Elder was stunned, but he did not ask why. He led a group of Tianmo cult disciples to the side of the main hall and stood with the people from Jade Lake. Seeing Ning Tian coming over, Yarokai Saintess approached gently, and her fragrance wafted over. Ancestral Master, do you think Elder Gen Mai can deal with this skeleton? Yarokai Saintess looked at Ning Tian and asked softly. I don't know. Ning Tian shook his head and looked at the skeleton with a serious expression. Let's wait and see. Anyway, be careful. After spending a long time with Luo Wuqing, the great emperor, Ning Tian's perception had become stronger. Now, he actually felt that this skeleton had an aura similar to Luo Wuqing's. That was the aura of an ultimate expert. Yarokai Saintess nodded. Under everyone's gaze, Elder Gen Mai took out a spiritual artifact-level sword and pointed it at the skeleton. You're dead and you're still alive. Today, I'll make sure that not even your bones are left. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he directly stabbed the skeleton's chest with his sword. Clang. A heavy sound was heard. Elder Gen Mai was stunned. His sword did not cause any damage to the skeleton. That's strange. Elder Gen Mai narrowed his eyes and was about to stab again, but he was shocked to find that his sword was broken. How is this possible? Waves of shock surged in his heart. That was a spiritual artifact. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back and looked up. He saw that the skeleton was looking at him with a red light in its eyes. It was very strange. Elder Gen Mai felt a chill run down his spine. You're just playing tricks. He forced himself to calm down and snorted. Even without his sword, he still had his palm technique. The wind from his palm whistled. Boom. One palm. Then, the skeleton shook violently. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Elder Gen Mai was sent flying and vomited blood. He landed heavily on the ground of the main hall. What? Elder Gen Mai was sent flying. Everyone was shocked. Elder Gen Mai was an 8 stars heavenly venerable. Mars. Master, seeing that even Elder Gen Mai was sent flying, Gen Soundless' eyes flashed with despair. At this moment, the skeleton grabbed his head and lifted him up. The red light in its eyes flashed. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Gen Soundless' body burst with blood, and it continued to rush into the skeleton's mouth. Everyone looked at this scene in horror, and their palms were full of sweat. In just a moment, Gen Soundless turned into a dried corpse and was casually thrown to the ground by the skeleton. Boom! At this moment, a huge aura exploded from the skeleton's body. Even a heavenly venerable could not touch this aura. At this moment, the Supreme Elder, Old Shadow, Daoist Jinbao, and Elder Qing Lin looked solemn. Their eyes were filled with horror. They seemed to have realized something in their hearts. Ning Tian's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked at the skeleton with a solemn gaze. At this moment, He also understood. This was not a heavenly venerable's tomb, it was a great emperor's tomb. Chapter 98. It turned out to be the tomb of a great emperor. Ning Tian's heart sank. This was not the tomb of a heavenly venerate, but the tomb of a great emperor. It was the tomb of the most powerful emperor god. At that moment, the supreme elder, the old man, and the other heavenly venerates fell silent. Their faces did not look too good. They were all guessing that this was not the tomb of a heavenly venerate, but the tomb of an emperor god. In the main hall, the disciples of the one-sword sect suppressed their fear and helped Elder Jian Mai up. Elder Jian Mai did not even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the skeleton in fear. At that moment, even though his most beloved disciple, Jian Soundless, had been sucked dry, he was indifferent. There was only deep fear in his heart. Crunch! Crunch! The skeleton had finally sucked all the blood essence from Jian Soundless' body. Jian Soundless' body had almost turned into a mummy. His skin was shriveled and he was thrown down the stairs by the skeleton. Seeing this scene, practically everyone present swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Whether it was the Emperor realm or the heavenly venerate forces, all of them were deeply afraid of the skeleton. Just at this moment, the skeleton moved. Its empty eye sockets flickered with a blood-like scarlet color as it swept its gaze towards the crowd in the main hall. Everyone who was stared at by the skeleton felt a chill run down their spines. Even the Supreme Elder, Elder Qing Lin, and the other heavenly venerates were no exception. Their hearts were heavy. If this was the tomb of an emperor god, then what level of emperor was he? A quasi-emperor? An emperor mortal or a god emperor? Or a great emperor? The red light in the skeleton's eyes scanned almost everyone. Suddenly, the skeleton's gaze fell on Ning Tian. It paused for a moment before it looked away. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. She frowned slightly. Could it be that dry bone had his eyes on her? In the end, the skeleton's gaze swept across everyone. Suddenly, he took a step forward. As his bones collided, there was a creaking sound. The creaking sound startled everyone as they looked at the skeleton nervously. Could it be that they were going to make a move? Everyone's qi quietly circulated, maintaining extreme vigilance. Ning Tian frowned as he looked at the skeleton. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly, this guy needs some oil. These bones aren't smooth enough. The 6 heavenly venerables also quietly circulated their spiritual qi, protecting their own disciples behind them. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the skeleton turned around. It moved its creaking body and returned to its throne. What's the situation? Is he planning to give up attacking? Seeing this scene, everyone raised their eyebrows. Their tensed nerves also obtained a moment of relaxation at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the skeleton and instantly blasted through the entire hall. Boom! Pu. Many of the weaker cultivators instantly turned pale and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Brats, don't be afraid, I'm here. Daoist Jin Bao patted his chest and stood up to protect the disciples of the heavenly treasure Holy Land. But at this moment, the skeleton's palm changed and turned into a giant palm. It instantly grabbed Daoist Jin Bao and blew up a disciple of the Joint Qi sect. The blood mist formed a cage and directly locked Daoist Jin Bao in it. What? Seeing this scene, the other 5 heavenly venerables' faces changed instantly. Daoist Jin Bao was at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm, but even so, he was still easily captured. Boom! Without waiting for the 5 heavenly venerables to react, the skeleton's giant hand suddenly attacked. They didn't even have the slightest ability to resist and were tightly caught. Then, the skeleton used the same trick again and blew up a disciple of the nameless Joint Qi sect. It formed a blood mist cage and once again locked the 5 heavenly venerables in it. F***CK. Elder Tianfeng was locked in the blood mist cage. His face was extremely ugly. Are you poisonous? The disciples you casually blew up are all from my Joint Qi sect. However, the skeleton obviously ignored Elder Tianfeng. Within his body, another huge wave of pressure emerged. Boom. Then, it swept toward the entire main hall. At this moment, Without the protection of the heavenly venerables, the geniuses didn't dare to underestimate it. They used all their means to resist the pressure. 3 sounds formation. Yarokai Saintess's pretty face was solemn. With a low shout, she waved her jade-like hand. A guzheng, an ancient flute, and a guqin appeared behind her. Then, immortal music lingered in the air. She used sound waves to resist the pressure. As for Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbao, they too executed their respective divine abilities. Ling Ao's spiritual sword transformed into thousands of forms. Zhu Yuanbo took out a huge gold ingot and blocked in front of him. The pressure was so terrifying that everyone couldn't even take care of themselves. They used all their means to resist the pressure. However, there were still people who couldn't withstand the pressure and vomited blood. Heavenly God record. As the pressure approached, Ning Tian roared. In his body, 199 thunder calamity spiritual veins revolved and his heavenly god physique was activated. Lightning surged around his body. This pressure was overbearing and wasn't suitable to use the entertainment Tao spiritual veins to resist it. He could only face it head-on. He used the violent thunder calamity spiritual veins to break through the pressure. After all, he was the weakest among the geniuses. In the face of this pressure, he naturally couldn't let his guard down. Boom! The pressure swept out and constantly attacked Ning Tian's body. There were already cracks on his skin. Blood flowed out from the surface. Break for me. Ning Tian gritted his teeth. Lightning surged on his body. In an instant, the lightning was like a thunder dragon. It formed a bamboo-breaking momentum and rushed toward the pressure. Boom! It was like an explosion. The pressure was instantly shattered. Phew! Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. His body seemed to have collapsed. He quickly sat cross-legged and hid the soul origin bead in his hand. He began to recover his spiritual energy. His actions attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Seeing the oppressive might of Ning Tian's thunder dragon break, their hearts shook. It turned out that as long as one was strong enough, this pressure could be broken. Just now, they were only thinking about how to resist the pressure and didn't have the slightest idea of breaking it. Now that they saw Ning Tian's actions, they suddenly woke up. Ancestral Master, I can't fall behind the Ancestral Master's footstep. Yarokai Saintess glanced at Ning Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to admit defeat. The other geniuses were also aroused. Their faces were flushed red as they used all their strength. A few minutes later, heavenly music lingered in the air. The sound shook the pressure. Yarokai Saintess broke away from the pressure. Her body was dripping with sweat. She suddenly felt a sense of exhaustion. Immediately, she used her own methods to recover her spiritual energy. Chapter 99. After a while, after Yarokai Saintess, Ling Ao from the Lingshu sect broke through the pressure. He had no idea how many times he swung his sword before he finally broke through the pressure. Huff! Ling Ao's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness as he panted heavily. Looking at Ning Tian, who had almost recovered, he could not help but smile bitterly. It took him more than 10 minutes to break through the pressure, while Ning Tian only took a few minutes. Clearly, the gap between them was very obvious. He clenched his fists. One day, he would catch up to his ancestral master. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged and adjusted his aura. Boom! Just then, a huge gold ingot smashed out with an oppressive aura. Zhu Yuanbo breathed a sigh of relief. Good gold ingot. Zhu Yuanbao stroked the huge gold ingot. Soon after, the gold ingot spat out many smaller gold ingots from its mouth, which were all kept by him. This was his heavenly treasure Sacred Ground's immortal artifact, the gold ingot. Not only could it fly, but it could also devour gold ingots to expand itself. Just now, he was feeding the gold ingot so that it would expand and break through the pressure. Huff! He breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, under the envious gaze of the crowd, he took out a few third-grade spirit pills and stuffed them into his mouth to recover his spirit chi. As expected of the heavenly treasure Sacred Ground. They're really rich. Eating third-grade spirit pills like beans. It's sour. Some of the prodigies who had just broken through the pressure were envious when they saw this scene. After shaking their heads, they could only sit cross-legged and silently recover their spirit chi. Another 10 minutes later. Boom. The pressure dissipated completely. Some of the disciples who were under the pressure were relieved. It's finally over. They felt lucky to have survived the disaster. At this moment, Ning Tian stood up. He was the first to break through the pressure, so his spirit chi was almost completely recovered. What is this skeleton trying to do? Ning Tian looked gravely at the skeleton sitting on the throne, his heart full of doubts. First, he imprisoned the 6 celestial venerables in the blood mist cage. Then, he used his pressure to suppress the juniors. What was he trying to do? Although he couldn't understand the two Mona's actions, the only thing he was sure of was that the two Mona didn't want to kill them. Otherwise, that pressure from before would have been enough to obliterate everyone. After all, this was the tomb of a martial monarch. The owner of the tomb, which was the skeleton, was a martial monarch expert when he was alive. So, what was he trying to do? Ning Tian frowned. He racked his brains but to no avail. He asked the system in his mind, "System, why don't you create a mind-reading skill card? That way, I won't have to guess the thoughts of the two Mona." At this time, if he had a skill card that allowed him to see through thoughts, would he still need to guess? The system said, "Host, please don't look down on the system. The system has everything. Not to mention the ability to see through thinking skill card, the system even has the ability to see through clothes skill card. It's just that the host's luck isn't good and you didn't encounter it." See. Ability to see through clothes skill card? Ning Tian was stunned. With this skill card, wouldn't he be able to? No. He seemed to be thinking in the wrong direction. Ning Tian shook his head and threw the dirty thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind. The most important thing now was still the two Mona. Boom. Suddenly, a sound came from above the main hall. Almost everyone's heart tightened as they looked at the skeleton. What was going to happen next? They saw a bloody mist emerging from the skeleton's storage ring. Then, an old man in a black robe floated out from the storage ring. His body was somewhat illusory. There was a kind smile on his face. Whether it was everyone in the hall or the 6 heavenly venerates trapped in the bloody mist cage, their expressions changed when they saw this. What was going on? Hehe, welcome challengers to this old man's tomb. Before anyone could speak, the old man in the black robe said with a smile. Hearing this, the group of people in the main hall changed their expressions. This old man was not an illusory figure. Not only could he speak, but he also had his own consciousness. Unlike everyone else, Ning Tian noticed a hint of something in the old man's words. Challengers. Although it was only 3 simple words, the meaning was completely different when placed in the tomb of the great emperor. The old man in the black robe could be described as tomb robbers, which was not an exaggeration at all. However, he addressed them as challengers. That meant that this place was not as simple as a mausoleum. The old man in the black robe might have been waiting for them here on purpose. Ning Tian frowned. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like a pit. "I am Yarokai Saintus. May I know who you are?" At this moment, a voice finally sounded in the main hall. Yarokai Saintus bowed to the old man in the black robe and looked at him carefully. "Oh, so you are a little girl from Jade Lake." The old man in the black robe smiled and sighed. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Jade Lake has a new saintess. Do you know other saintesses from Jade Lake Sacred Ground? Yarokai Saintus was stunned. Of course. The old man in the black robe smiled. I know her. She is Saintess Yarrow Shen. Saintess Yarrow Shen? The Jade Lake Saintess was stunned and didn't know how to react. What? In the blood mist cage, Elder Qing Lin's face changed when he heard the words Saintess Yarrow Shen. Emperor Yarrow Shen. You know Emperor Yarrow Shen? Saintess Yarrow Shen was a great emperor expert from Jade Lake 100 years ago. However, it was a pity that she fell on the ancient road of the battle for the throne. However, the man in front of them knew Emperor Yarrow Shen. Did that mean that he was also an expert from the same era? It was highly possible that he was a great emperor expert. Ha ha ha, Emperor Yarrow Shen, what an ancient name. The old man in the black robe laughed. His laughter was filled with nostalgia. However, it's a pity that I still prefer to call her Yarrow Xian. Hiss. At this moment, Elder Qing Lin gasped. She seemed to know who the man in front of them was. A few hundred years ago, when the battle for the throne began, dozens of great emperors from Heavenly Spirit region went to the ancient road of becoming a god. Among them, there was a great emperor couple, Emperor Yarrow Xian from Jade Lake Sacred Ground, and Sansheng. Senior, you must be Sansheng. Elder Qing Lin's face was filled with bitterness. She looked at the old man in the black robe with respect. What? Sansheng? A great emperor expert from 100 years ago? At this moment, everyone felt as if there were millions of grass mud horses running through their hearts. They could not help but curse in their hearts. Mother f***ka. He randomly broke into a tomb and found it to be a great emperor's tomb. Was his luck really that good? Or bad? Chapter 100. It really is the tomb of the great emperors. Ning Tian murmured in his heart as a glint flashed across his eyes. The tomb of the great emperors. Either live or die. Since he couldn't get out, he would give it a try. Sansheng, huh? Hee, how nostalgic, Sansheng murmured, his tone full of nostalgia. It's a pity that no one from the Tianling region participated in the battle for the divine position hundreds of years ago. No one participated. Everyone was stunned as doubt flashed across their eyes. Because all the great emperors from the Tianling region fell on the ancient road to godhood. Sansheng sighed faintly as his words rang in everyone's ears. Why isn't the path to godhood the same as destroying the path to godhood? The path to godhood, destroying the path to godhood? Hearing this and feeling the sadness in Sansheng's words, the group of people was shocked as confusion flashed across their eyes. If the path to godhood was to destroy the path to godhood, then wouldn't the godhood that they yearned for be just a pipe dream? Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned as he narrowed his eyes. According to Sansheng's words, he had already guessed what the so-called battle for the divine position was. To participate in the battle for the divine position, one must first step on the path to godhood. Only by stepping on the path to godhood would one be qualified to participate in the battle for the divine position. Hundreds of years ago, dozens of great emperors from the Tianling region, including the previous leader of the Tianmo cult, had gone to the battle for the divine position. However, dozens of great emperors had not even stepped on the path to godhood. One could imagine how difficult the path to godhood was. Not to mention the battle for the divine position. But, so what? Ning Tian shook his head and smiled. His eyes regained their previous look and were in high spirits. At this moment, Sansheng noticed Ning Tian and couldn't help but frown. Why are you smiling? Everyone was immersed in the hesitation, despair, and confusion of the path to godhood, but Ning Tian was smiling. Seeing Sansheng suddenly ask Ning Tian, the Supreme Elder immediately became nervous. Ancestor, please don't let anything happen to you. If Sansheng dared to touch a single hair on Ning Tian's head, the Empress would probably flip over Sansheng's tomb thousands of times. The gazes of the surrounding crowd all landed on Ning Tian. Some were gloating, while others were worried. How would the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult answer the great Emperor's question? Under everyone's gaze, Ning Tian only smiled faintly. Senior, do you think I'm afraid? Facing the great Emperor, Ning Tian was extremely calm. Although there was no disrespect, there was not a trace of excessive fear. He used Ning Tian's words to cheer himself up. I have already slept with the Empress. Why should I be afraid of a dead great emperor? Shouldn't you be afraid? The path to godhood is the path to godhood. Are you not afraid? Sansheng said faintly. Senior Sansheng, you're wrong. Ning Tian smiled again. Wrong? F***ck. The legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult dared to say that the great emperor was wrong? Hearing this, the crowd cursed in their hearts. The Supreme Elder was so anxious that he almost cried. My little ancestor, say less, say less. Haha, you're courting death. Elder Jian Mai and Elder Tian Feng laughed coldly in their hearts. Among the disciples of the One Sword sect, Lin Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. It seemed that Sansheng would kill this kid without any trick. At this moment, Ning Tian felt helpless. No matter how he answered, He did not know what Sansheng would think. Great emperors were temperamental. It was impossible to figure them out. He could see this from Luo Wuqing. No matter what he answered, Sansheng could find a reason to kill him. He might as well take the risk and shock Sansheng. Oh! Sansheng was indeed stunned, but not to the extent of shock. This disappointed Ning Tian. Then tell me, why was I wrong? Sansheng was not angry. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Ning Tian. Because even if I'm afraid, it's useless to me now. I might as well put away this fear and wait until I become a great emperor. Then I'll talk about whether I'm afraid or not. Ning Tian looked at Sansheng, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Sansheng was stunned. He seemed to see a shadow of himself in Ning Tian. He was so fearless. He became a great emperor, but in the end, ha ha ha, very good. Sansheng laughed and looked at Ning Tian. The younger generation is fearless, the younger generation is fearless. Ha ha ha. Young man, you have the bearing of a great emperor. The bearing of a great emperor. Hearing this, the surrounding people were all stunned. The legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult was acknowledged by a great emperor. Yarokai Saintus and Ling Ao, one turned into a little fangirl, the other into a little fangirl. They both looked at Ning Tian excitedly. The patriarch was indeed the patriarch. This brat, hiding in Lin Xiaoyao, he gritted his teeth in anger. He was waiting to see Sansheng kill Ning Tian, not for him to acknowledge him. Phew, the supreme elder breathed a sigh of relief. Senior Sansheng, you must be joking. Ning Tian smiled calmly, and his manner of speech surprised Sansheng. If this young man was born a few hundred years earlier, with his temper, he might have become sworn brothers with him. Since you and I are fated to meet today, I'll give you an opportunity to improve your mortal body. As Sansheng spoke, he turned into a stream of light and rushed toward Ning Tian. Huh! Improve my mortal body? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed drastically. F***ck, don't come over. I have the constitution of a heavenly god, not a mortal body. However, Sansheng was so fast that he rushed in front of Ning Tian in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he put his hand on Ning Tian's body and silently sensed. It's over. At this moment, that was the only word in Ning Tian's mind. When Sansheng's soul consciousness entered Ning Tian's body, what he saw was a sky full of lightning tribulation. What? Lightning tribulation spiritual pulse. He has the heavenly god constitution. Boom. Boom. The sound of lightning tribulation rang in his ears. Ning Tian muttered in his heart, Senior Sansheng, you can't blame me for this. You went in yourself. Accompanied by the sound of thunder in his body. Half a minute later, Sansheng's soul consciousness rushed into his soul body, and at this moment, his body became a little fainter. A small part of the soul's power was devoured by the lightning tribulation in Ning Tian's body. This brat is too strange. Sansheng's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Seeing Sansheng's reaction, Ning Tian knew that he most likely knew that he had the heavenly god constitution. Even so, Ning Tian was not worried that Sansheng would take over his body, unless he wanted to die. The last heavenly demon who wanted to take over his body had already turned into a soul orb. Ding! At this moment, the system's beautiful voice sounded. You have shocked Sansheng. Reward, mind reading card. Mind reading card, see through people's hearts and hear their inner voice. Effective for 1 hour. Invalid after use. Mind reading card? It really came. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with shock. Chapter 101. Ahem. Sansheng let out a dry cough and looked at Ning Tian. You have a good physique and my opportunity is not suitable for you. Of course. The third Saint Great Emperor's words were just to give himself a way out. He couldn't possibly say that his opportunity to improve his physique was not suitable for Ning Tian's physique, could he? How could a great emperor be so shameless? Ning Tian smiled and didn't expose Sansheng's words. After all, he didn't mention that he had a heavenly god physique. All right. The three-sage great emperor's soul returned to his body and said with an indifferent expression, the reason I poured my remnant soul into this storage ring is so that I can continue to pass on my inheritance. Unfortunately, No one has succeeded in the past 100 years. Hearing that, the people in the main hall were shocked. No one had succeeded in the past 100 years. Senior Sansheng, may I ask what will happen if we fail the challenge? A sky pride plucked up the courage to ask. Dead. Sansheng said indifferently. Dead, dead. Everyone was stunned and their faces changed. Only by obtaining the inheritance of the 3 sacred emperors will you be able to leave this place alive. Otherwise, the only outcome is death. Sansheng said indifferently. As for what happened just now, it was the first round of the trial. At this time, his words immediately made the surrounding people feel that something was wrong. The trial just now? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that he was referring to the spiritual energy pressure just now? However, every single one of them had managed to pull through. However, Sansheng's next words made everyone's faces change drastically. Those who didn't break through the pressure just now are all losers. A cold voice was heard. The 3rd Saint Emperor calmly raised his hand and pressed it down. Bang! Bang! Ah! 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 Screams were heard continuously. Those who didn't break through the pressure just now turned into a cloud of blood mist. Half of the people in the main hall were gone in an instant. Great emperors are indeed temperamental. They watched as Sansheng, who was chatting and laughing a moment ago, killed half of the people in the hall in the blink of an eye. Ning Tian gritted his teeth. Behind him, 4 or 5 disciples of the Tianmo cult were crushed into a bloody mist. This time, the Jade Lake Sacred Land will not participate. At this time, Sansheng said calmly. He waved his hand, and Elder Qing Lin flew out of the blood fog cage and landed in front of the ladies of the Jade Lake. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were extremely envious. However, they could only be envious. Who asked the Jade Lake Sacred Ground to have a relationship with Sansheng? Little kids from the Jade Lake, wait here. My inheritance is not suitable for the Jade Lake. When the trial is over, I will send you out. Sansheng said calmly to the people of Jade Lake. Senior Xie Sansheng. Elder Qing Lin and the other girls bowed. It was better not to get involved in this muddy water if they could. Senior Sansheng, I still have a friend. At this time, Yarokai Saintess spoke slowly. Her worried eyes fell on Ning Tian. Oh, this kid. Sansheng smiled faintly and looked at Yarokai Saintess. Is this kid your husband? Huh. Yarokai Saintess was stunned. When she came to her senses, her pretty face instantly turned red. She quickly shook her head. No, is he the person you love? Sansheng asked again. Yarokai Saintess gritted her teeth. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. She shook her head again. No. Then that's enough. Little girl, you can just watch from the side. Sansheng's words were unquestionable. He did not give Yarokai Saintess a chance to speak at all. Saintess, it's okay. Ning Tian smiled comfortingly at Yarokai Saintess. I'm actually quite interested in Senior Sansheng's inheritance. Ancestral Master, hearing Ning Tian's words, Yarokai Saintess's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Ha ha ha. 3rd Saint Emperor laughed out loud as he looked at Ning Tian with a gleam in his eyes. To tell you the truth, kid, if you can obtain my inheritance, it will greatly enhance your physique. Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned and narrowed his eyes. According to Sansheng's words, he instantly understood that Senior Sansheng's inheritance must be something helpful to the heavenly god physique. Hearing Senior Sansheng's words, I'm even more interested. Ha ha ha. Then prove it with your strength. The 3rd Saint Supreme Emperor laughed out loud. Kid, you better not die in there. After all, your body type is quite rare. Finishing his words, Sansheng did not waste any more time and slammed his hand on the ground. Rumble. Rumble. Soon after, the 9 stone doors carved on the wall of the main hall slowly began to materialize. They were placed in order in the main hall. This is the 2nd stage of the tomb, the door of life and death. Among the 9 doors, 3 are life, 3 are death, and 3 are the door of dreams. Those who enter the door of life will live. Those who enter the door of death will die. Those who enter the door of dreams will fall into an eternal nightmare and sink into it. As the 9 doors appeared, Sansheng's calm introduction was heard. This, a 1 in 3 chance of survival. This, hearing the 3 lives Emperor's words, everyone's eyes were filled with difficulty. Only the door of life could lead to survival. Although the door of dreams would not lead to death, being trapped in it forever was no different from death. A 1 in 3 chance. It was too difficult to choose. I can give you a hint, Sansheng suddenly said. Really? Thank you, 3 holy emperors. Hearing this, the group's despairing eyes were filled with hope again. In each door, the chi of life and chi of death is very obvious, Sansheng said slowly. Hearing this, the surrounding people sensed the 9 doors. Then, they were all overjoyed. Senior Xie Sansheng. Soon, someone determined the door of life and death and walked in with joy. More and more people walked toward the door of life that they sensed. Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo sensed for a while, but did not listen to Sansheng and walked into a door together. Some people also felt that something was wrong. Why would Sansheng be so kind to remind them? It was very likely that he was being sarcastic. The door of life might be the door of death. The door of death might be the door of life. Therefore, a group of people walked toward the opposite door. Something is wrong, Ning Tian frowned. No matter how he looked at it, there was something wrong with these doors. At this moment, there was only Ning Tian and the Jade Lake women who were not participating in the competition in the main hall. Young friend, you're not going in? Sansheng looked at him. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes. Since he couldn't figure it out, then he would directly see through Sansheng's thought. System, use the mind-reading card. Ning Tian secretly said in his heart. Using mind-reading card. Use successful. Current mind-reading card time, 1 hour. The mind-reading card was used. Ning Tian looked at Sansheng and his thoughts instantly rang in Ning Tian's mind. This group of cultivators is still too young. Life and death, isn't life also death? Isn't death also life? In this cycle, it's still hard to escape death. Hey! Hearing this voice, Ning Tian was shocked. It turned out that, whether it was the door of life or the door of death, they were all death. Then I'm afraid, there was only the door of dreams left. Only by breaking the door of dreams could there be a way to survive. Ning Tian's eyes flashed. Immediately, after sensing the door of life and death, he chose another door. This kid, seeing that Ning Tian chose the door of dreams, Sansheng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It seems to be a bit interesting. Chapter 102. The Gate of Life and Death had special characteristics. After entering it, one would be randomly teleported to a location in the palace mausoleum. Therefore, even if one entered together, they would not walk together. It was all done according to Sansheng's instructions. In the Great Emperor's mausoleum, one could only rely on oneself. Ning Tian slowly walked to the stone door, which was devoid of life and death aura. She took a deep breath and stepped inside. Ancestral Master, seeing Ning Tian slowly walk into the stone door, Yarokai Saintess's beautiful eyes were full of worry. Behind her, the girls of Jade Lake were also clenching their small hands, looking worried. Seeing this situation, Sansheng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Back then, he was known as the most handsome man in the Tianling realm 100 years ago, and countless girls admired him. Even so, when he came to Jade Lake, where all the girls gathered, he only stole Yaroxian Saintess's heart. After all, Jade Lake's mind-cleansing spell was not just for show. However, looking at the situation in front of him, that kid not only stole Yarokai Saintess's heart, but also the other girls. Good boy, what a ruthless person. Sansheng couldn't help but sigh secretly. Senior Sansheng, can Ancestral Master come out of the trial? Yarokai Saintess looked at Sansheng. The worry in her heart was almost written on her face. That will depend on his luck. Third Saint Great Emperor said indifferently. Entering the Gate of Life and Death meant that the trial had begun, and he couldn't intervene. He could only rely on his own strength. However, at this time, Sansheng seemed to have thought of something and frowned at Yarokai Saintess. Why do you all call him Ancestral Master? I see that he is young, and his strength is only in the Earth Monarch realm. He shouldn't have the qualifications to be called Ancestral Master, right? This, Yarokai Saintess said very seriously. Because, he is the husband of the Tianmore cult's Empress. Tianmore cult. So this kid is from the Tianmo cult. Sansheng nodded. Wait, suddenly, he paused and looked at Yarokai Saintus. Little girl, what did you just say? Empress? Wouldn't that be an Emperor realm expert? That brat is a great Emperor's husband. Yeah. Yarokai Saintus nodded seriously. In an instant, Sansheng froze on the spot as if he had been petrified. When he was an emperor, he had just married Emperor Yarou Xian, who was also an emperor. Who would have thought that this brat, who was only an Earth King, would already have an emperor as his wife? I'm afraid this is the only case in history. Brat, please don't die in there. I still need to rely on this small tomb to settle my remnant soul. Sansheng prayed in his heart. After all, once they entered, they could not be interrupted. This was also the rule he had set back then. If Ning Tian died in the tomb, his wife would probably turn the tomb upside down. When Ning Tian stepped into the door of dreams, his body fluctuated, and then a dazzling white light appeared before his eyes. The next moment, he appeared in a dark space. His surroundings were pure darkness. He could not even see his own fingers, as if there was no light at all. Zung. Suddenly, there was a zung. Following that, streaks of green flames appeared in the surroundings, looking incomparably eerie. Whoosh. Whoosh. Gusts of cold wind kept attacking Ning Tian. What is this place? Ning Tian frowned. His eyes were solemn. He quietly channeled his spirit qi and was about to walk into the darkness to investigate. But at this moment, the green flames around him rushed toward him without warning. Swoosh. Swoosh. The flames were strange. Ning Tian raised his hand, wanting to hit them down. But before he could do anything, those green flames actually passed through his body. Is this an illusion? Ning Tian froze for a moment and frowned. At this moment, the green flames, like illusions, began to move around him faster and faster. The sky darkened. Even the surrounding scenery began to change. A few seconds later, the surrounding darkness began to change. The next second, Ning Tian left the darkness and came to a forest. Looking at this strange scene, Ning Tian frowned. Something was wrong. It was too strange. Ning Tian looked around and suddenly found that he was in the forest of the Chill Wind Mountains. Could it be that he had been teleported out? Whoosh, 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 the chilling wind rustled the surrounding leaves, and it also brushed against Ning Tian's body. The strong sense of reality made him deeply suspicious. Was this a dream? Or was he really teleported out? Forget it. Let's go forward and make a conclusion. Ning Tian murmured. Immediately, he stepped forward and walked into the forest. Along the way, the cold wind kept blowing, and the leaves were rustling. Ning Tian even saw a few demonic beasts. In order to verify whether this was a dream or not, Ning Tian even killed a few monsters. It was a completely realistic feeling. It didn't feel like a dream at all. Suddenly, a burst of fire came from the forest in front of him, and Ning Tian vaguely heard shouting. He frowned slightly, and after thinking about it, he decided to go and have a look. The dragon under his feet flashed, and Ning Tian used the swimming dragon step. He turned into a shadow and disappeared into the forest. Soon, he saw a city flickering with fiery light. Seeing the 3 words written on the city gate, Ning Tian's heart suddenly shook. Tianfeng City. The city in front of him was Tianfeng City. How did he come here? Right at this moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out, breaking the silence of the pitch-black night sky. Tianmo cult trash, go to hell, an indifferent and almost cold voice sounded. Ning Tian looked over and saw a figure covered in blood being thrown down from the city wall. He took a closer look and saw that the bloody figure was wearing the clothes of the Tianmo cult, a disciple of the Tianmo cult. Ning Tian's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? He was confused. However, before he could even think about it, miserable cries began to ring out from the city. Immediately, he didn't hesitate and rushed toward the city wall. What was the situation? Let's go and have a look first. The dragon flashed. Ning Tian jumped onto the city wall in a few steps and looked into the city. His eyes flashed with a hint of shock. Monsters and human figures were fighting in the fire. Blood spurted out continuously. Only miserable shrieks could be heard coming from the city. Ah! Ah! Kill! Kill those bastards from the school of Imperial Beast. Gaga! Tianmo cult trash, go to hell. The voice seemed to ring in Ning Tian's ears. Inadvertently, there was a strange red light in his eyes. What is going on? Is this an illusion created by the Gate of Dreams? Ning Tian frowned. If this was an illusion, then it was too realistic. Chapter 103. Ah! Just then, a blood-curdling scream came from one side of the city wall. Then, a cold sneer was heard. The Tianmo cult is indeed a bunch of trash. This voice. Hearing the familiar voice, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of awe. It was Yi Lung. Then, without hesitation, he rushed to the side of the city wall. When Ning Tian stood on the city wall, he saw Li Changde nailed to the wall with a sword. His chest was covered in blood. As for that Yi Lung, he was standing before Li Changde. His foot was even stepping on junior sister Dao's body. The Tianmo cult is indeed a bunch of trash. Yi Lung looked at Li Changde mockingly. He kept rubbing sister Dao's feet with force, causing sister Dao to whimper in pain. Don't be so smug. Li Changde was nailed to the wall, looking at Yi Lung with eyes full of resentment. The legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult will not let you off. Ha ha ha. Legendary patriarch? He's undoubtedly a gigolo. Yi Lung laughed disdainfully. Ning Tian, who was hiding on the city wall, felt the corners of her mouth twitch. That thing had actually called her a gigolo. At this moment, Ning Tian understood. Everything in front of him was an illusion. After all, the people in front of him were already dead. Senior brother Li. Save me, save me. At this time, junior sister Dao began to cry for help. Bastard. Yi Leng, let her go. Let her go. Ha ha ha. Rip. Her clothes were torn to shred. Sister Dao's snow-white skin swayed. Beast. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian gritted his teeth. Even if it was an illusion, he had to kill Yi Lung again. When the killing intent in his heart boiled, the strange red light in his eyes increased a little. However, Ning Tian did not notice it at all. Using his martial arts, Ning Tian flashed and appeared behind Yi Lung in the blink of an eye, grabbing the sharp sword in his hand. It went straight for Yi Lung's throat. Who are you? Yi Lung asked without the slightest fear in his eyes. Hearing this, Ning Tian instinctively did not answer. The red light in his eyes took up 1/5 of his entire pupils. Patriarch! Li Changde shouted from the side. Patriarch, quickly kill him. Li Changde's expression was ferocious. Kill him! Kill him! Li Changde's voice kept echoing in his ears. Kill him! Murderous voices kept coming from all around. Sister Dao also suddenly raised her head at this moment, her face pale. Kill him, patriarch, kill him. Even some of the Imperial Beasts sect around them had cold expressions and said, kill him, kill him. Yi Lung raised his head, a sinister smile on his face. Do you dare to kill me? If you don't kill me, I'll slaughter all the disciples of your Tianmo cult. He looked at Ning Tian with a strange look in his eyes, like an endless abyss. Ning Tian gritted his teeth. The red light in his eyes took up 3/5 of his entire pupils. You, Ning Tian spoke slowly. His voice was low, as if it came from hell. I want. Ning Tian's breathing was ragged. His mind was already occupied by murderous thoughts. What are you going to do? Are you going to kill me? Yi Lung kept sneering. I want. Ning Tian was about to say the word kill when the 199 thunder tribulation spiritual veins in his body suddenly shook. Boom. In his mind, a wisp of cool spiritual energy appeared. In an instant, Ning Tian suddenly came to his senses. Clang. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. Then, he took a few steps back. What just happened? Ning Tian's heart flashed with shock. Recalling just now, he only vaguely remembered endless killing. Whether it was in his mind or his consciousness, there was only one word. Kill. No, this is a dream. Ning Tian broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly reacted, goosebumps all over his body. This was a murderous dream. If he had just killed Yi Leng, then he would probably have fallen into an endless murderous dream, constantly killing, and killing, forever. Hiss! Ning Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this the method of a great emperor? If it wasn't for the thunder tribulation spiritual veins, which specialized in countering evil things, he was afraid that he would have really slashed down and then fallen into an endless murderous dream. Why didn't you kill me? Is it because you don't dare to kill me? Yi Lung looked at Ning Tian with a strange expression. Li Changde and Sister Dao who were around also laughed sinisterly. Ancestor, kill him, humph. Ning Tian snorted coldly, resisting the urge to give Yi Lung a sword, and said indifferently, "You are already a dead man, why should I kill you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the strange red light in his eyes completely dissipated. What? No, kill me. Hearing this, Yi Lung looked crazy and kept wailing. I won't. As soon as Ning Tian finished speaking, the surrounding scene seemed to be frozen. Then, a shattering sound was heard. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding scene, like a mirror, shattered. Yi Leng, Li Changde, Sister Dao, Tianfeng City, and Ill-Wind Mountain Range all disappeared. Ning Tian once again came to the dark space. Phew, seeing the pitch-black space, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He had to admit that Sansheng's dream realm door was really strange. Although he knew that this murderous dream was a dream, no one would have thought that a simple action could make you fall into it. If he had slashed down with his sword, he was afraid that he would have stayed there forever. The murderous dream is over. This dream realm door should also be over, right? Ning Tian muttered and looked at the dark space. There was indeed a big hall in front of him. It seemed that this dream realm door should be over. Immediately, Ning Tian could not wait to approach the big hall. The surrounding darkness made him feel uneasy. Walking to the front of the big hall, Ning Tian first sensed the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he walked to the door of the big hall. Then, he gently pushed it open. Creak. The heavy door of the big hall was slowly pushed open. A dazzling golden light instantly appeared in front of Ning Tian. He subconsciously squinted his eyes. When the golden light gradually dissipated, Ning Tian looked over. Hiss! In the middle of the big hall, there were weapons shining with golden light. On both sides, there were elixirs emitting medicinal fragrance. Could this be the treasury of the tomb? Ning Tian murmured. Looking at so many treasures, he could not help but smile. So many treasures, I'm rich. Unknowingly, the strange red light that had dissipated quietly appeared in front of him again. Chapter 104. Ning Tian walked into the hall. His eyes were burning as he looked at the treasures. TSK, a high-grade spiritual artifact. Another high-grade spiritual artifact. There's even an immortal artifact. In the hall, treasures were neatly placed on the table. Do you want them? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Ning Tian's mind. Yes. If you want them, then pick them up. The voice sounded like a seductive voice. Hearing this, Ning Tian walked over and picked up an immortal artifact-level treasure bottle. Come, put it away. The voice sounded again. At this time, a huge face appeared in the hall, with a greedy smile on its face, constantly tempting Ning Tian. Ning Tian slowly picked it up and put it in his arms. Yes, that's it. The treasures here all belong to you. The huge smiling face narrowed its eyes. Crack. At this moment, the immortal artifact treasure bottle in Ning Tian's hand fell to the ground and shattered. The huge smiling face was stunned. Then, Ning Tian suddenly raised his head, his eyes clear, looking at the huge smiling face. You finally appeared. What? You're not controlled by greed. The smiling face began to panic. You want to tempt me with just a few immortal artifacts? My wife has much more immortal artifacts than you. Ning Tian's mouth curled into a smile. The moment he stepped into the hall, the Thunder Calamity spiritual meridian in his body had been constantly operating. It had already told him that there was something wrong with the hall. Therefore, he simply put on a show and directly lured the smiling face out. I think this dream should be the dream of greed. Ning Tian smiled faintly. Seeing that the situation was not right, The huge smiling face turned to leave. Humph. Want to escape? In your dreams. Ning Tian moved like a dragon and stepped in front of the smiling face. Scarlet Heaven's sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. The gigantic smiling face split into two. In an instant, it split into two halves. Then, just like before, the entire palace shattered into pieces. Ning Tian once again returned to the pitch-black space. It was another dream. This time, it was the dream of greed. He still hadn't come out of the Gate of Dreams. Mother ***, just how many dream realms are there in this Gate of Dreams? Ning Tian cursed inwardly. If it was an endless dream, then even if he broke the dream, he would still be trapped in the door of the dream. He simply sat where he was and waited for the dream to appear. In less than half a minute, a door appeared in the dark space. What kind of dream is this? Ning Tian frowned. Since he couldn't avoid this dream, he could only bite the bullet and enter. He pushed the door open. Waves of fragrance assaulted his nostrils. Husband, you're back. A familiar voice sounded. Ning Tian was stunned. She looked at the beautiful figure walking over with a dumbfounded expression. It was Luo Wuqing. This turned out to be the Luo Wuqing created by the dream. Husband, you've worked hard all day. Come and rest. Luo Wuqing walked over gracefully. That touch of gentleness made Ning Tian unable to stand it. Then, Luo Wuqing pulled Ning Tian to sit on the bed. What are you going to do? Ning Tian was stunned. Husband, don't you want to do things with me? Luo Wuqing blinked her eyes. Her eyes were full of charm. Gulp. Although he knew that the wife in front of him wasn't his real wife, Ning Tian still swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Be normal, I'm scared. Ning Tian cursed in his heart. If he stayed in this illusion for too long, how could he face the real Luo Wuqing when he got out? Husband, are you disgusted with me? Luo Wuqing blinked her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were glistening with tears. She looked very charming. Seeing this scene, a few black lines appeared on Ning Tian's forehead. He silently cursed in his heart. Hey, come on. My wife's character setting isn't like this, okay? Even if it's an illusion, it should be more realistic. Rip. At this moment, Luo Wuqing began to take off her clothes. That seductive body appeared in front of Ning Tian. ****. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian's mouth twitched. This illusion was too cruel, but he knew in his heart that this was an illusion. It seemed that she had noticed Ning Tian's indifference. In the room, two more naked bodies appeared. That was Queen Mother of the West and Yarokai Saintess. ****. This dream is poisonous. Why are the two of them here? Seeing this scene, Ning Tian took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He kept reminding himself in his heart that this was an illusion. Husband, come and play. The Luo Wuqing created by the illusion stuck to him. Grandmaster, hey, let's play Tilda. The Queen Mother of the West and Yarokai Saintess created by the illusion laughed and pounced on him. The three beautiful women stuck to him, and they were so real. Ning Tian gritted his teeth. He cursed in his heart. ****. Even if Liu Xiaohui was here, he wouldn't be able to resist. He. Come and play. Laughter rang out continuously. Ning Tian broke out in cold sweat. He closed his eyes and activated the Tiantian record to force himself to wake up. This was an illusion. If he really did it, he was afraid that he would fall into a state of eternal damnation. The whole torturous process lasted for nearly an hour. During this hour, Ning Tian remained calm and composed. But who knew how he managed to get through it? This was too torturous. Phew, when the three women created by the illusion dissipated, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Hey! The room didn't dissipate. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. He slowly got up and looked at the closed wooden door. He was silent for a moment, and then slowly pushed it open. Creak. A ray of light appeared in front of Ning Tian. Then, the surrounding darkness dissipated, and a huge lake appeared in front of him. In the middle of the lake was a small island. On the island, there was an ancient tree. Where is this? When Ning Tian came back to his senses, the wooden door behind him had slowly dissipated. Is this a dream, or is it real? After experiencing the dream a few times, Ning Tian had always maintained a trace of vigilance. Grandmaster. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. Ning Tian turned around and saw Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbo of the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground walking toward him. Grandmaster, you're out too. Stop. When the two of them were dozens of meters away from Ning Tian stopped them. Ling Ao was stunned and stood in place, not knowing what to do. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the two of them. A glint flashed in his eyes. Who knew if these two people were illusions? Just as he was sizing up the two of them, Lin Mengya's face changed. The mind-reading card was activated. Ling Ao thought, Grandmaster is so powerful. When will I be as powerful as him? Zhu Yuanbo thought, this is the legendary Grandmaster of the Tianmo cult. He is indeed a little handsome. I heard that he is very big. I wonder who is bigger, me or him? After hearing their thoughts, Ning Tian was basically sure that these two guys were real people. He couldn't hear their thoughts in illusions. He looked at Zhu Yuanbo with disdain. This guy was too disgusting. He was secretly comparing the size of his treasure with him in his mind. Zhu Yuanbo was stunned. Why did he feel that the legendary Grandmaster looked at him with disdain just now? Could it be that what he was thinking in his heart could still be known? Ning Tian couldn't be bothered with Zhu Yuanbo. He looked around and saw people coming out one after another. He asked Ling Ao. Ling Ao, when did you come out? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.